Voilà. Jean-Pierre, tu me dis si je peux commencer. On peut commencer? Ok. Bonjour à tous. Voilà, on va commencer.
Good morning, Ambassador of France in Belgium, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Bernard Clerfailly, Minister of the Government of the Brussels Capital Region, responsible for employment and vocational training and digital transition. Unfortunately, for personal reasons, Mr. Clerfailly has not been able to join us today, but he has entrusted me with saying those a few words. First of all, we are very happy to welcome you here at the Pôle Emploi Digital Training Center of the Brussels region. I would like to thank the French Presidency of the EU for organizing, along with the Belgian Digital Training Center, this European AI Week, which started on Monday with a very rich program beyond innovation, beyond technological concept. AI is a field that comprises of many employment opportunities, hence the need to strengthen artificial intelligence. The IT Brussels Center and the Fari Center of the University of Brussels and the VUB are collaborating to increase and improve the AI sector of the employment opportunities. And we are working on identifying articles on animal sales on the internet. We are also building an AI strategy for the Brussels region. These are a few projects that the minister is working on in cooperation with the universities. Tapping into big data will require technical skills for new technical trades and other trades that will need to understand the challenges that relate to artificial intelligence and its jargon. We have not picked this center by chance, which embodies the public-private partnership. Its assignment is to identify the needs of the numerous stakeholders, to suggest trainings to job seekers and employers, and to support them throughout their professional pathway. The minister rejoices at the idea that such issues are given high priority throughout the week. We are following up on the findings of the training week on the future of jobs and on the role of these job opportunities towards young people. The minister wishes to all of you a nice day of exchanges, inspiration, and networking around all the opportunities that artificial intelligence carries in Belgium, France, and beyond. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor of the Minister of the Government of the Brussels Capital Region in charge of employment, vocational training, digital transition, local authorities and animal welfare, thank you for pronouncing these welcoming words. Dear Nathaniel Ackerman. Nathaniel Ackerman is the bridge on all these topics. Digital city representatives, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending this colloquium. AI Generation 2030. This project is led by the French Embassy as well as the Belgian strategic support facilities. I would like to thank the Brussels region, its minister and councillor for supporting us in preparing and designing this event. I also would like to thank Digital City for hosting us in their premises and in this very peculiar unit that is the demonstration of the authorities' mobilization and demonstrate to which extent all the stakeholders are working towards innovation in our AI sector. I also would like to thank all the talents and the brains who've contributed to organizing this event. Thank you very much, Mr. Ackerman. I also would like to thank the Belgian director of AI4Belgium. Thank you very much for bringing us your expertise and the added value to the sector. We had noted it during the Homo Numericus colloquium that you also organized a few months ago. I'd like to welcome all our guests from Belgium and abroad, from the Czech Republic, from Luxembourg, from Germany, and beyond. I think that this colloquium is highly interesting in terms of cross-border and European cooperation. Now, for a few weeks now, we are experiencing an unprecedented international tension some 2,000 kilometers away from here. There is no way we can avoid talking about the tragic events that Ukraine is living and the tragic events that refugees are experiencing. I won't dwell on the details of this tragic conflict, which is causing many fatalities. I think that this is the opportunity for us to get even closer to one another. Efforts among Europeans are crucial. We have looked at the first response that Europe has given to the crisis. As Europeans, I think that we must pursue the efforts to strengthen our cooperation, a cooperation which is necessary among countries, among companies. This tragedy compels us to continue this cooperation. But let's come back to the core of this conference, which is a follow-up to the module Homo Numericus that dwelled on bilateral cooperation in the digital field, and it triggered discussions on scientific exchanges, and I think that these scientific exchanges can lead to constructive inspiration, constructive invention and creation. France and Belgium have been working together for centuries now. A bilateral cooperation between universities date back to some 2 centuries ago, and it goes the same for companies. And I think that our will is to pursue this joint collaboration. Hence, this colloquium on the strategic field that artificial intelligence embodies in the framework of the European AI Week, at a time where France is holding the European Council presidency. And I think that today we are gathered with those of you who are preparing the future. Now, the core challenge of this colloquium is to promote new partnerships, innovative partnerships, and to give a new impetus to the new generation of research and innovation in the field of artificial intelligence in view of 2030. And I'd like to thank those of you who are at the basis of this 2030 strategy. Now, as far as I am concerned, I do see many positive consequences of AI in the healthcare sector, and the healthcare structure will, in a way, structure our talks and our debates today. Now, trying to be very careful, I think that we can dare say that we are walking out of the worst case scenario of the pandemic, and we are gradually going back to some kind of normality, as our event today shows it. Groups of labs, research centers, academics are striving to advance in the healthcare sector. And I think that the end of the pandemic is both a hope for the future and an opportunity. Now, AI has many applications that I won't have time to go through. Fighting against fraud, reducing energy emissions are some of the opportunities that AI offers, and these fields are taking up a new dimension. Optimal solutions for companies and private citizens are some other examples that I could also mention under your scrutiny. And I am sure that we will have the opportunity to dive into these topics. AI opens up numerous opportunities, promising opportunities as well, promising for our mind as well, because it forces us to go beyond the traditional mindset, to change and reshuffle the way we work. That's why the French government it wants to give new impetus to the field with a new investment and a new multi-annual strategy. Renaud Vedel is in charge of coordinating the national strategy on AI. And I also would like to welcome the members of the Prairie network, gathering many Paris-based universities. Our country is a pioneer in these efforts because we have understood the importance and the relevance of the sector. Regional and national subsidies granted to AI have moved from 1 billion euros to, well, have shifted from 160 million euros to an amount that exceeds 1 billion euros. We do understand the urgency of this and the priority that this sector has. We have helped young people finding employment opportunities in the field. We've also supported unicorns and a system of an ecosystem of startup. And I'd like to congratulate Belgium, Belgian researchers, Belgian scientists who have demonstrated their talents, their intellectual capital, talent. I have been here for a few months now, and I have been the testimony of the inventivity of these researchers. I hope that throughout the day you will be able to learn more about the different projects that are carried out in our countries, but also elsewhere in Europe. I hope you will be able to find support to pursue these projects, and I think that we will be able to continue working hand in hand as the end of the pandemic seems quite doesn't seem too far. Now, our embassy is also there to try and stimulate the exchanges. I'd like to thank our partners. I'd like to thank the Brussels region for granting us their support, and we have decided to offer short stay grants in the field of AI so that Belgian and French researchers can embark on new joint research projects. Of course, they will be able to tap into an existing program, which is called Programme Curien. And this project will host projects in the field of innovation and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have understood, we have high ambitions that we are very happy to share with our Belgian colleagues and friends. We also have high expectations because we do acknowledge the numerous challenges that await us. We are supposed to build the framework into which new generations will prosper and thrive. This is a daunting but at the same time ambitious joint project. With these few words, I'd like to end my presentation. I wish you the best throughout the colloquium. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to congratulate the French embassy in Belgium and their partners for organizing this event about AI. You could say AI today has already claimed a very important place in the economy and in society in Europe, and it helps us fight COVID, it improves the efficacy of transportation, it detects heart failure, it can be deployed in so many areas and fields. In fact, regarding AI, as well as regarding a lot of other technologies, it is necessary, absolutely necessary for the EU to be more autonomous. The situation in the Ukraine, the frontal attack against peace and European stability, reminds us in a very cruel way how necessary it is for us to be more sovereign from a technological perspective if we want for Europe to keep its place in the world. In order to be a full stakeholder in the area of AI, Europe needs to be strong. Europe needs to be strong throughout the field of AI regarding semiconductors, data, as well as apps. First of all, let's start with semiconductors. Europe has a very good product. We're already the global leaders in terms of research. Without Europe, without our research centers that are front and center in the field, there would be no possible technological advances in the field of semiconductors. But Europe cannot focus solely on research and design. We must also be preoccupied with manufacturing, and we must also we cannot leave production to only Asian or US stakeholders. A strategic autonomy without a production capacity near research centers, and especially in terms of semiconductors, would not work, which is why last month we worked on the Chip Act, which is all about our ambition to convey or to have within the next 10 years on the production of 10 to 20% of the global production of chips on the European continent, especially for the most advanced chips that have to be engraved below 2 nanometers. The other thing is data. Data, of course, is essential to artificial intelligence. The European Commission has just presented a draft law called Data Act, which is going to be able to unlock data use in Europe to the benefit of companies and consumers, to the benefit of public services and of society as a whole. This will be the basis of a strong, innovative and sovereign digital economy in Europe. How about applications? In order for us to be successful, we need an excellent ecosystem that we can trust, an environment where the respect of fundamental rights, transparency, human control and safety are at the heart of our goals. You know the draft law about AI that is currently being debated at the Council and the European Parliament. It is based on a risk-based approach. We have proportionate rules that are offered to answer the potential threats posed by AI systems. This regulatory framework will be crucial to inspire trust in all of our applications regarding or related to AI, using AI, both citizen-facing and company-facing. I encourage lawmakers to make progress in adopting this text in order to have a clear and stable framework for our companies to work. I would like to conclude by saying that the semiconductor industry, with a reasoned use of data, with an excellent and trustworthy ecosystem, all of that will make it possible for the 2030 generation of AI will be one of the flagships of European economy. At the heart of Generation 2030 are us all, startups, scale-ups, researchers, competitivity, areas, companies, everybody that contributes in this ecosystem. It is together with you that we will be able to take up the challenges of our digital generation, the digital decade. So, in just a few words, this is what I wanted to tell you today about this very important theme, and I would like to thank you all for everything you do and to wish you a very fruitful debate.
Est-ce que ça fonctionne? Oui. Est-ce que ça fonctionne? On m'entend?
Is it working? Okay, hello, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Councillor, Mr. Director of Digital City. It's a real pleasure for me to have this opportunity to chair the first roundtable of our event called What are future opportunities for the future of AI? And I wanted to start by talking about something positive. Mr. Ambassador just described it. We're in an international context that is actually more likely to make us very pessimistic. So I wanted to start with an optimistic news, which was announced 48 hours ago. Intel said that they would invest $36 billion in the production of semiconductors. The European Commissioner just said it. And so we had to look at what those $36 billion were made up of. There is some funds for productions with production capacities in Germany, Ireland, and potentially Italy. But there's also a whole a package about research with the creation of a hub. There was an article in the Washington Post, so a European R&D hub near the Plateau de Saclay in France. So keeping that in mind, I really had three questions for you. The first of which is, or has to do rather, with artificial intelligence. Are we not progressing towards a new type of AI? Julia was telling us that there's not just one AI, there are several types of AI, and this new type of AI might be less centralized in the way that it operates and uses data, which is good because users are becoming more and more aware of the fact that they need to protect their data. This AI may also be less energy consuming and would evolve compared to that system of data centers. We heard that 66% of energy consumption now is used to cool down those data centers, and artificial intelligence, this new type of AI, would be less dependent on cloud computing and would make it possible to have more embarked AI. So with those different characteristics, would you say that Europe, or could Europe not give itself a new leading role, or at least have, opportunities to catch up? So that would be my first question. I know it's a very broad question, but yeah, I wanted to maybe ask Mr. Vedel first. Renaud Vedel, who I have not introduced yet, but he is the head of the National AI Acceleration Strategy in France. There are definitely going to be many opportunities. The AI sciences, or the components of AI, IT, maths, applied sciences, we've made huge progress, great strides over the past decade, and we will for sure be seeing new opportunities to seize. It doesn't mean that Europe has comparative advantages, because there is extremely dense international competition. Geopolitically, AI is the theme that China decided to challenge the US on. There was a plan adopted by the Chinese Council of State. They really want to be at the very top in 2030. They want supremacy. We will see by then what happens, but you have to recognize that in terms of research, production and application, China has caught up on Europe and even is now ahead of us. So there is a big challenge there. You were right to highlight the fact that we're going to move towards AI. technologically it's a bit complicated, but it's going to be more and more distributed with Internet of Things, with 5G and so on and so forth, which enables it. And I think, yes, when you think about the components, you can indeed save energy. But if all of our objects are connected, and we know that consumption is also related to electronic components, I'm not quite sure that this will be a very green decision. So we will have to decide where AI is necessary, where connection is necessary, because this might not be sustainable from an ecological perspective. Data centers consume a lot of energy, it's true. What consumes a lot of energy, in fact, and some people are better to talk about that, is to calculate permanently. So calculating locally helps you save energy, but you have to choose that very, very specifically. But yes, there are many opportunities to seize. We have a lot of talents in France, in Europe. We have a capital as well, but you have to be you have to be, you can't be naive. There are things that are missing. We don't have a unified digital market. It's very important to throw bridges between neighboring countries. We have to pull our resources, pull our strengths, and work hand in hand internationally. I'm not just talking about Belgium and France, but also the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, and so on and so forth. I don't want to go on and on, but when you have a look at our strengths, there are good things. We have big projects with French scientists. We have SML in the Netherlands, with the world champion. We have Nokia Ericsson in the Nordic countries. We have really, and these are only the big names, right? But there are also a lot of startup ecosystems that have made progress with +2, +3 in terms of investment, but the GAFAMs also invested 290 billion in parallel during the same time. So you have to focus on those technologies, because what is AI? AI is a new way of dealing with information, to get information from it, encoded through data. We are not quite where we would like to be, I believe, in terms of how we promote our data and how we use them and how we optimize them. There are texts that are interesting at the Commission at the moment, and they will make it possible for us to progress. But it's also about building more autonomous physical and digital systems that can make their own decisions. We also need to be bold from an entrepreneurship perspective. I'd like to get back to what you were saying about how necessary it is to have more unified digital market, and Nathaniel is not he's responsible for AI4Belgium. He's at the head of AI4Belgium, and he's also working in several international organizations, including European organizations. What can you tell us about the efforts currently being made to unify the digital market? I know there are efforts made in terms of training, contact between different ecosystems. I believe it is the very goal and the very spirit of the European Coordinated Plan. So what we are doing at the moment, as Renaud said, is exactly in that spirit. It's exactly going in this direction. In 2017, France gave itself a head start. They said it was important to consolidate that plan, to to create coalitions, and there are coalitions that are being built in each countries. We need to identify our strengths, our weaknesses. The ambition was always to collaborate between each other, and this is exactly what's happening at the moment. So the ecosystems know each other better, are structured better, and we are indeed creating bridges through several initiatives like the one today, through the global partnership that was started with Canada and France as well at a more global level. But absolutely, we must work at EU level. We must work on our storytelling as well. What is the meaning of this project? How can we breathe new life into the European project with environmental ambitions, ambitions relating to health, ambitions relating also to the co-creation of tomorrow's world? Those are big words, I know, but it's also very important. We are going through a big crisis, as Mr. Ambassador said, and we have to focus on that. I also wanted to highlight, I wanted to do it as an introduction, but I was too somehow too flattered by everybody else, and I didn't dare, but I wanted to also highlight the very strong and very professional commitment of the French embassy and of the whole ecosystem in Belgium. They really worked very hard on the organization of today's Congress, and I think it all goes through people, right? And the history of AI is based on basic questions like where do we come from and so on and so forth, but artificial intelligence also fundamentally asks us what a human being is and what our values are. So we are working on those European values. These technological evolutions force us to question what we may have considered obvious, what we may have taken for granted, and to rethink how we live together. Again, big words, but it was mentioned yesterday as well. Engineers may maybe take a couple of philosophy lessons as well, and think about that from a more basic perspective. You know, from Leonardo da Vinci to today, we really have to get out of the darkness that threatens to catch up with us again these days. Okay, let's get back to the importance of the human factor. Let's get back to talents and how necessary talents are. I would like to again echo yesterday's discussion where we had a French scientist who is based in the US, and he therefore knows and has a good overview of the ecosystem there. And he explained that in the Silicon Valley, we have 70% of non-US Americans working there, including European citizens. How can Europe better discuss or talk to young people? I could have done a bit of self-promotion as well, because Nathaniel is also member of the steering committee of TRAIL. TRAIL is made up of 5 French-speaking universities and 4 research institutes that decided to work hand in hand in the field of IA. So what can we tell new talents, young people, so that they remain in Europe or so that they come back to Europe? First and foremost, we need more talents. We need to be even more focused on the fact that society is now digital, or the digital component of our society is more and more important. It's not just that. A society is a lot more, many more things, but the digital world is very important. I'm part of a generation where I was not taught IT at school at all. Not at all. And even now in university and schools and so on and so forth, not everybody gets computer information or computer training. There are other countries, especially in the east of Europe, Asian countries, that decided to have to really integrate the digital element into education, and we must do that as well. We need more talents. We have a lot of talents as well. We have a lot more people with diplomas. We've created 190 professors' positions. We have a lot of PhDs. But when you're young, when you have talent, what you want is you want to have access to the best data. You want to work with the best in the best and most stimulating environment. So we must build public and private institutions that give those young people a future. It's the meaning of the startup movement. There is an entrepreneurship spirit. Young people in engineering schools, in business schools, they want to create their own startups. They used to want to work in a bank or in insurances and so on and so forth, but and those are important companies, but they now want to create startups. So you need to be able to unlock finances and create projects. In Europe, we notice quite often that we're not yet agile enough to implement some of our regulations. If you want to work in health, in education, with AI, you need access to data that are often personal data, which means you need to read GDPR and you need to determine how to access the data. AI, the very idea is to depersonalize data. And I'm not sure that this is always done very agile, in a very agile way, with a regulation that evolves with its time. Same with with other projects, we have set ourselves very ambitious goals. We will have to make sure that we have the right balance between our ambition to have controllable, auditable systems with methods that do not yet exist, which is extremely bold. No one else in the world decided to do that choice of horizontal general implementation. But we will also need schemes to preserve innovation, because 4 years ago, we spoke only of supervised AI. Now we speak of genericity. Maybe 2 years from now, we will have made progress on the reinforcement learning. So we need to have texts that we can proofread, keeping technologies in mind. We can't have separate tracks between tech and legal, otherwise innovation will be blocked. And this is a state of mind that is very important. We must make sure that the legal framework in Europe encourages innovation.
Est-ce que ce serait pas un...
We were talking about young talents. Don't you think that we need to convey the following message and say it's very good to be engineers, but I think that we also need to enhance the ethical dimension. Yesterday, we were saying that Leonardo da Vinci had a very global approach and a multidisciplinary approach. Now, of course, Da Vinci was a genius, but since our young people are ambitious, I think that we need to tell them how important it is to have a global view. And we should also avoid any regulation that would limit our capacity to be creative. Now, of course, in the long term, we also need to think about data protection, and I think that we shouldn't neglect data protection. It's not so much of a question, but more of a comment. Yes, I think that we need to convey this message to future engineers. They will have an impact on our world. They need to be open. They need to have a global view on things. This is, well, AI is a cross-cutting and multidisciplinary field. We talk about ethic by design. We talk about involving citizens in the debate. Then I think that policymakers also need to understand the challenges of AI, of blockchain, of the various technological fields. And I think that, yes, we also need to make sure that policymakers better understand these technologies ahead of making new legislation. Now, of course, sometimes the frame and the structures are too rigid and do not evolve quick enough. Now, I talked with colleagues in Paris about to which extent things evolve. They evolve very fast, and unfortunately, the policy making and the decision making process is always lagging behind this fast evolution of technologies. Now, of course, there are ethical, legal values. We need to comply with human dignity. Right from the beginning of design, we need to include an in-depth reflection. We cannot do everything. We need, of course, profiles that can act as bridge between disciplines, and we need multidisciplinary team. We need a legal expert, data protection experts, etc. And I think that the Commission has been a pioneer in the work it has made with the group. And I think that the European project is very interesting, but we need to look at it exhaustively. And the details sometimes are less perfect than the coverage. Well, Now, regarding the comments you made about Trail, I am part of Trail, and Isabel also accepted being part of the steering committee of Trail. So we will be able to strengthen the cooperation thanks to her. And I think that IMEC and the CEA will hold a debate later on. The CEA is very strong in France. Now, there are many things that our European Commissioner has said and on which we work on. I am a big fan of storytelling, of making sense and building sense. If we are to build the European project, of course, we will need those $290 billion grant. We will need the European investments in the following years, and these investments are growing, as we saw yesterday. But if we look at investments in IA within the previous program, Horizon 2020, I think that the whole program was quite ambitious. So as far as investments are concerned, well, the amount is impressive. Now, when it comes to cohesion and cooperation, I think that there are some people who are more skeptical than others, and new generations, are quite special. They have a very short timing. I used to teach at university, and each year I noted that generations had higher expectations, and they also have expectations in terms of environment issues. Now, we are approaching the conclusions of this first roundtable. What advice would you give to those new generations that are involved in the AI transformation or about to be involved in this transformation? What kind of advice would you give? Now, I think AI is about a noble scientific quest. It is about creating know-how, but it is also a general use type of technology, as we call it. So I would say, do what you like. Are you interested in knowledge quest or in tangible application, practical application? So be involved. And I think there are many ways that AI can be used to make services more customized or to move towards a more circular economy. AI has so many applications that I think it can appeal to many profiles. So go for it. That's the advice I would give. What about you, Nathanael? Now, of course, Renault is so good that I have to try and be better or as good. Now, I don't want to repeat what has been said, but I would advise breaking the silos that exist between sectors here in Europe. There is, of course, national fragmentation, the public, the private sector, the academics, the citizens are way too separated from one another. So I'd like to urge the new generations to do what they like, to do what drives them. And I think that in universities, though it might sound as a caricature, we always tend to say that businesses are the devil, are driven by money and profits exclusively. But, having a business mindset, wanting to do practical things, accepting to make mistakes and to start from scratch. I think that businesses also carry a positive message for researchers and universities. And I think that the results are quite striking when you go to MIT or Stanford. The dean always gives and always make a presentation about the impact of these universities on the real world. So I think that we need to promote the business values, and we need to dismantle and break, tear apart some stereotypes that we have, and have a positive vision about businesses. So AI will have practical implications on many fields, and as stakeholders of the AI, you will, I think, mark our future world in your own way. Thank you very much.
Hello. Morning. So, good morning. I will move to English because one of the speakers is not French speaking, and we had also further interaction in English. So, first of all, thanks for inviting me for chairing this session. When I've been invited, I was thinking it was a little bit out of scope because I'm more on the software side. So I'm Gianluca Bontempi. I'm professor not so far from here in ULB, and I founded the machine learning group in ULB more or less 20 years ago. But when I realized the topic, I remember that in my early career, I've been also working on the outdoor aspects. I've been researcher, postdoc in Philips Research in IMEC. And so at the time, one important keyword, which is still a major keyword today, is the keywords of co-design. And so we were discussing about the large dimension of the AI problem. And indeed, if we add hardware to this dimension, we realize that this space of design is still larger. And so we will have today a very important representative of this interaction between hardware and software. In order to introduce them, I asked them to prepare some slides. And so I hope that now I'm able to, yeah. So I will ask each of them to introduce briefly themselves on the basis of the slides they prepared. So François Thierrier, please have the floor.
Thank you. So I will present shortly the CEA activity in this scope. So we have several offices and centers of CEA in all the France, with two main centers. You can go to the first one. It's not a problem. Two main centers, one in Saclay, one other in Grenoble, tackling both software and hardware aspects of AI. Okay, next. And all these activities can be seen with two visions. One, science for AI. So we work on the subject of the AI itself with three parts: algorithms and frugality, trust of AI, and energy efficiency and microelectronics for AI. And the other visions is to the use of AI for science and society, so for developing applications, both for the needs of the CEA research, but also to answer and provide new applications to the industry and partner of the society. We can go to the last one in order to finish. And what is important and what I want to underline today is that there is a continuum of challenge going from the data to the implementations. And what is really important is to be able to manage and to deal with all the aspects of these continuums. So going from data, developing algorithms, tools, and architecture in order to implement at the end as best as possible the AI applications. This concerns data engineering, algorithm engineering, trust engineering, deployment and optimization. So there we are closer to the hardware, and obviously architecture component and technology definitions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your introduction. So we'll move to Professor Lattre from Research Director in IMEC.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm glad I'm not the only software guy in the room today, but I work at IMEC, which is, of course, a more hardware-oriented organization. So I'm Steven Lattre. I'm a professor at the University of Antwerp on the one hand, and also part of the research center of IMEC. Right now, at least for the next 2 weeks, I'm leading a research group on connectivity and machine learning. But in 2 weeks from now, I'm going to start full-time at IMEC, leading the AI activities there. This is a new role at IMEC, and it actually shows the emphasis that IMEC, as a semiconductor research organization, wants to put also on AI in the future, which was already the case in the past as well. Next slide, please. So if you look at what we do at IMEC, we of course leverage upon our existing semiconductor and system technology we have already. So aspects such as sensor technology, core CMOS, flexible technologies are the core of what we do at IMEC. But on the top, we apply this to several specific verticals. We have several solutions for health, several solutions for automotive, and so on. And we believe strongly that AI is actually that connecting factor which enables the gap between our core technology and the applications. And for us, this means doing AI research, hardware, software, co-design, both at the distributed edge of it all, so really very small devices, very small energy footprints, but also focus a lot on large-scale compute for AI. So how can we build novel AI chips combined with algorithms that are able to do high-performance computing as well? So if you look at the type of realizations we have, we've built in the past several AI chips that can really work at the edge, supporting traditional deep neural networks such as convolutional neural networks, but also supporting more second-generation neural networks such as spiking neural networks. But we also develop specific sensors, which then typically generate a lot of data as well, which is key for our AI. So, for example, the neural pixel is a specific neural probe, which generates at a very high frequency a lot of data, and we have a 140 gigahertz radar as well for automotive. Why am I explaining these specific examples? This is not AI. But of course, this needs a lot of AI, and that's to François' comment as well. It's really the combination of hardware, software, which comes together where you can build an end-to-end approach. And I have a very small video of something we showed. I'm not sure if that will work or not.
Okay.
We'll see. Apparently not, but it was a very nice end-to-end example of how we combine our IMEC radar with an AI solution. This was a gesture recognition allowing you to play Space Invaders using a spiking neural network gesture recognition system, just to show you that end-to-end AI hardware software is really very important as well.
Okay, thank you, Steven. So we move to Professor Fraboule, Scientific Director of the French Ministry of Research.
Hello, everybody. So I'm very pleased to be here. Maybe I will paraphrase a lot Renaud Vedel, who spoke first, and is a coordinator and a brilliant coordinator of AI in France, as he explained. So my current position is at the Ministry of Research and Innovation. So we are basically dealing on a bunch of strategies in France, from digital software to digital hardware. And I also very much want to emphasize on the interface between the two. I'm very happy to be on this round table. So basically, you understood in France we have, maybe we can move on to next slide. I will try to be very short. You understand we have a very structured ecosystem on AI with huge project, as we said, with Renault, with Isabelle Erlin on research. So on the industry side, we have a lot of challenges going on. On the research side, we have a pretty well-structured now a system with at least 4 dedicated institutes, plus extras like data IR and so forth. I was wrong about the number of chairs. I understand Renaud gave a little more than I do. But anyway, it's a huge, let's say, huge work. And we have a dedicated computing infrastructure everybody is aware of, which also is important, and we try to increase it. It is a French structured structure, but it is also open to Europe and international. Basically, as was said earlier by Renaud, by Nathanael, let's say the scale is not French, is at least Europe. So we are very happy to be here to discuss how we can organize all together. So I can comment on the fact that we have a lot of discussions with German people so far, with Japan, and we are very pleased to say we will go further, obviously, especially on the interface hardware, software with Japanese people. We are not so bad on the system. We could comment on Singapore, on other, but whatever, we are very pleased to carry on with other European colleagues, because, as I said, the scale is at this level, at least, I would say. At the European level, there are a lot of, let's say, synergies to be found. I will not comment further. And we already said that at the international level with France and Canada and other, many others, we have the GPI, which is also very much dealt by Renaud, by Isabelle, etc. So open, and also the last, if I may have the last slide. We also would like to go from fundamentals to application to get the full spectrum of let's say, the innovation and the value chain, let's say. So very briefly, I wouldn't want to comment on overseas and USA examples, but everybody has understood that Tesla, for instance, is very, very proactive in system, both on the supercomputing side, dealing with their own chip now to make the learning, and at the real-time embedded IA with also their own chip now. We hope that in France and in Europe we will be able to do the same. You probably, I think you mentioned the works with Valeo, with Safran, and also we may comment about the fact that STMicro is quite well involved in the Mobileye with the Intel. But I strongly believe that there are a lot of other links that can be done with the industry, in the European industry, for instance, with automotive, with much more delegation, and also in aeronautics. So this is what we have to discuss right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we move to Fabrice Rastello, Research Director at INRIA.
Hello, hello everybody. So I'm a Research Director at INRIA, which doesn't mean I'm at the direction of INRIA. So still I will do a short detour to try to explain a little bit what INRIA, and speak a little bit more about research in France. So when I think about computer science in France in terms of academic research, I think of obviously CEA, but also the university, CNRS, and INRIA. And so I am at the head of research group at INRIA, which means that basically it regroups several researchers from those different institutes. So that's how it works. So my current interests are around, obviously, there's artificial intelligence in that. So yeah, at INRIA, if I think about all the teams that work in AI, there are obviously people who work, who use AI as a tool, people who work on AI itself, and people who work on optimizing the AI. And that's optimizing the AI is basically what is the purpose, the main purpose of the team I'm leading. But as everybody, we are also using AI, and we are using AI for compiler. We are using AI for teaching, programming, and for other stuff. So let's. So I just want to last slide to clarify what I mean by optimizing. And so basically, you take a program, and I mean this program can be a workload like just a single layer of a neural network, and you need to have in mind that there are many combinatorial number of possible ways to express as is to a binary that will do exactly what is expressed in the original program. I'm not talking about all the transformations we may do, algebraic transformations. It's just doing exactly the same. This is, if I just take an example of a 2D convolution, and just consider the very simple architecture and all the reasonable binaries that I would think about. There are like 10 to the power of 20 possible ones, and the compiler needs to choose one, the one that has the best performance. And so I have just a short quiz to finish with. So basically, a lot of manufacturers and people who sell chips or even services like clouds, they valorize it by making frameworks and libraries. In those libraries, they optimize specific operators. So there are engineers that spend years in optimizing this. And so that's what I call optimized library. So you take a 2D convolution binary, and the question is, what do you think is faster? So the generic compiler that takes a generic conv2D, the optimized library, or a domain-specific compiler? And more importantly, how much faster one is compared to another one? So I'll let you just think about a few seconds. And so I would have said the manufacturer optimized library. And it turns out, actually, they're in order. Generic compiler is the worst, and the manufacturer optimized library is better, and then the domain-specific compiler is even better. And the order of magnitude in a simple CPU superscalar architecture is, I tell you what, 1,000. Okay, so it's just 1,000 faster. And okay, what it means is that the original version goes very slow. Okay, and the domain-specific compiler, there's still a lot to gain. So just the conclusion of my slides.
Okay, so thank you. So a lot of food for reflection, for thoughts now. So, but since this is a meeting between Belgium and France, so I think I would start more probably from the political perspective of collaboration between Belgium and France. So there has been recently signed a strategic platform of collaboration between two major entities in Belgium and France, CEA and IMEC. About collaboration on semiconductors for AI. So this is typically what people read on the news. I wanted to know more about what's happening in practice. So this agreement has been signed several years ago. So I would like to have news about that, what's happening, and more from the perspective of the actual people implementing this kind of agreement. What is your perspective, your opinion? In general, if you can comment in general about the CHIPS Act, also all the initiatives, both from the researcher perspective, please.
Okay, I will start, and I hope you can complete a lot. So in fact, it's a long story. Yeah. So it's the agreement is not very some years has been made some years ago. It's running, and what it's clear is that CEA, in particular, the microelectronic parts of CEA called the LETI, you mentioned previously. So has the volunteer to have a convergent strategy on microelectronics, and it's why there is some agreement signed with IMEC in order to synchronize our roadmap, to share the view, and to be stronger together in order to build the solutions. And all the examples you mentioned previously, I could present them, but I just choose another way to present our activity. So there is real convergence on the technology, on the activities. And what is very important for this today for me is that there is also a common interest on and conscience and ambitions on providing microelectronic solutions for AI. Because there is a real challenge on the technology to support AI, performant AI, low consumption AI for very small embedded system or very large computer, but with lower energy consumptions, more efficiency. And on these actions, for example, we are together proposing some European testing experiment facilities, the TEF, with a common projects that I hope will be is under evaluations, but I think it's a very nice proposal. It's one example. We have some other collaborations in European projects supported by the Digital Europe framework, for example, on these subjects. And we are now building strategic projects on the deployment of AI. So it's more to deploy algorithms coming from deep learning to embedded systems, different hardware systems. It's also a project with the European parts where we will go together with IMEX and with the national parts, very important and strategic. Perhaps Renaud can comment too, because it's in the scope of the national coordinations. And the idea is to have an open source platforms that will ease the deployment of deep learning on various hardware solutions, including very efficient and performant solutions.
So I think François already told most of it, but indeed most of the collaborations are on the side of neuromorphic hardware as well, and then the algorithmic side. Maybe looking at the future, I think there's a lot more potential as well to go forward with that. I think the EU Chips Act can be a catalyst for that on the one hand. We also saw that in the last few years, every country, as already mentioned, developed their own coalition, their own strategies, and I think now it's the time to come together again and to have further collaborations and further conversations on how these different coalitions can come together. I think everybody has its own expertise now, which helps in the conversations and the collaborations as well, and I'm sure that we will see more of that in the very near future as well.
Okay. Please.
Just one compliment is on all these actions. We have a strong, close actions with between CEA and IMEC, but we also associate other European partners. And in most of them, we have collaboration with Fraunhofer and sometimes with some other country in Austria, Italy, and other. It's not a closed cooperation. It's an open one.
Okay. It was mentioned before, so Intel will be another major actor appearing also in France now. Do you expect that he will be involved in this kind of strategic collaboration? So probably it's a delicate question.
I hope that the French government will not allow they will be out of this kind of cooperations, because if they have 1,000 of researchers in AI in Saclay Plateau, it would make no sense that they have no collaborations with the academic and very rich academic ecosystems of the plateau, and probably at the European level, because it's easy to go from the plateau de Saclay to Brussels and other European countries.
Please.
This is a very delicate question. I'm just talking from my own, not representing the French government on this, but I can tell that we try to discuss as much as possible with the Intel guys, because as you understood, their research center should be, let's say, based firstly in Paris-Saclay, but it doesn't mean they will not work with the whole European research community, of course. And my strong conviction is that if we want to get out from the top, as we say, with this situation, we have to put in front of Intel our best people, our best efforts, and to make sure that we go further with them, for instance, on training for circuit conception, training for architecture or specific circuits, etc. I'm pretty sure, working with them, nobody can tell that Intel is not still a very huge leader on this field. We will learn a lot. And we have to work with them to try to make sure we take something out of this situation. This is my strong conviction.
Okay, thank you. So now we move more to a discussion about the education part. So as I told you, I'm more from the software perspective. And nowadays AI is everywhere, and there is somewhat delusion, mainly from sometimes also from young people, that to become an AI is learn some Python library for doing TensorFlow. It's all about that, and then you are an AI data scientist. I would like that you really mention to these people, to those researchers, what they are missing in the vision of what it means to have an AI application. So I would like that each of you try to explain, if I'm just this naive scientist who just care for the software, the other side of the moon, what is missing. So please.
Yeah, so the first point is indeed when I learned computer science, I mean basically we're learning algorithmics and arithmetic complexity. That's what we were learning, and we were already missing a very big part of the story, which is basically what about all the communications, the I/O. Okay, that's what I can't remember. Someone said before. Most of the energy doesn't come from the number of computation we are doing, but from the number of data movements we are doing. And we definitely need to, when we are programming, to be aware of why this version of algorithm is going to be good or not for the architecture. Is it going to be, just basically be hardware aware when we are programming is something that we need to teach, and it looks to me that most of the, an important part of the teaching right now is about kind of cookbook, right? And so we are already missing the algorithmic part. So yeah, we need to put a lot of efforts in this, because as I said before, there is a huge, really several orders of magnitudes to gain in terms of energy. And the example I took during my introduction is a super simple one. It's too simple. And reality is way more complex.
Maybe I will have a very off-the-track comment about that. It happens that this morning with a colleague, we were talking about autonomous vehicles, of course, and autonomous planes. It happens also, my son is pilot, and I am interested in this field for more than 10 years. Mm-hmm. And I think that beyond everything which was said, that you don't make IA only on the technical side, you have to see the economic side, the juridical side. You also have to see the applicative environment. So when a pilot will have, let's say, added autonomous system to reduce or to augment his delegation, what we have to understand is obviously the system will be smarter, more intelligent, artificially intelligent, but it will be also more complex. And what is the work of a pilot is to deal degraded situations. And the more the system is complex, the simpler the usual day-to-day work is, but the more complex the degraded situation is, because the system is more complex. So my son says to me, okay, your system, you want to make it automatic, okay, but when it doesn't go well, it is worse for me. I have to understand what's going wrong. And so what I tend to say with this very personal example, let's say, is that we have to take the full picture of the system, the application, let's say the work and the professionals that will deal with it. It is true in a plane, it will be true in an autonomous system, let's say a autonomous driving car, or not completely autonomous. It is also true when, let's say, a medics will have to deal with a semi-automatic diagnosis or whatever, and we have to go deeper in the professional environment where we will bring this system. I would say it is part of the deal. It is not only, as you said, being a software engineer and dealing with, I don't remember what you said, but whatever, system or code.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a complex question, so I will give a more personal answer related to some process I made in AI. In fact, my position is just to explain that AI doesn't exist. It's just software. It's something that is artificial. Sure. Intelligent? No. So if the student understands this, after we can discuss. We can say, okay, it is why you need to understand what you are doing. And if it seems magic or free, it means that you have to pay something somewhere. And probably you don't know what you pay, and it's probably expensive. So you use a lot of data, it costs a lot of energy. It's immediate, very easy to build. It means that you don't have trust. You don't know what you have built. And it's really the way I would like that the young engineer in AI considers AI is to consider that it's it's serious as much as classical software. So we have to take care about the quality of the process, the quality of the data, the quality of the development of the testing, and so on. And if they agree to these questions, perhaps we can use AI to have very, very nice, exciting, efficient applications that will build a better world for the human. Else.
Okay. Yeah, being a software guy at a hardware research organization, I'm a strong advocate, of course, of saying we need to look at this together. And there are a number of reasons for that. I think on the one hand, often the word is being said is that AI is going to be the electricity invention, at least in the future. So that means it will be everywhere. So it will not only be in big data centers, as we have a lot of examples of right now, but it's going to be really everywhere, from your small earbuds, headphones, to in the car, in a plane. And you see that with a lot of innovations right now, a lot of chips coming up right now specifically for AI. So it's going to be important to always look at these parts together. If you do not do that, you will never be able to optimize, as you said, as well. The second reason is that I also think that it's going to be necessary to look at this together if we want to make sure that AI will be continuing to make the improvements that it is right now, because we'll probably touch upon energy consumption and so on later on as well. But if we are not looking at the combination of hardware, software, there will be a roadblock in the very, very near future already up ahead, where the model complexity of artificial intelligence systems is becoming so high that it surpasses of what we can do with hardware, with current hardware as well. And then we're ending up, or there's at least a risk, that we're ending up in another AI winter with all of this. So you need to look at it together for sure. And I think it's something that is not happening in a decent way enough. I think it's still two, three separate worlds that are researching this together. There are examples, of course, but it's not enough. And the last reason why, especially for European researchers or students, I would definitely say this is that there is a very strong research expertise on hardware, on semiconducting technologies in Europe. This is for us still a very important USP. So yeah, why not look at that combination then, because it will drive a lot of potential innovation in the future as well.
Thank you. So we can do interactively. I don't know if in the audience there are some questions for the experts. In case you don't hesitate just to raise your hand. So, okay. You can always ask. Please, Nathan.
What are the current collaboration between you both?
Yeah, so it's a bit about what Francois already mentioned. So the most important collaborations that we have right now, well, there are plenty of them. At the AI side, it's mainly on the edge devices, so edge AI neuromorphic next generation devices. But of course, the collaboration between CI and IMEC goes much further in that.
Thank you. About the discussion we were having before, so the role of software and hardware, I have the feeling that sometimes also the way how the algorithms are assessed also in publication, so people, at least from my domain, take care much more about the accuracy, about the precision of the algorithm. It tends to forget all the rest, the energy, the computing time. And also if you look, for instance, a very common competition you have on the net, like Kaggle, so people just look at forecasting competition, people just look at accuracy. Don't you think that integrating additional cost functions also in the assessment of the algorithm of the publication related to energy would help opening somewhat the community and making more concrete and more realistic also the kind of the development of algorithm? Because I mean, if you need to spend 10 times more energy to gain 0.1% of accuracy, I mean, people should ask themselves it's worthwhile. So don't you think it's also a matter of how we as a community, or at least the machine learning, the AI community is assessing algorithm? It wouldn't be interesting indeed to stress that this energy component or this computation time should always appear somewhat in the benchmarking or in the results? Probably your community is doing more than mine, but I would like to have your feeling on that. Please.
Actually, I don't know. I mean, you already said, I think it's important.
Yeah.
Obviously, in our community, we are looking at that. I mean, okay. that's an objective. But maybe the question, I mean, this is what I was saying originally. Maybe we need to make more efforts so that people who are developing applications, I mean, a lot of them are already trying to reduce the like, you know, you can you can teach and make a smaller network. You don't do quantization. I mean, there are lots of stuff people are doing, but so it's already the case. What I was saying before is that basically what is missing is really that those people are not aware that it's not because they are reducing the number of computation that they do have an impact on the energy, that they do an impact on the performance. I don't know if maybe it's too expert, maybe it's too difficult, but we need somehow to make the bridge between the communities. It's really important.
I may add a very trivial remark about the quiz that Fabrice explained to us. And the 1,000 times, this is what you have to remember. You can gain 1,000 times of, let's say, efficiency. It can be energy efficiency, as you said. I compute less, I consume less. But there is also something to take into account, which is not easy at all when we are talking about specific, and we all want to make specific chips more optimized, etc. There is a compromise between, let's say, versatility and optimization. And what you gain having 1,000 times better is you are extremely specific. So on the chip side, on the conception side, it is extremely expensive. It is, and you lose a lot of flexibility. Let's say the flexibility of the processor. Everybody knows the difference between a processor and an ASIC. Of course, when you do an ASIC, it is relevant when you can produce it in huge quantities and when you have a very specific problem. When you don't know exactly what you want to do, maybe you tend to make more microcontrollers or computers, etc., etc. And so there is a compromise. And so the compromise of optimization is the same for, let's say, energy reduction, etc. It's the same.
Yeah, I think what the pure software AI researchers are often ignoring is that we're hitting very fast that computational bottleneck. If you look at how the current AI models are evolving, they're more or less doubling every 6 months. If you compare that to Moore's law, which doubles every 2 years, with a bit of luck, it's very soon that we will end up in a situation that we're not going to be able to run the most complex models that we can dream of anymore on big hardware, even on big hardware. And it has a computational aspect, but it has definitely also a sustainable energy aspect as well. If you look at GPT-3, the current carbon emission necessary for actually training GPT-3 is equivalent of driving with your car to the moon and back. And it has a result that right now we're only able to train and build those models really in very large data centers. So we will need to get to not only 1,000 factor reduction, but probably to a 1,000,000 factor reduction. And you can only do that if you do this across the board. If you do that on hardware level, you try to aim for 100, 1,000. At compiler level, you try to aim for 100, 1,000. And at software level, you do that as well. And what I'm often missing is that from a software AI perspective is that people are often building and proposing the perfect neural network architecture. But if you then look at the implementation of it, there might have been a more suboptimal choice that you could have taken from a software perspective. But it would, if you could combine it all together, it would be much more optimal. And that's what I'm really missing right now in a lot of fields.
Okay. Please.
Yes, just one comment. I think the point you underline is very important, because at this moment, my personal feeling is that the research community in AI is very few concerned by frugality. Frugality both in energy, but also in data, because if you reduce the amount of data you need, and if you reduce the computation to build the models, it's very, very important. And it's a subject that emerged, but now, this year or last year, but it's quite recent. And so any actions we could do to push to consider these aspects, for example, proposing to the competitions to have these indicators on energy, amount of data, amount of computations, any indicator we can have would be a good thing. And if someone has the power to push these indicators, do it, because it will help everybody. So I think it's quite important to really to push this concept. Trust is understood now, because we talk about trust from 5 years ago, I would say. Frugality is more recent. But
and about frugality, don't you think that there is a bias in the community when you are talking about AI and hardware? People are thinking about deep learning, which means very complex architecture, which means very complex model, and from a pure statistical perspective, deep learning tends to be excessive on a lot of perspective in terms of parameters. And so I was wondering if there are efforts also in making in make smart implementation also of models which are not so big and large as deep learning. So, in statistics, there are a lot of useful models which are much more frugal than deep learning. Why I think also for question of fashion, people tend to also... And so if you look for instance, for a platform for IoT, You have sometimes the library for deep learning. You don't have yet a library for much simpler models. So, seems a bit odd to start from the beginning with the most complex approach. So, what is your opinion?
Yes, so I think it's also a good point. And I have a seminar yesterday with internally at CEA with people who are working on nuclear instrumentation, so equipment to detect some radiations and some things. And they propose some algorithms AI-based with deep learning and so on. And our AI research teams were there and said, okay, but why do you use deep learning? You can have perfect and perhaps better performance with a very classical clustering algorithms with a low cost and so on. They said, we don't know. we was aware that AI is deep learning, but not also something else. And I think the lesson there is that there is no presentations and clear visions on the different technology and of their roles. And I was impressed because I discussed with the researchers of these teams at CEA, the AI teams, and they have built a table where they said, okay, SVM, random forest, and so on. They took all the technologies they know, deep learning, obviously, and they, on the line, they put some type of applications, and they put a comment across. And internally, when someone comes with an application, they say, okay, where it goes. And after they discuss, they analyze more deeply. And I think we need these visions. And we need to share these visions in order really to push AI on the good technologies, and not only on the most advanced, that is very nice and very best, but
not necessarily from a statistical
sometimes
perspective, the most complex
yes.
is the most accurate as well.
After there is some other tracks that comes, but it's more for research and long-term time research, but it's quite important that also some other researchers consider, okay, we have deep learning, now what will be the next Turing Prize? It will not be deep learning. It will be necessarily something completely different. So think outside the box and how to build models, learn models with other approach than this one. And the field is totally open.
I see. Are there comments? Okay. Any question in the audience? Yeah, please.
To take a very opposite position.
Sure. It's important.
I'm no expert of IA, and I am replacing today my collaborator, Stéphane Cani, which is well known in France on the subject. He is very deeply involved in deep learning, as you may know. You know him. And we are also discussing a lot with Isabelle and Renaud about huge models, which is exactly the opposite question, and which is also true. I think both are true. I agree with what you said, and I also imagine that let's say deep learning will go a step further, or several steps further in the complexity, in the complication, in the difficulty, with this big, huge model on which, for instance, a lot of people are dealing, what we call TALN, which is language treatment, etc., etc. So obviously, we have to think out of the box in many different directions, I would say.
Great, thank you.
So I wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I find the discussion very interesting, and excuse me for the self-promotion, but we just published a little blog post where we go over some of the work we are doing in Leuven, and it's exactly the question of what are the AI models we put on extreme edge devices. So we're not using deep learning, but we are going for probabilistic graphical models, which are much more compact. It touches upon questions of the compiler, because those are irregular graphs that we're dealing with, so we can't have a regular architecture to map any neural network on it. We are dealing with different data types, so that we're not having 64-bit floats, but we are using POSIT representations. So it's actually a nice example that incorporates almost all the aspects that were mentioned. So what I want to say is that I think there is already interesting work going on exactly covering all these aspects, and yeah.
Please. May I ask which open source platform you use, if you use any for those applications?
I mean, I don't know exactly what open source platform you mean, but it's all. I wasn't part of the research team that built this, but I mean, it's research. They have developed these tools, right? Yeah. No. It's research. Yeah, sorry.
Because we have this whole debate in France about open source platforms that would be European, and there are many, and so yeah.
Okay, no, that was foundational research. Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we go to the methodology of design, so making nowadays hardware software co-design, it means take a lot of decisions, a lot of choices. And so I had always the feeling that the domain of choice of search is so complex that most of the time it's quite an art to design a nice application with both components, making the good choice, the good mapping. So do you have the feeling that we are converging to a methodology which is common, which is structured, which is less artistic and more formal? What is your feeling with respect to the existing methodology nowadays for doing co-design and the state of the art? What is your feeling? Are you happy or what exists, or where do you think people should improve more? I see you smiling. I don't know which.
I don't know. Actually, I think we are very far from.
And why? So why do you think we are far?
Because I mean it's very recent. I mean all this area. And we need to combine so many different expertise. It's
so it's still a lot of human insight in the design.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at what my expertise, which is compiler, I mean, all this requires us to really rethink the compiler design itself. So it's a lot of work. Whenever there is a new architecture that is coming, you need to redesign. You need, all those the portability that was mentioned before is really it's what we call the performance portability. So basically, you need to be versatile to all those new architectures and new algorithms and so it's I think the big challenge, because we do need to have an end-to-end. We need to have some feedback, but it's not just only let's try this solution, let's compile it, let's execute it and come back, because this is going to cost too much in energy and in time. So we need some shortcuts, and it's really a big challenge.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. I think right now it's a lot of trial and error. There's a famous paper, the lottery paper, which really says that it's right now finding the right combination of a software architecture and a hardware architecture. It's basically the same chance of having a lottery. And the problem is that the timescales are completely different if you want to build a completely new chip architecture. That takes time, takes a lot of time. And if you then link that to the software, it's a completely mismatch in terms of time, and it's also a completely mismatch often in terms of just understanding each other, because these are two fundamentally different principles. Okay, it's engineering, computer science, but still it's hard to really to understand each other. On the other hand, where I think there is a lot of potential, for me, if you look at it from a very abstract way, machine learning is one of the most deterministic programs in the world, in the sense that you know what type of piece of data that you're going to push towards your compute next if you have a certain software architecture. So it's much more deterministic, it's much more predictable than what you would have in a very interactive application where everything can happen. So the data is completely different, but the type of data that you pull is often very much the same.
Yes, I think there is some contradictions inside machine learning AI and general deep learning AI, because the algorithms is quite simple. It's not a complex program. When we consider complex programs, it's much more complex than the algorithms, and in particular after learning for the inference phase. But what is difficult is that the research, there is innovations and progress in research and technical on the algorithms each year. And on the side of architecture, technology, hardware, there is progress also, and variations and proposals, perhaps not each year, but quite soon. But the technology, before to be ready to be used, needs 10 years of work and of development. So we have a real problem of time scaling, and co-design, efficient co-design can be done with stable technologies somewhere. And so we don't are there. So we have to be very agile, to anticipate what will be needed, and to prepare solutions that will be adaptable, but we don't know how, on which parameter, for the next generation of hardware. And it's quite a challenge, but this needs that the teams has both competencies on algorithms, compilations, and architecture and technology. It's at least 3 competencies different.
I wanted to add an element here. So at my time, at least when I was working on this topic, there was a lot of discussion about performance models, about simulators, so about the fact that data science itself can help the design process. Because when you're talking about trial and error, it means that you can in any way collect a lot of data from simulators, from previous experience. So do you have the feeling that, so this is something we were doing, I was doing at the time 20 years ago. So you say, okay, co-design is recent, but it's a lot of time that people are working, reasoning about this kind of issues. So I wanted to have your opinion about if data science as a fact of making the process more statistically controlled and taking advantage of data of simulators, if this can help the entire process. Since at the end we are talking about optimization, so it means we are talking about measures, modeling, complex systems. Please.
So I'm very far from, let's say, basic expertise and experience, but not from my interest. And I will quote again my colleague Stéphane, who came to me and very surprisingly to me said to me, you know, IA will help the design of IA chips.
What I wanted
so
to claim.
I thought it was science fiction I was doing, but you say you were doing it for 20 years now, and I'm pretty sure it is a very complex and difficult field, but maybe the solution is in the difficulty itself.
Yeah, I agree completely with this remark.
To help the design of a chip, you need the data. And if you never has done the design, you have no data. So before AI will be efficient on designing new chips, you need to have a lot of experience of designing new chips. So it's an open question.
But yeah, completely true. And maybe I'm not sure. Again, I'm far from my expertise, but you will contradict if I'm wrong. What I understand in the full spectrum of valorization I was talking at the beginning, I understand the most difficult will be the CAD tools. And by the way, worldwide, there are only American tools available, Cadence, Synopsys, etc. And it is both a difficulty and a challenge and maybe an opportunity, because there we are talking about new ways to deal with CAD tools. So maybe it will be also an opportunity to recover, to catch up. I don't know if you answer this question. This is more a question.
No, I think it's absolutely correct, and I think we're seeing that those simulation tools, you need to call them digital twins now, or you're out of fashion, but it's basically for a large part the same thing. Those digital twins, and the combination of generating data out of a simulation, but then also transferring this into the real environment. It's an open research challenge, but it's going to be one that is going to transform a lot of or introduce a lot of new applications in that sphere as well. Absolutely.
Yes,
So,
so sorry. Okay, my turn. I think we are going outside AI scope, but what you said, I think, is very, very important. If you want to have strategic autonomy, we need to consider to be autonomous on the tools we need to use to build the system, to build the AI, to build the software. And it's really critical to ensure that Europe build its own tools. And as these tools require a lot of investment, and we have very nice US or Asian tools for this, we have to consider an original approach. I think an opportunity would be to consider an original approach to build tools by federating several actors around the open source platforms in order to be able to push another way to design the chips, to design the software, to build the AI, and so on. I think it's a real challenge, and it's a challenge that is not well identified at the European levels, because they consider the chips, they consider the research on AI, but very few the tooling we need between them.
Fabrice, the comment, and then the lady in the audience, please.
I mean, maybe I want to just conclude on that. It's more important than what I wanted to say. Still, yeah, I mean, we can discuss afterward, but maybe open source is not enough, but that's another discussion.
Open source, not totally open. Please.
You talked about the trade-off between efficiency and computational and accuracy, etc. But what about trust? Do you incorporate trust in that trade-off? And what are the main challenges on that? Yeah, I know it's a big question.
So you have 1 minute. Just
1 minute, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, there is as often when we want to optimize, we have to optimize in several dimensions, and one dimension is in contradiction with the others. So probably putting in the design elements that ensures more trust could decrease the performances or the accuracy. And perhaps sometimes if we want a strong trust, so a model simple on which we can demonstrate some properties, we will decide to have a less performance. But it's an open subject because we don't have the solutions ready on the table for trust. We are building the tools and the methodology. And one key element is first to define what is trust. What are the property? And it's a quite difficult question.
Mm-hmm. I understand, but there is interest from business, from research to incorporate those aspects.
Sure.
Is that right?
Sure,
okay.
sure.
I didn't mention it, but in the second generation of IA, huge project in France, we have four pillars, and one is trustworthy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to say something? No. Okay, so just to finish, thanks to all the speakers. So I think you realize that making nowadays an AI application means to make a big journey in complexity, in complex systems at different levels, where different criteria, and the more we reason about that, the more there are criteria which should be considered, like ethics, so energy, and so don't forget this multi-dimensional nature of the problem. So I will stop here, I guess. Okay, thank you all the speakers.
Entre mes lunettes et la salle, mais faut que je choisisse. Bien, bonjour tout le monde. Donc là, on fait.
All right, hello everyone. So this session will be mostly in French, but we do have a guest, and she will be speaking English. She will be using the simultaneous interpreters. So this session will be focused mainly on a couple of examples of big success stories, of very innovative IA projects. AI projects with very young dynamic teams, and I think it's really always good for us to know, to see that Generation 2030 is really helped by young people. We will have Marie Skolson, who's marketing director at Diagazo. She works at Euronova, and she will explain what she does and what those companies do as well. She will focus mostly on big results that they have managed to obtain so far. And then we'll have Jean-Baptiste Masson, who's head of a lab at the Institut Pasteur. He's professor at Prairie, and he founded Avatar Medical. Again, it's a very promising field. And then we will have Mrs. Katrin Schulte, who is a PhD student in a research project in AI at the Bielefeld Universität. So we will start with the first one on the list, i.e. Mrs. Colson, Marie Colson. Please, will you take the floor? And I hope it's working. Yes, it is working. Fantastic. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is indeed Marie Skolson, and my info on LinkedIn was not entirely accurate. I'm in charge of company culture at Euronova, and I'm also in charge of public relations, exterior relations, which is why I am here today. I'm going to give you a small... This is me. So I'm going to give you a presentation about Euronova. I prepared everything in English, and I thought it was relatively clear, so I'll switch to English now, if that's okay with you, since it's how I prepared it.
Comment est née Euronova? In Europe need to innovate in their industrial sectors. They want to design new business lines, craft new products, offer tailor-made services to their users. To do so, they know they can tap into data technologies, but they need available and easy-to-use toolboxes that let them focus on their own expertise while working as a technology exoskeleton. Indeed, IT is not their job. It is ours. For 13 years now, Euronova specializes in data technologies at the heart of Europe. Our name, inspired by Christopher Columbus' exploration traveled towards the Terra Nova, translates our mission, which is to explore science, serve organizations, and craft solutions. By exploring science, we can grasp technology opportunities and stay at the edge of scientific state-of-the-art. We make this knowledge useful for our customers and partners. We support their ambitions by designing and delivering world-class innovative projects with them. This way, our scientific knowledge connects with real-world problems and merge into usable toolboxes that can speed up the economy of Europe. Our ultimate goal is to have a positive impact on society thanks to valuable IT solutions, inspired by cutting-edge science and grounded in industries. We cannot reach this goal all alone. With our customers and partners, we co-create IT products and joint ventures. With our people, we encourage intra- and entrepreneurship. With our ecosystem, we fund spin-offs, spin-outs, and startups. And inside our company, we adopt a fail-fast approach. We believe that together with our customers, with our partners, and our people, we can create the European economy of tomorrow.
Thank you, Maryse. So we will have questions for each of them after the introduction pitch. So I will give the micro to Jean-Baptiste now, who will speak about his startup Avatar.
Merci beaucoup. Donc.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That is indeed my name. My presentation was in English, but I'll deliver it in French. My name is Jean-Baptiste Masson. I work at the Institut Pasteur. We're a small partner of Prairie as well. The head of Prairie is right here. So I'm going to tell you about one of the projects of the laboratory, which is in the end turned into a startup. So it's nice for you to classify me into the success story category. It's very flattering. At the beginning of the project, we had a project called DIVIN, which is an acronym for a larger project, and I actually can't remember what it means, so whatever, but it's an acronym. You can see the images, especially in the upper left-hand corner. It was a project that was based on microscopy at the beginning. And the idea, one of the main ideas, was to interact and deal with data, but with 3D aspect. We worked with Mohamed Elberi, who wrote a brilliant thesis. And we also worked with Maxime Daon. He actually died since then. And we figured, why not work with virtual reality? And it worked really well from the get-go. At the beginning, it was mostly about us having fun, and then it turned into something much bigger. So you can see here a rat brain on the left-hand side. Well, actually, it's probably on your right-hand side. In the center, you have Drosophil cells, and on the right-hand side, you have MRI imaging. And the idea was to have a look at this representation and optimize the different elements of representation through IA in real time. The idea is for an interaction to be acceptable in VR or in AR. You need, for the refresh rate, the speed at which it's displayed, to be around 90 Hertz. So there were a lot of constraints to do with both hardware and software for things to go fast enough. On the right-hand side, you can see another extension of those types of approaches. So we focus solely on science for this one, with clouds of dots, dot clouds, and you can see the trajectory of proteins inside of a cell in a different software. We were collaborating with the Curie Institute on that project, so we had some doctors from the Curie Institute. It's in Paris. It's an oncology laboratory. There's also a hospital together with it, the Curie Hospital, and they thought the project was fun, and they said, could we not see MRI imaging in there? And so what you can see at the bottom is an injected MRI of a patient with breast cancer, and on the right-hand side you can see what it looks like in our system. So it's real-time rendering. It's not segmentation. The idea is that so long as you don't lose information, there's no data loss in what we're representing here. So here this is captured inside the system, but it's on a 2D screen. The impact, when you look at it with a headset, it's really amazing. It looks like you have really the thing right in front of you, an object in front of you, and you can imagine what you will do. So surgeons, for example, we notice surgeons don't always look at the data, and when we showed them the data from radiology, very often they didn't really know what we were talking about. So better not get ill is what I'm telling you. You have to do projects inside hospitals. So we thought it was important for us to work with a startup. Inside Institut Pasteur, we have a whole array. There's a whole department to support a certain number of projects, to find industrial partners or become a startup of their own if necessary. So we got a huge amount of support. I probably have negative economic knowledge, so I was doing a very, very bad job at PR. They were very stressed about me being here today, actually. They're quite afraid of what I may tell you. So we did find partners, including a CEO who used to work in the US, and it made it possible to for us to go for an iLab. So iLab is a procedure in France to create a startup based on the laboratory. So we did that, and the company was created with the five of us, 5 people, Xavier Vertel, who's one of the CEOs now, and his colleague Marie Biolnet. And one of the persons who were in charge in the Pasteur department to help encourage the creation of startups. She really liked our project, and so she's now a part of it. So yeah, this is another slide that I stole from the official deck to show you about the timelines. This is just to give you a general idea. The only important point right now is that we are being validated by the FDA. Of course, you have to think about compatibility between software between the US and Europe. So we did a certain number of things. We deployed systems both in the US and in the EU. And I don't want to be too long, but yeah, this is basically where we are at the moment with different systems that have been purchased or will be purchased. And for the rest, I think we're making relatively good progress. Thank you for your attention.
Merci Jean-Baptiste.
Thank you very much, Jean-Baptiste. And then we now come to our last presentation by Catherine Schul. She will be introducing us to another application of industrial transfer. And behind the success story, what will be highlighted is how we can transfer innovation to startups and to the industry as a whole.
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction. Hello from my side. I'm Katrin Schulte, and I'm a PhD student at the Bielefeld University of Applied Science in Germany. And 2020, I finished my master's degree in electrical engineering, so I'm engineering and power systems. Since 2019, I'm working as a research assistant at the Institute for Technical Energy Systems in the working group Grids and Energy Systems. And currently, I am working in the German-French research project AI4DG, which I would like to present you today. My research topics are the integration of renewable energies, the use of AI in power systems, and the forecast of photovoltaic systems. A very short presentation of our working group. In Bielefeld, our working group researches solutions for the integration of renewable energies and electric vehicles into the power system. And the use of AI-based systems for grid operations, as well as intelligent measurement technologies. Professor Haurock is the head of the group, and yeah, we are working in different research projects, such as the AI4DG project. This slide. Yeah, the success story I would like to present you today is a German-French research project, AI4DG. Some key data before the project is funded in the funding program German-French joint call for proposals on artificial intelligence. We started last year in 2021 in October, and the project will end in September 2024. And yeah, the project budget is about €1 million. But now to the AI4DG project, and in the long form, AI on the edge for a secure and autonomous distribution grid control with a high share of renewable energies. Yeah, the project is about the application of AI in the power system. We are investigating a distributed AI platform for the control of battery storage systems in households to provide flexibilities for the power system. And in this context, we are investigating a decentralized AI approach with cognitive edge computing. So this means that we not process the data in a central cloud, but we process the data in edge controllers direct in the household where the data are generated. And this guarantees us the data security and a secure energy supply. Yeah, here you can see our partner in the project. We are working with research institutions from Germany and from France. In Germany, it's the Bielefeld University and the Bielefeld University of Applied Science, and in France, the University of Grenoble-Alpes. And so we have experts from the power system, from edge computing, and from artificial intelligence. Myself, I'm from the power system side, and we are working with two partners from industry. In Germany, it's the Westfalen Weser Netz GmbH. It's a German distribution grid operator. And in France, we are working with Atos World Grids. They develop IT solutions for the energy sector. Yeah, I think that's enough from my side. I have some more slides, but I think this is enough. And yeah, I'm happy to tell you more about our project. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will come back to Mary's with asking some example of the contribution of EuropeanAIWeek to help the development of some startup or the activity of some startups, if you have some, but I believe.
Yes, I do. I switch again in French, I guess. Oui, donc effectivement, quand EuropeanAIWeek
When EuropeanAIWeek was set up back in 2008, our ambition was to set up startups because we had noted that there were only a few of them in Europe. So our business model at EuropeanAIWeek was to gather research in computer science. We work with a computer science network. They have published 55 scientific publications since 2008. So our ambition is to remain at the cutting edge of scientific technologies, but we also want to work from a practical point of view, give advice to companies to understand the difficulties that they're facing. And our ambition is to, well, first identify problems within the companies, then presenting a cutting edge technology and a cutting edge solution. It can be a product, a framework, a software. We want to give companies the possibility to solve their problems with the solutions that we suggest. And for instance, we have developed Digazu, and Digazu is the proof of concept that our data carry values. Digazu is a giant cannelloni, if you want, well, using here an image. And other products, other solutions are being developed. Of course, we are full of ideas. We cannot develop all of them, but we are now working on 4 ideas. First of all, a program which is driven by GDPI by design. This is a program based on LNP technologies to extract data and to privatize data in documents. Then there is another program that aims at harmonizing PET scan images to do cancer research. This project is called Harmonous. Then there is a third one based on neurons networks. It aims at optimizing investment portfolio. So based on the concerns that we identify in the industries, well, we try to propose meaningful, the right solutions that offer the right product. Now, this is true for Avatar, but also for the other 2 international projects whose international dimension lies in the content of the project, in the cooperations. I'd like to ask you how you see this international dimension and how important is this international dimension in your research project? Well, right from the start, right from the idea of building up a startup, for the medical and the hospital market, we decided to turn to the US market. Then we met Xavier Vartel, who was living in the US and creating companies there. He had visited the Pasteur Institute with his company, and since he liked the project, he started heading it and became the director. Now, the second important item of this international dimension is the ecosystem. Now, the ecosystem is not easy, but it is very efficient in terms of working in the US and applying it to medical applications. We wanted to have this project validated by the FDA. Our idea was that if another company had already validated something, we could succeed in meeting the first step criteria and having the project validated by hospitals. So there are research use only softwares that can be used for research projects in hospital centers. And once we are validated, we can move to the next steps. Now, of course, the US is a huge country. Not all the states operate in the same manner. So we have different partners, but regulation, perhaps here in Europe, is more complex when it comes to software, at least. Maryse.
Merci.
Thank you. Now, of course, we want to export our project, and here in Belgium, we can rely on the support of AWEX that helps us in exporting our project and in making the project known in the Middle East, in other countries of Asia, in the US, of course. Now, what is key is to be part of the European economic fabric, because I think that we also need to bridge the gap between research, ideas on the one hand, and then the marketing of ideas. Now, I think that the pace in the US and here in Europe is not exactly the same. Now, here in Europe, we are focused on looking for perfection, and our engineers appreciate nice outcomes, nice algorithm. And I think that this is something that we have to avoid when we want to export our activities. I think that we have to accept that the project is not perfect. The idea is really to move forward in a nutshell, even if the project is not perfect. Thank you. Catherine, over to you.
I'm ready.
So how do you see the role of international collaboration in Europe or larger?
Yeah, it's very important. Our strategy, or international strategy of our working group is to cooperate an international project, because the energy transition is an international challenge. The whole Europe is a challenge for whole Europe, because the aim of Europe is, of course, climate protection and increasing of renewable energies. So for us, it's really important to work and to cooperate in an international context, because it is easier to integrate such AI systems in an international context when we work together on these topics.
Okay, thank you. Donc, une question également pour tout le monde. Donc,
I have a question for all of you. What are the hurdles that you've identified? What are the main challenges when it comes to transferring research outcomes or to create startups at the national and international level? Where are the main challenges? Now, as far as we are concerned, one of the main challenges when it comes to medical applications or medical centers. It is about using machine learning in a medical context. Now, there are new guidelines on how to check that an algorithm is performant, it's efficient enough, how it can be included in hospital practice. So we will need to comply with these guidelines, but in many cases, planning algorithm, for instance, have not been checked ahead or prior to their application. We will also need to define which methods need to be used for the processing of scanners, what are the databases that will need to be used and tested. So there is a lot. There are a lot of rules that require close controls, close monitoring, but they remain very ambiguous. There are also many interactions with people. And cross-checks are also necessary. But how can you demonstrate in an image analysis system that no abnormality will occur? It can never be perfect. So the idea is really to move forward along with the FDA, and it goes the same for the patent strategy, where there are still some loopholes and shortcomings and a lot of unknown. So as far as Europe is concerned now, the CE marking regulation is undergoing changes, and we do not know exactly when the reform will come into force. So we need to have the whole file validated, and we will need, of course, to work with our partners. We are not alone because we are helped by legal firms, by experts, but we do know that the waiting time will be long, and that's why we have started with the FDA validation. So, as for any codes, the more applications there are, the more codes there are to improve images. So error spreading will be difficult to work on. And scientifically speaking, I think that there will be more and more unknowns in the future. When you work with the industry, it's always easier, but from a scientific point of view, we need to have the method validated, and when you patch this, you have to identify the potential errors. Now, of course, we have the intellectual means to carry out these checks, but then we will need to have the systems being validated by a medical center. If a medical center uses the software, well, we will need to have very stringent guidelines. So what about the link with the risk-based assessment of the European Commission? This is a very good thing. In some cases, when there are many stakeholders, the device manufacturer, now, of course, the images produced by RMIs are not always the same based on the manufacturer. So the medical field is quite peculiar. In France, there were some delays. So I think that you cannot have one device here with a different visualization system, but some hospitals in Paris work both with migrant patients and patients living in Paris. And so they are faced with issues that are not the same as other hospitals face. Now, what will be quite useful is, well, beyond the main guidelines, to be supported by different bodies to know exactly what we must check, what we must validate, and to see how we can adapt solutions on a case-by-case basis and based on the local criteria. Marie Curie is a very good research institute. They work on the most complex cancer cases. So it is not only a matter of federated learning and retrieving the learning done here and there. I think there will be complexities in terms of checking the precision level. Thank you. Now coming back to research transfer to businesses. Now, managing a researcher's frustration in seeking perfection is probably an obstacle in the way. Now, one of the main challenges will be to set up the right team, because the DNA of a researcher is not the DNA of a businessman nor the DNA of an expert. So combining these different personalities is necessary if we are to build a good startup, to continue doing research and exploring science and make it available to these startups that need research outcomes. Now, the public funds that are made available to businesses are also crucial. Now, for some startups, it's not easy to raise funds to get started. It is very difficult for a business to start an activity. You have to be you have to be a risk lover. So I think there are a lot of rules that exist to protect citizens and to protect companies, but we also need to protect businessmen. We need to help them starting their activity, because I think that in the future we need more of these startups. So that's a very nice question. Catherine.
Yeah, the translation wasn't ready, so I'm a little bit later. Yeah, in my opinion, the main challenge for the transfer from research to products is other research projects of basic research or theoretical research, because it's a really long-term process to transfer the research results of theoretical research into real products. And I think this is the main challenge. We, in our research, in our working group, we are working on applied research projects. We are working together with the industry partners, and our aim is to develop, for example, prototypes and to test these prototypes in the field of our industry partners. Yeah, so we can test it in a real environment. Yeah, of course, after this, the research results must be done ready for real products, for example, the design, or to check regulations or fine-tuning and so on. But I think applied research is a really important step to transfer research results to real products and to transfer to the industry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I will continue with you, and after I will go to the two others. What are from your point of view, the main challenge of using AI for the energy domain? and in particular for smart energy distribution?
Yeah. I think the main challenge is that the power system or the energy sector is a critical infrastructure. And we have to guarantee the energy supply, the supply with electricity, and of course, often data security is often an issue in this topic. So I think when we have an AI which interacts with the power system, for example, to control it, this is the main challenge using AI. So this is the reason why we are using a decentralized AI approach in our AI4DG project. So we can process the data locally where they are generated and not in a central cloud. So we can guarantee the energy supply and top data security topics.
Okay, thank you. Maryse?
Aussi dans le monde de l'énergie?
For which field? For the energy field? For the one you prefer? Now, I think that when it comes to transfer of knowledge, the main difficulty lies in data management. Euronova is very cooperates with small and medium companies, and the main difficulty lies in managing, handling, governing data while complying with the GDPR. Transferring data, cleaning data are where the main difficulties lie. The data engineering, I would say, is the main challenge for us. And it's not a very glamorous topic, of course. We need more data engineers. There are more training modules on data engineering. And I would say that in the future, companies, and this will be their main challenge, will need at all levels of the organization to be more familiar with data management. And I think that the most successful companies are the biggest companies that have completely shifted their mindset. They have set up a model, they have made a proof of concept and demonstrated the added value of data. And in the production phase, you sometimes need to invest in a new data platform that will collect all data and redistribute them. And again, the most successful companies are the ones that align all their teams, the companies where the top management makes a huge mindset shift. And this means, of course, organizing training on data, understanding what data science, what data engineering are all about. And these are the companies that are able to build a production data and build a model around data management. So in a nutshell, in summary, I would say that the main challenge for AI in companies has to do with data management and the participation, the involvement of the whole team around one common goal.
Dans le médical, oui.
Thank you. In the medical field, I think it's really going to be, everything will be complicated. Let's be clear. I think First of all, we have the same issue with the medical field with GDPR. It's even more constraints because it's medical. It's very likely that we'll find solutions, but we don't know whether we'll have big centralized infrastructures. Not all hospitals are at the same level in terms of digitalization. There's also a problem of non-representativity from a statistical perspective of the data that are available. And when you can see some data sets for training, for competitions, for works on oncology, for example, you have basically just healthy people who got unlucky and had cancer. When we see data from the hospitals, very often people who have liver problems also have cirrhosis. So fluorescence, the signal leaks everywhere, and there is a disjunction between what the data really looks like and what they have been used for. So that's a classic problem. But in terms of the medical field, it really has real-life implications, real-life consequences. So how do we manage mistakes if the mistakes are propagated throughout the system? Because this is not trivial. Doctors, surgeons are very enthusiastic about such tools, but it's important for them to not be too confident either in the use of such tools. In the medical field, there's been huge enthusiasm for AI for a while, supported by some articles that were true, okay, but maybe not. The scientific literature was maybe sometimes a bit too cherry-picked. If one doctor works on one specific theme, of course you can optimize more than if a doctor works on several things. So it's a lot more complicated than you might think. So there's been a whole movement moving towards AI, and we saw that real-life results are a lot more modest, I guess. So helping a physician, giving them something that is at least a little useful, something that works also within the framework of a hospital, it's quite another thing. So there are possibilities, but the use cases are sometimes quite different. So it can be, we can find solutions, I'm quite sure, but we need to get out of this extreme enthusiasm and start being a little bit more realistic. If everybody who works in the medical field, we know that things worked well before. The question is it going to have added value? The answer is yes. Well, new technologies, we can do better, but it'll take time. And this is where we need initiatives, we need support, we need to promote also with funding some initiatives with research laboratories, people who work in hospitals with the industry to check how things are implemented on the field, check that these things really work at the right scale when they are really used. Then it also becomes really useful. It would be good if most companies who say short-term, a lot of people used to work on diagnosis. Now we work more on supporting physicians, helping them, and so on and so forth. The question is, does it really help them? At the very beginning, we were quite naive. I knew nothing about the medical world either. So we got in touch with radiologists to talk about the technology, and they always said they had no time and told us to bugger off. And radiologists told us something that makes sense. I was trained to work in 3D and see a number of things. This is useless. So they get calls all the time by people just like me who get in touch, who want to offer a new solution, and so on and so forth. They can't answer everyone. So it's quite complicated. You also have inside mechanisms where if the surgeons have a tool, the radiologists need to have it too, and so on and so forth. The surgeons are really, really big fans of such little toys, but the data actually belong to the radiologists. So the question is that the software. Do we just have stations? Do we get the data from the radiologists and then the tool is used by the surgeons, but then there's jealousy? So there's a question about mistakes, about how to deal with mistakes, but there are also questions about who is at the helm, who is using those tools, and there's a storage data storage system in hospitals. We may have something on each ward, or will each surgeon have their own little toy for their own team? It is quite complicated. We don't know whether we want to execute the inference or not. It's a complicated environment. Thank you. Okay, so there are quite a lot of points that are mentioned. You never spoke of trust. Not once did you speak of trust, but I'm guessing that it is quite important for a lot of the latest interventions with questions of safety, security, data protection, and so on and so forth. There are also some data biases that need to be counterbalanced. So I'm guessing this is one of the aspects, one of the strategic axes that we have in the EU that is supported and seen by the Commission. I guess that it probably answers some of your expectations. Data management, we saw, was a key element as well. We're just waiting for operational solutions too. We do feel that it's going to be complicated, as it should be as well, because the reality is what it is, and you cannot just detach yourself from reality entirely, and I think we'll understand that. But this is all related to your success stories. But do you have an opinion or a point of view regarding the more, performance aspect or the interest of IA? I mean, IA is going to. We thought about the smart grid already. We know about edge servers. Do you have an idea of what is at stake with those servers in order to be able to deploy really high performance IA long term? Let's maybe start with Catherine, if you don't mind.
You mentioned that you put the AI at the edge, so near the battery and the energy equipment. And do you see or do you have some research regarding what are the challenges related to embedding the AI close to the usage? And if yes, what they are?
I think the challenge is that we have to increase the acceptance of the users in the households. We should do more research, project and applied research. We should demonstrate our results in the real life, so the users can see the results, and we can increase acceptance of the users. And this is what we want to do in our AI4DG project. We want to demonstrate the decentralized AI platform in a real power grid or a real power system of our German system operator, Westfalen-Weser-Netz, and with a software and hardware product from Atos for the edge computing, so the user can see the advantages from AI, and we can increase the acceptance. And our aim is to show that AI could be a solution for the energy transition. I think this is only we can only realize it with demonstrations in the real world. Thank you.
Okay, so for you, the capability to embed the AI near to the usage is a key to increase acceptance of AI. Yeah. Okay, clear. Maryse?
Yes, indeed, I do believe that Europe is working at the moment. I mean, the GDPR protects citizens, and it's a good thing. It also protects companies because it encourages companies to use high-quality data while respecting everybody's personal data. So it encourages us to use data that you can trust, and therefore models that you can trust as well. And I believe that for the moment we are also thinking about ethical issues, and I do believe that the Alan Turing Institute in the UK is also invested in such research. But I think this is also where research can be key, can be really interesting. Recently at Euronova, the research center started thinking about how we could guarantee that data is high quality. We've developed an IA model that made it possible for us to say the model has that and that many % of mistakes. And if, based on the data set, you can decrease the error margin in the data by Y%, you end up with Z% plus compared to the original model. So we're using IA to correct the data that will feed into another AI program. So it's very useful for data quality, and the new research model is based on complexity of data. The more complex the data, the more we use graph technologies that help us represent a large number of data in several dimensions with links between the data. But graph is an evolving technology. So how can we guarantee that the AI model that we will develop based on it will remain consistent? Will remain the same. Researchers are also looking at how we can create synthetic data in order not to start from the real data. Like, how can we reproduce data referring to an imaginary person, but that could be real. How can we use that correctly? Also, how are we going to be able to encourage a model to consider minorities in order for the model not to directly say, look, this is an outsider, let's ignore him or her? Because no, it might be a minority with a behavior that is maybe different, but still very relevant and very interesting for our use, for our purposes. It might be possible to define a new use that will become a new trend later down the line. So I think this is what's at stake in terms of research. We need to think about ethical questions, about trust questions for algorithms and data sets. This is a really interesting question for medical and biomedical applications, because we are very much limited by the regulations themselves and by the notion of verification. If you need to have your software or your approach validated, it will be validated globally, so it will be identical everywhere, supposedly. But practically, we could have more local applications, but we may not do it because then it's not where it's been validated. And if the code evolves, even though the procedures have been made, even though we have procedures in place to avoid any big deviation, it's still not going to be validated. So medically, you have to either have a fully standardized solution, which could be, it would probably be better to implement it at a local level. In hospitals, there's a big question as to cloud or no cloud. Inference, for example, in a hospital area, in a hospital context, does not necessitate to use the cloud, but some other applications do, and there are a lot of questions in that respect, and I think it will be really interesting to manage. Not by me, I'm not the one who's going to manage, but it's going to be a very interesting field. If something needs to be adapted, do we adapt it globally and have it validated? Because every time that there is a significant change in the software, you need to have it revalidated. And that raises the question of what is a significant change in machine learning? If you say in the software, we now have, a general architecture, it works. And basically, this is what they check. They check that the results are consistent and that it works, that it just that it operates and that it does what it's supposed to do, and that if you hit it with a hammer, it continues to work and it does what it's supposed to do. But if you tweak something or readapt something, how do we define whether it's significant or not? And there's a big question there in the industry, not just in the medical field, but in the industry, to determine what significant means. And we have no solution. We have no one-size-fits-all for that. And we must make sure that the economic environment, that the institutional environments adapt to the technological changes so that we may have the freedom to experiment. Because if we let a code evolve locally, if you readapt to the statistics in terms of hospitals' patients recruitment, how do we consider if it deviates too much from the authorized solution, or if it's okay? In France, we have a ranking of hospitals, which is quite a fun thing to look at when you know hospitals. We have some departments where there are a lot of people who die, like oncology departments, and it skews there's a bias in the results because there are more people who die there because they have a big oncology department. It's the same for IA. Do we take into account who enters the system in order to assess the output, basically? How do we regulate efficacy? How do we, and it's what my colleague said about minorities. It's true that medical imaging is always abnormal. It's never standard. So there are many questions that are raised and many interesting issues to study. Thank you very much. Well, I guess I am pretty much at the end of my questions. I guess maybe I can leave the floor back to you if you have a word of conclusion for this roundtable. You may, of course, give your key message. Yeah, we do have a bit of time for questions as well in the room, if there are any. Yes, sure, absolutely. Yeah, I do have a question for Jean-Baptiste. I might be completely wrong, but I think in the past, medical data, especially imaging data, you don't really have access to the raw data from the machine, do you? And I think in the field of photography, it's very useful to have access to the raw data. So differentiating between two methods, will that not be completely spoiled by the fact that since it's not the raw data, a lot of information has been lost already? And if it's multi-platform, multi-machines, multi-hospital, is that not going to be unmanageable? You're right, as usual, you're right. And it's kind of fun, actually, because it's a bit biased what I say, but the only companies that manage to implement things in hospitals really quickly are the ones who manage the machine directly, who say, look, I have the images, normally an MRI lasts an hour, I will have that, and I will use the algorithm. So yes, the data is transformed, and in this specific industry, there's also an obfuscation culture, so the formats aren't easy to use. It's not standardized from one machine to the next, and it's, of course, very complicated. In a lot of cases, we do prefer to use raw data, but for that, we need to have access to raw data, and we don't always. So sometimes we need some specific authorization to get the raw data that we can use to do something else. But yes. Are there European efforts for you to, or, push to force manufacturers to give access to raw data? I have no idea. I think if the industry is interested, why not? But there are very different company cultures. I know in the framework of research, so not for my company, but we're also working on fetuses, so fetal imaging in my company. Some do sometimes have ultrasounds. Ultrasounds is not a problem. You can get raw data, no problem, not complicated. If we find something, they'll be happy. It's not a problem at all, but it's not the case for all types of imaging. I had a question for Professor Masson as well regarding machine learning tools for the medical world. You spoke of guidelines. You said that it was for the moment a little bit blurry, a little bit unclear. Do you believe that we could reach clearer guidelines? Once we speak of risk, we speak of statistics, probabilities, false positive, false negative. It's already quite complicated for physicians, for doctors to understand that. So I was wondering, is it not rather a question of culture? So once we have guidelines, if we try to translate probability or statistical data in a quality way, I think some of the meaning might be lost. And I wonder if you don't think that it's just difficult for people to understand that you're faced with a statistical tool with a performance that is not 100%. And so once you're out of 100% accuracy, it becomes very vague. I mean, in the past, you had physicians who knew how to communicate with patients, who could tell patients there's a risk and so on and so forth. But physicians were the interface. Now we have an automated tool, and that becomes very quantitative, doesn't it? I think the opposite, in fact. In fact, physicians are very used to that. They may not be used to very precise statistics, but in any and all clinical trial in Europe, you have to know about statistics, you have to understand it. It depends on specialties, I'm sure, but there is a certain notion of what's risky. And we do accumulate a lot of data from the patient to determine whether there is a risk or whether there is no risk. The physicians are sometimes interested in some data and then ignore other data. And we don't always know why, but usually they're right. And there's a whole... a physician sees things in a patient that we do not see. And I don't think physicians will be a problem in our approach. I think on our end, we must also remain realistic in terms of how much help our tools will provide. Guidelines will be difficult to draft, and they are partially motivated by who pays for what in the medical world as well. In fact, if insurances pay, if it's a purely private system, in the end, the calculation of an insurance is simpler. Even if you have an algorithm that is not as performance as a doctor, but the performance is constant for the whole population, we may use that model. That model will be the norm. The fluctuations around it can be managed hospital by hospital. In the US, it's often centered on one hospital, one type of specialty, one type of performance. I mean, there are some people who are never gotten into surgery because of statistics, so that's a problem. But if it's a more public thing, there'll be a balance between the performance you may hope for and the amount of control that is given to the doctor. But I think the hospital world is ready to integrate such tools, to use those tools, and we have to accept that it will be annoying that they use some things and other things aren't used at all, because in real life medical practice, they see immediately what works and what doesn't. There are some tools that will be ejected immediately. Some of them will be ejected for stupid reasons, but other things, physicians have so much to do, and if it's not performant enough, if it's not useful enough, even if it is useful, it will just not be used. So I think from the medical field, regulation would be very, very complicated. everything will need to be integrated in guidelines. We need to admit that the balance will be decided by who pays at what scale, and another balance will be based on real life practice. There are some solutions that won't survive, even though they are high performance. If they are not integrated in the decision-making process, it's not going to work. In terms of physicians' competence, I mean, we have Stanford research saying that physicians had difficulties discriminating between different types of probabilities, you know, and it's a relatively old Stanford piece of research, but still, like, you could see that physicians, they're not statisticians. They know what works and what doesn't for sure, but I'm not quite certain that they would understand, you know, the fine print in terms of performance and so on and so forth. You were talking about causality in terms of hospital ratings as well. If there's a causality thing, if you go even further in terms of statistic inference, I think we need to take that into account in terms of the adoption as well.
Some additional information, because I find the topic very interesting. Guidelines apply to system developers and not to system users. These are guidelines so that the developer can tell the user, I have the buffer, it complies with safety, security, confidentiality requirements of the sector. And then, of course, there is also the issue of users' acceptability. And this is the core business of the startup, making sure that their offer matches demand. So I think that we have to distinguish the two. Now, in the IT world, when you use a software, you never try to understand how it works from A to Z. You know, I use Word every day, but I don't know the whole functioning of Word. So the user is not supposed to master the tool, otherwise the tool is useless. I'm sorry, but the speaker is not using his mic, so we cannot hear it. Now, there are some functionalities that perhaps we will never be able to offer. I'd like to react to what you're saying and to what is necessary to go further with the AI adoption. I think that there will be more pressure in having more precise, more accurate algorithm. So it's not about so exclusively optimizing solutions or making sure that the accident rate of the car, of autonomous car, will be lesser than with traditional cars. I think that neuronal approach is about finding optimal solutions, and at a certain point the neural network will perhaps not have the right data, even if it has been trained to make a decision on a specific case. I think that we need to go beyond neuron networks. In the US, there are major research initiatives on the neuronal approach combined with the symbolic approach, the famous neuro-symbolic approach of the MIT. I do not know what Europe is doing in that field. We talked about skill sovereignty, know-how sovereignty. I think that we should better master this field of activity. And then neural networks are energy and CO2 intensive. If you use a lot of layers, whatever the hardware that you use, this machine will consume a very high amount of CO2. So I'm sure that there is and there will be a lot of pressure to be more energy efficient when it comes to the operation of these machines by startups. Because using IA4 a medical application for a cancer diagnosis, for instance, you cannot allow yourself to have 10% of false negatives. Now, of course, for an insurance, it is not as bad nor as serious. But I think that beyond the neuron network, we need to come up with a more precise rates without depleting our planet's resources. Now, this is the conclusion that I had, that I made at the previous roundtable. So, of course, I can only agree with what has been said. But 99.9%, well, when you reach a 99.9% precision rate, reaching 100% is key in some domains, but it is less key in other domains, in a CAT tool, for instance. Now, a doctor is never supposed to give a 100% accurate diagnosis. But yes, going beyond the neuronal network is key. But hybrid models are not the exclusive solutions. There are also basic models that can help us, and very different tools, tools that are used in physics, about sensory calculations, for instance. Now, I'm told that my time is up. So if there are any burning question, one very last burning question in the audience. But if not, thank you for your time.
Merci beaucoup. Juste pour information, du coup, maintenant.
So we will now move to our lunch break. Lunch is served in the canteen. Now, if you're interested in startup investment, another roundtable will start in about
On investment opportunities in startup, for startups, and for investors. We hope to be covering the whole matrix in less than 50 minutes because you have a following panel, and some of our panelists here today do participate in the next panel. I hope it's okay if we do everything in English. I suppose it's what is expected of us. And not the usual Belgian tradition of ieder zijn eigen taal, which is a bit of a private joke on that one. And so I wanted to follow the order of the size of investments and the stage of investments. And I think the person who represents best the earliest stage of investments is Claire Monk. I wanted to introduce everybody in the round table here. And I realized that you actually studied, most of the people around the panel here studied in the US, and you studied at McGill.
In Canada.
In Canada, which is anyway on the other side of the ocean, which is supposed to be where everything is happening. And so I will let you introduce yourself and what your organization does for the very early stage and seed investments in startups. Thank you.
Thank you, José. So hi, everyone. My name is Claire. I have been working in the business angel environment for the last 20 years, first as a manager of a European association gathering business angel groups in Europe. And then I joined B Angels, which is today a national business angel group focusing on support to early stage startups, as was mentioned. So more specifically, business angels, as some of you might know, are private individuals who will invest part of their own money to acquire shares in general in young companies. And on top of the capital that they bring, they very often look to bring added value, sometimes in the form of participation in a board of directors, based on their experience, their network of contacts. So they want to help one way or the other, and that's really important to know when you're an entrepreneur in terms of their motivation. They're not there just to invest money. They really want to add value to their investment. So B Angels is an organization that is 21 years old already. We organize every month investment events where pre-selected companies from all sectors of the economy can pitch their investment opportunity, which we have pre-selected, to a gathering of 100, 150 investors. And after that, our investors either take their own individual decision, or we have pooled vehicles where people actually make investment decisions together, or they co-invest with other members of the community. So we have different ways people can invest. And we actually also have, so this is really for the seed phase. The majority of the companies that we see, it's their first external round of financing. So sometimes they have started, they have had money from friends and family, but very often we actually invest at the same time as their friends, family, and we're at the same round as the founders, so very early stage. And so the main criteria for investment for business angels is the team, actually, because a lot of the things that they look at are in construction, under construction. So the team is really important. And so maybe more specifically on the topic of today, artificial intelligence and deep tech. Obviously, one of the drivers of investment for business angels is innovation. They love what's new, what's going to disrupt the market. They love, hearing very early about what's going to change the world and in the future. So obviously, artificial intelligence or deep tech are topics that they love because they see a lot of change coming thanks to these technologies. Now, probably one of the issues for them is they are not all familiar with that technology, right? Because our investors come from all walks of life. So they are either, for 50% of them, they're entrepreneurs or past entrepreneurs. For 50% of them, they're managers, very often working very close to innovation, because there's a very strong link, right? You work with really exciting entrepreneurs, and so very soon you want to help them in one way or the other, either as a mentor or as an investor. So that's usually how they come to become a business angel. But certainly, knowing the topic is one probably challenge for the investors who invest in that domain. Another factor is that in technologies, in, I would say, artificial intelligence projects, the time to market is going to be pretty long, right? If we're looking at disruptive technologies, you invest day one, it's probably going to take quite a long time in order to bring that technology to the market, make it something that can be commercialized, and then if you are a shareholder of that company, your time to exit is probably longer than in other sectors of activity. So for some people that's okay, for some others that's an additional challenge that they have to face. So what is really needed for them probably in order to be more active as investors in that domain is to work with partners that can help to de-risk their investment, partners that can help to find the deal flow, that have really the links to the universities, to the research centers, people who understand the IP and the barrier to entry, and that can explain it to investors from an investor's point of view. So that is really important. And of course, what they need is, after their involvement, they probably need funds to be able to reinvest in those deals, but also maybe to partially exit or fully exit at one stage. Because again, when you're a private individual and a private investor, it's patient capital, but obviously within, let's say, 5, 7 to maximum 10 years, you want to have exited from that company and recycle your capital. So that's why we work with all of the partners, I think, on this roundtable, but especially Highway AI, which is really an ideal partner for B Angels in order to be able to channel pre-seed capital to very disruptive technologies that have been de-risked. And so, if you agree, I'll just pass the mic to our partner.
Thank you, Claire. Georges, you are going to have to introduce yourself and explain a little what is Highway AI, please.
Sure. Thank you, Claire. I'm the only one in the group who hasn't studied in the US, so I put this on my bucket list, José. About myself, I'm a technologist. That means I'm a civil engineer, so done ULB, Polytech, was really big on microwave, etc. But I realized very quickly in my career that my added value is how I'm good at defining how technology can be used to create economic value, and nowadays more and more also importantly societal value. So that's why in 2008 I joined McKinsey & Company in Louvain-la-Neuve to help McKinsey transform the intellectual property of their research center to create new solutions for their clients at that time. And that was a really eye-opening experience for me, because I realized that we can do technology from Belgium. At the peak of McKinsey solution, we had 300 people in Louvain-la-Neuve. We were exporting our solution in all the places in the world, and there were no, let's say, sentiment that we were small Belgium versus the big US or big Asian countries. But at the same time, the sad part of the story is in 2015, the whole thing was somehow delocalized in India and in US. And that was my second learning, is if we want to have ambition as Belgium, we not only should not be afraid to say we can do it. We have the brains, we have the energy, we have the possibility to do it, but we also need to be our own shareholder. We have to be also owning all those companies. Otherwise, we have nothing to say on where they are going to be located when they're going to grow. So in 2018, I had the chance to work with Alexander De Croo around a few other people on defining what we should be doing in Belgium for AI. That was 2018. There was a good report that was published at the time. I really encourage you to go and read it. And one of the axes of that report, what Belgium should be doing to tap into the opportunity of AI, was to reinforce our innovation capability and our ability to create companies. And that's the long story for why I have created Highway AI. Highway AI is a venture builder. That means we are helping to create startups, and we are working with 3 types of entrepreneurs. We are working with universities, because we have a lot of great ideas, great people, great IP in our universities. But I think it's fair to say that there is a challenge for
getting this IP transformed into commercial product that can create economic value. Second type of people we are working with are the service, what I call the niche service AI companies, and we had a few this morning, I believe, in the audience, the people like Sagacify, B12. We have a lot of smaller companies in Belgium, like between 10 to 100 people. Ranova was here this morning, who are a source of innovation, and they have the potential also to put new products on the market. And we are also working with individual entrepreneurs who are typically domain experts, but don't necessarily have all the network, all the track record, or all the competencies to really put a product on the market that can be competitive on a global scale. So EIWeAI work with those people. We make different things. One thing is we help them shape their market potential in the best way possible, so that when we come to Claire or we come to other investors, there is no problem. They understand what is the potential, etc. We are sure that the whole team is there for success, to put a product with AI on the market that can be globally competitive. Requires a lot of competencies that you have to assemble, and the team has to work together. So I join Claire on saying this is one of the most important success factor. And finally, we ensure that the financing of this venture can happen as quickly as possible, because speed is the essence to win the potential. There is no idea that I've been thinking about for the last 2 years that has no already 5 to 10 other people on the planet who are trying to put a startup in the market. So speed is absolutely essential. The less speed you have, the more chance that you're not going to succeed.
Thank you. Maybe you can pass the microphone to Adrien from Theodorus, who will introduce himself and then what Theodorus is doing.
Okay, so on a personal level, I'm Adrien van der Borgt. I have more of a financial background, and after working for a few years for a consultancy company at big corporations, I decided that I would prefer to focus my attention on startups and less inertia in the way that we work. And so I joined the fund, which is Theodorus. So basically, Theodorus, to do the 101, it's a venture capital firm. So what's venture capital? It's basically a type of fund that will invest very early and in very risky companies. And actually, the other side is that if we invest very early and take a lot of risk, we need also to see a lot of reward on the other side, meaning that we are only going to invest in companies with where we see a lot of potential. But that doesn't mean that you need to be afraid to come see us. So we have been working with the ULB. So Theodorus has links with the University of Brussels for a very long time. And what we see is that basically a lot of the technologies that succeeded in our portfolio are companies where the people actually came to see us almost 2 to 3 years before we even did a first investment in the company. So my message would be, if there are people in the room who have projects and need financing or will need it later, it's never too early to come see venture capital firms. And worst case, if it's too early, we'll guide you to the right people. I think there's a lot of them here around. Yeah, so that's what a VC is.
So what do you do that simplifies the life of those entrepreneurs who come and meet you? Why does it take 2 to 3 years for you guys to invest into a company?
Well, first of all, because usually it's when we meet them the first time, it's still at the level of the lab, actually. So it's still a technology. They don't even know what market they are going to go into, and I think that's where a lot of mistakes happen, especially going to too niche markets or markets where differentiation will not be enough in terms of technology, etc. So I think that's the first step. It's to look at what are the possibilities that you have with the technology and make sure you choose the right one. And I think when you are in the lab all day, sometimes you have too much of a silo view, and you need to test your hypothesis with people outside of your daily life to come up with the right solution.
And so basically, they test their hypothesis with you.
Yes.
And so once one of the three of you have invested, the next round is going to be to call on larger investment groups like you, Wim.
Well, not me first. So, my name is Wim de Waele. Actually, I've been, like José, been around in this industry for a while. First, working for software companies myself. And actually, the lessons I learned most in the United States were not so much at university in the United States, but although that was also interesting, but working for American software companies, where you learn the tricks of the trade on how to scale a company, how to set up sales, business development, partnership management, all the things that are necessary to actually get from a good idea to a global company. And in the last 20 years, I think, which I spent back in Europe again, I was involved together with Bart in a research center, iMinds, as a CEO, where we had an accelerator program to actually bring young companies to investable status for VCs. But in 2016, I left 10 and got involved as a business angel, as an investor, actually working on a studio concept very similar to what George explained. But I'm also, and that's what I'll talk about, otherwise I'm just going to repeat what George said. I'm also an investor in a later stage fund, in a venture capital fund in technology. SmartFin Venture and SmartFin Capital, run by Jürgen Engels, and a former entrepreneur as well. And what I'd like to make two remarks. First of all, you're right. I think it's good to engage with investors, even later stage investors, early on, but don't think they will already invest. They will look at angels or venture studios or friends, families, and fools, as they're commonly called, to bridge that first stage, especially in Europe still, because in the States you have a more adventurous venture capital community, I think, than here in terms of investing in ideas where there's no just investing in technologies, ideas. Here it's getting better, but here most VCs are still looking at revenue projections. Is there already some traction? Do you already have a customer? So it would be probably too optimistic to think that as a very early stage startup out of an academic context, for example, you can find money there. But to engage with them is interesting, because what they start doing then is follow you to see if what you said you were going to do, whether you more or less do it, so that they know there's some reliability in the way you're progressing. So basically, it's good to do that. Now, and the other thing that I would want to say to whoever here thinks of such an idea, it's also not necessarily the first time that you're going to succeed. It's just a learning school. And I like to use the example of one of the unicorns now in Belgium, Deliverect, which is a startup that the guys who started it, they were at our research center 12 years ago. They were involved in a project where they were working on a technology, a platform called Siruna to build scalable software as a service, a back office for scalable software as a service. It was a platform technology the company tried to market as a platform, completely failed. It was too early, but it was also pushing a technology into the market instead of an application. But they learned how to build it there. And the company went under. They were not the founders. They were just two of the software developers. They started a new company called Posios, which actually was a point-of-sale system on iPads, using that back-office technology, but with an application, right? And the application sold very well. They were the fastest grower in the portfolio of startups we had. But after 2 years, they got sold to an American company, because all the venture capital players in Belgium at those days, like 6-7 years ago, were giving valuations that were very low for these kind of high growth companies. And the Americans saw the strategic value and paid 2 or 3 times as much for the company. And basically, they were young founders, so they sold their company, because, if you're 30 and you can sell a company for $25 million, it's hard to resist, right? So But they sold it.
Certainly here in Belgium, for the non-Belgians in the crowd, you have to remember that we have no capital gains tax in Belgium. So as a founder, if you sell your company for 25 million, you have 25 million in your pocket to go play games. So that's the reason why Belgians tend to sell early.
Yeah.
Please continue. Sorry for that.
We have a kind of strange tax system from that perspective.
Which we love. Please don't change it.
And now, actually, the rich French people also like it, the ones who live in Brussels. But that's beside the point.
Some Dutch people also, some German people also. You'd be surprised as how many people we have who come in Belgium to sell their company.
So basically, yeah. So, but my point is, they were the students. They went through that trajectory, and then they started another company called DeliverAct. And now they knew how to do it because they had gone through those two previous stages. They're now only 35. But they started a company with enough critical mass. They could put in their own money, meaning that they could set a valuation for other investors to come in and say, you know, we need your money, but only at this valuation. And people came in, they grew the company, and they were lucky because it's a software platform to connect delivery services to restaurants, and then COVID hit, so that was also, sometimes you have to be lucky, but they have a unicorn on their hands. So my point is, if you're a student coming out of the university, you have an idea, it's not necessarily the first time you're going to win, right? It could be, and you need to build those relationships and that knowledge over time. It can be in different scenarios. This is just one scenario. But that's where, at that point in time, you really engage with larger investors much later, right? The second point I want to make, and then I'll shut up, is that if you have to protect.
Before you make your second point, I'll just draw your attention on the fact that when you have been preparing your startup for 12 years, when you are at your third startup, it's not luck that hits. It's the well-preparedness of your two co-founders. Mm-hmm. So I wish to congratulate them for taking the time to prepare themselves for the roles that they are now playing with such success. Yeah. So congratulations to them, but also congratulations to you and your organization for training those guys to become such exceptional entrepreneurs.
You're right. It's the luck of COVID. Even if COVID wouldn't have struck, they would have done the same thing because they were just at the right time with the right product. And they had the technology depth from previous experiences and the people they could bring on board. But so now, and then the other thing I want to say, okay, when we talk about larger, growing, why are our European companies always being bought by American companies? In a lot of cases, because they cannot grow fast enough, and they don't tackle the global market fast enough, don't have enough capital to actually keep up with the US counterparts or the Asia-Pacific counterparts. And that is tied to the structure of our venture capital industry, where funds are not necessarily big enough to go to support that. DeliverAct now, this phase where they got 150 million in capital is an Asian Pacific and a US fund, because you have to be a very big fund to do 100 million investment or 75 million investment. So I was involved a couple of years ago with an initiative to try to get the Belgian government follow a Danish model. In Denmark, they de-risked the insurance companies. The government basically said to the insurance companies, you can't invest in venture capital because it's too risky as a category for pension plans. But we will de-risk you. Just give you, if there is if you lose the money, we will basically act as a bailout. And they put that money into larger venture capital funds in Denmark. And we try to do a bit the same thing in Belgium. It's called the Belgian Growth Fund. But it then can invest in venture capital firms that are somewhat larger. And now there are firms here like Fortino or SmartFin that are 250 million in size, which means they can do like a 25 million ticket in one company at some point in time. But it's still not comparable to $1 billion fund that can do 100 million investment if you're talking about later stage. So structurally in Europe we're still struggling, and certainly in small industries for that scaling phase. Now that's the least of the worries of somebody who comes out of academia and he needs to find angel money, but it structurally to grow our industry, it is a challenge that we cannot ignore.
Indeed, Wim. Can you pass the microphone?
En effet, est-ce qu'on peut passer le micro à Superman, donc Bart Bex? Quand il s'agit de trouver des millions, en fait, des millions plutôt, il faut vraiment parler à Bart. C'est un géant du secteur. Il va vous expliquer pourquoi. Je vais vous demander de vous présenter aussi. Oui, bonjour, je m'appelle Bart. Je suis ici. En fait, l'organisation pour laquelle je travaille œuvre dans différents domaines, dont celui de la santé. Il s'agit notamment de la...
to digital healthcare applications and companies. So it started 2 years ago from Belgium. We now did 8 investments. It's really early. So it's from the ID and incubation of even research-driven ID. So that's one organization where I'm the chairman of. The second one is called Euractiv. And Euractiv is a European media company which is very much in the heat of the moment because we have a lot of EU policy reporting that we do, and especially from CEE countries. So we work together with, for example, Kiev Independent, one of the key independent media in Ukraine for the moment, is one of the partners of that organization. But what the organization also does is an innovation incubation program. It's a type of incubator where 30 projects a year are funded with 100K specifically on cross-international media collaboration. So you have to have something related to media innovation, and it has to be in at least 2 countries. And from that, we guide that. And then there's a third organization, which is called, in which I'm involved, which is called European Innovation Council. So European Innovation Council is the one which has a bit more means, meaning that it was started 2 years ago, and we are a new board since 2 or 3 months. And it's a new program initiated from the EU just to tackle a bit the phase that Wim and José were talking about, and that was addressed before, which is after finding your angel investment and accelerating, especially when you're deep tech, it takes a bit too much time in Europe to be able to compete. And so the EIC is a 10 billion program, so of which 3 billion is direct investment. So it's the first time that the European Commission does direct investment into startups. So there's 3 billion for that, which is reserved. And then there's another 3 billion related to acceleration and research, a bit technology transfer activities. And then there's one on pure research and what they call EIT and ERC. So that's the 3 organizations, and indeed there's one which is quite ambitious because we just had an overview, and the good thing is that 5 of the European unicorns, so I think there's in total, they count about 50 or 60 in Europe now, and 5 of them are funded in at least 2 rounds by the EIC. So that's already at least a good start. Voilà.
Congratulations to the EIC. The way I remember the European institutions is that not only do you help companies when they are growing a bit bigger, and as you said, the EIC is now pushing for a direct intervention of the authorities in the capital of startups when they are big enough, but you are also helping young entrepreneurs, even when they just have a project, by not only helping them financially with very small amounts to help them build their business plan or their idea and transform their idea into a business, but they basically try to orient them to all the players around this panel today in all countries across Europe, in order for all these entrepreneurs to actually find a home for their project and find help for their project using the entrepreneurs that would be investors as business angels, for instance.
Yeah. There's you could separate it in 3 big elements. The one you described is a program called Pathfinder. It does what it says. It helps you to find your path towards getting ready to be investable or investable for a next phase. And then I think what EIC is doing fairly well is that it's a combination of either direct equity investment, but also sometimes grants. And they used to have a term, it's a non-bankable or not ready for private investors. That's less interesting, but what it does, it's a bit like in a fund. You have anchor investors, which are often public institutions. Here, EIC tries to be that to what is then called crowding in additional investors. So hopefully it each time results the amount they put in ideally is times 4 because they could act as an anchor for especially deep tech entrepreneurs here.
Thank you. What would you define as one of the success of the previous programs? Because your program is now pretty young; it's like 3 months old, and then there was this Horizon 2020 program that was sort of prolonged for a year and a half before EIC was ready. What would you define as one of the 2 or 3 key success companies in AI deep tech that the EIC has been helping, or the previous program H 2020?
Without going too much into individual companies, but I think there's 3 domains that are clearly gotten most success and where you see that there's an acceleration in terms of investment areas. One is healthcare. All of Europe is doing fairly well on healthcare. Belgium is also a good example in it, but Europe as a whole. Second one is related to facilitating Green Deal. If you look at one of the issues that we have as Europe, if we take a step back, there is basically 3 big types of distribution platforms. One is what we know, distribution of services and content, and we know that we don't own any of them. That's a typical GAFA. All those distribution platforms are owned by Facebook and Google and Apple, and Europe doesn't own them. So there's an issue of what they call tech sovereignty there. That's one issue. A second one is, you could say the same for energy distribution. And currently we live in an issue that we have to rethink energy distribution. In Belgium, it's a very hot theme, but it's basically all over the world. But Europe has made itself very dependable on Russian gas or on nuclear energy. And you suddenly see that Germany has to turn around a 10-year policy in 3 weeks suddenly. Belgium, we're voting every week on something. So we have to rethink distribution platforms on that. And that's a very important one. And then the third one is everything related to deep tech IT, and that goes from AI, where Wim and Josh are working on a lot. That goes to, there's a lot on quantum computing for the moment. And then the big unknown a bit is everything that you could catch under the, let's call it the Web3 as a whole. Everything that goes from protocols to and staking and all kind of coins and tokens, up to using NFT for other elements, or DeFi or centralized finance. It's a big unknown, but it's interesting to see that all of us, or most of us here, we can live an innovation wave of a web number 3. What a luck in life to be able to live in that. We've seen the one, the first wave, we have the second wave, and we're in the third wave, and everybody knows that the feeling is a bit, can we miss it? We missed a bit the second wave as a continent in terms of distribution platforms. Is the third wave really going to redefine and build on that? And can you risk to miss out of it, or should you now really invest already very early, and especially on the deep tech side, where you could have some kind of defendable competitive advantage?
Thank you. You're definitely praying for my parish, because I'm not the chairman of Lean Square and Meusa Invest anymore. I'm the chairman of Bit4You, which is basically one of the local platforms. What I really liked in your intervention and Wim's intervention is that they define some of the successes that they have met. And so I'm going to be a bit tough on my 3 first panelists, is ask them, why don't you cite 1 or 2 successes that you have had, both with B Angels and with Highway AI and with Theodorus? I think it's important that our audience can hear what you have been doing that they would like to emulate with you in the future.
So just to stay on the topic, because as I mentioned earlier, B Angels is completely sector agnostic. So we've had a few IPOs, we've had many exits, but maybe one that is interesting and that is related to the topic of the day, which is artificial intelligence. So we had one of our portfolio companies was called Musimap. It was a company that was specialized in understanding how you feel when you listen to music, thanks to artificial intelligence. So, you know, Spotify, for example, has only 5% of the music catalog in the world available. So basically people listen to the same thing and they're pushed to listen to the same catalog. But Musimap was set up 20 years ago by a musicologist who actually tagged the feelings and emotions, like the subset of emotions that you could feel, and the subsets of genres that each tune was actually generating. And so they created a company out of that. So I think we mentioned, you know, long-term the long-term aspect of entrepreneurship. So, but he started this as a PhD, and then he continued for 20 years, and they set up this company, which was acquired last summer by Utopia, which is one of the very, very hot and upcoming Swiss company, but acquiring probably a company a week at the moment. So because there are so many challenges in the music industry as to how to value the catalogs for musicians, merchandising, revenue generation. It's a big revolution with all the new players, and so that was quite an interesting success. Obviously, it was a very, very strong technological company that had also its challenges in trying to find its market and trying to find how to commercialize that, who was the right client. And in the end, it arrived at a time where it became really a hot topic of trying to differentiate yourself with regards to competitors by being able to tag automatically thousands of millions of songs for different uses, including being able to define also your personality, your MBTI, etc., based on your Spotify playlist, for example. So some fun stuff as well.
I remember those guys because I crossed their paths quite a few times over the last 20 years, believe it or not. And surprisingly enough, they were the closest to one of the first implementations of AI for the grand public. It was pretty amazing what they have been building as a company. And I'm happy to know that they are still alive and that they are thriving thanks to you guys and thanks to their new partner today.
Yeah, well, so just to give you, so obviously he started this 20 years ago. Our members first invested, I think, as angels in 2014, probably. And then our fund, because we have scale-up funds, which are positioned post-business angel, pre-venture capital or pre-corporate acquisition, invested, I think, in 2018. And then we exited, or partially exited, 2022.
My first online music company I created in 1996. And then it survived until 2003, and then went bankrupt. It's part of the game as entrepreneurs and as investors. And that guy already back then was there advising us on musicology in general. So frankly, I'm happy to see how long time, once again, it has taken for him. And that's what we illustrated earlier on with Wim, that as an entrepreneur, it takes time to be successful. There is a good old saying in entrepreneurship that says that instant success takes 15 years. And when it takes 12 or 20, it's actually pretty much in the standard time that it takes, apart from very rare exceptions, to be perfectly honest. George, your time to state one of your proudest success moments or companies.
Yeah, AI was created in 2021, so I don't have a unicorn yet. Will come, but
come on.
Well, I hope not in 15 years. But there are two things that I'm very proud of since I've started working on in this company. I've met tens of guys who have an amazing idea, an amazing energy, but they were going nowhere. The first guy is Sébastien Leclerc. He's a 50 years old self-made technologist from immigration, has been fighting all his life, has been progressing by doing, finding ways, doing effort. But for the last 2 years, he has this great idea, spent 100,000 euro of his own money to start it, and went nowhere. And I spent 6 months with Sébastien to reshape the idea, to put it in a way that it is investable. I think you use the term. And now, thanks also to the support of Claire and Angels, he's on the track maybe to be that next unicorn, that story. And that's, for me, that's what makes me wake up in the morning and go to the office and be proud of what am I doing. And
what would you define as to be the most striking part of his product or service that we can all understand? What exactly is he doing?
So he has the idea that AI will allow to solve everything that is complex with data. Now, today, I think it was said this morning, data is very hard to manage, it's very hard to govern. There is more and more data in the world. The companies can't keep up with things because it requires a lot of manual work from human beings. Basically, the guy wants to create the robot who will replace human to manage and govern data. If he's able to do that,
that can be a big market. I see.
I like big, hairy ambitions, and that's one of them. Thank you.
And the second example, because Sébastien is a 50, and I'm a 50 years old guy also, and I almost have a persona that is like, we are 50, we want to do the last gig before, you know, the big journey. That's one of the, well, maybe not, or I say to Italy for the retirement. I'm not saying the other journey around the river, right? So the other persona is the youngster. So we met that PhD from ULB, very bright guy. The guy has done his PhD, has created this amazing cube, immersive technology that he has deployed in retirement house so that he can relieve elderlies who are suffering from mental issues without requiring medication. And he wants now to make it a product and to sell it to all over the world. And that's not one project I'm going to support because I'm really doing software in AI, but I still work with him to help him with two things. One, it was hijacked by predatory early stage investors. They are not all so nice. The guy who took 60% of the company for a small amount of money, promised all the things that he didn't do. So we help him to get this, let's say, bad investors out of the way. And now we are putting him back on track to get investors in the market that he tries to pursue. So why am I sharing this? Because it's not something that I will benefit from, but I think by having those discussions, a bit like this panel, to the point of Wim as well, that we can put our experience and our help for the guys who really wants to do something. That's also something that makes me proud and that makes me feel that I contribute to the ecosystem here in Belgium.
Thank you. I was going to say it's the whole point of an ecosystem. We can't benefit from everything, but we can help the whole ecosystem. What's the name of that project so that if we can help, we know how he's called?
It's Immersive Technology. Mm-hmm. They are based in Waterloo.
Okay.
And if you're interested, I can put you in.
I'm always interested to meet new friends, that's sure. Adrien, why don't you tell us what your most striking success story has been?
Yeah, so it's a success story that's a bit different because it was not an entrepreneur who started something from scratch in AI and went to create a company, but it's a company that solved a big problem while partnering up with a university to solve one of their core problems with AI. So it was a company in which we invested in Canada. It was called Essentia. And basically what they do is they detect arrhythmia, cardiac arrhythmia. So today when you have an arrhythmia or the doctor suspects that you have one, they put on you a very complicated device that needs training from the doctors, etc. And that you will have to wear for 48 hours. You cannot shower, you cannot do sports, you cannot do anything. And during those 48 hours, it will try to detect arrhythmia. And the guys from Montreal, they decided to basically put a very small patch, much more simple, and that you can wear for 2 weeks, take a shower, do whatever you want, and that will detect it on a much larger period, but with less sensitivity. Basically, the problem that they had, it was for the convenience, a lot of patients liked it, but it required a lot of people behind screens looking at the data for 2 or 3 weeks, trying to spot the arrhythmias in the graphs. And so they decided to partner up with a university to try to detect, actually, with artificial intelligence, where the arrhythmias were. And now, basically, it's done, it screens, it looks at the key 10, 15 moments. Someone looks at that, in 10 minutes it's done. So the productivity was huge, and thanks to that, now they scaled 10 times in a few years.
And once you have detected arrhythmia, what is going to happen with the results in question? Do they direct you to a cardiologist, or do you?
Yeah, the results go back to the cardiologist, and then he interprets the data and looks at what the next steps are.
Essentia, you call it?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to get in contact with these guys. Because no later than this morning, one of my friends called me to explain what difficulties his son has. Mm-hmm. Since birth, he has had arrhythmia, and he's now 15, and he's at his 4th open heart surgery at the age of 15 years old. So basically, I certainly need to talk to you about it. So I'm really happy to hear that artificial intelligence is actually solving such problem. And once again, the success that you are defining is a success based on the problematic of timing. And the timing is good for that kind of product in AI today. And what you described earlier on, Claire, on MusiMap, was basically a problematic of timing. The guy started way too early and was right way too early before AI was really available for this kind of subject today. And Wim gave us a really good example of timing with DeliverAct that arrived right on time, and where basically the founders took their time to actually address the right timing on the market. Before we close this panel, which is going to be in like 5 to 10 minutes, I'd like to have your opinion of each of you of what will be the hottest timing startups or the hottest timing fields in which all of the entrepreneurs we have on the panels and in the audience today should be investing most of their talent and their time in order to arrive right on time on the market. You start. You're the big hairy guy, so you start.
Well, in the area of AI and data, what the reality is, if you look at the market, is that most AI startups right now, or most AI companies, are still service companies, and that productization is still a dream for a lot of those companies. You know, I'll give an example of a company I know quite well in Ghent called RoboVision, and they basically use camera recognition software for all kinds of domains, but primarily agricultural. They actually use image recognitions, video technology, processing technology, together with robots to sort, for example, vegetables and stuff like that. So they're automating processes in agriculture, and they are trying to package that as a product, but it's a challenge. So you see, most of these companies are still, 70–80% of their revenue is service revenue, and it's not software as a service revenue yet. So it's not yet a scalable model. So I think the way to look at that market right now is to what we look at in terms of investable cases. And interesting domains is everything that can make AI more productizable. Yeah, like machine learning operation, MLOps as it's called, like DevOps. Trying to basically monitor the models, the data models, essentially make them more robust, ensure that you can actually deliver a product, and you don't necessarily always need data scientists actually fine-tuning the implementation, stuff like that. So that's where right now I think there is a huge domain that still needs a lot of research, but which will help structurally the industry become more mature, or that segment of the industry.
There was one thing related to timing that I was thinking about the example that Wim gave. So the example was there was a software company called Seruna. They failed. They had a new startup called Pulsios or Lightspeed. It's all the iPad registers that you see in a restaurant. That's a Belgian company. And then they became DeliverAct, which is one of the unicorns. But what I still remember is because they were from iMinds, and at the time Wim was CEO and I was chairman, and it was one of the very first board meetings where their first startup failed. And they wanted to start a new company. And on the board, there was a discussion between people, yeah, but should we keep supporting them because their startup failed? This is 7–8 years ago. That was the mentality at the time. We've changed a lot, but at that time, these guys were nearly not able to start the second company, which is the blueprint, which was a success, the blueprint for one of a couple of unicorns that they are, because the mentality was they failed. So we're not going to support them anymore. And in terms of mentality, that's a big change, I think, that a lot of us have been going through. And for me, it was one of the first time that I thought, if you're not an entrepreneur and you're on a board, you can actually do something good being on a board. Yeah, because I was doubting that. I still doubt it now and then. But anyway, and in terms of timing, what kind of industries do I like? I really like the healthcare one. And it is because it has been for 2 years so central in our lives, but a bit on a negative perspective, that healthcare is still fully on our agenda, but now we're going to have an app telling us, hey Bart, you want to be more healthy, be careful with this, and we're going to have predictive and guiding elements on all kinds of healthcare. We just made an investment in a German company, doesn't all have to be Belgian ones, BioExplore, which is helping us with detecting early cancer indications. There's another one where I'm just now going to take the ones that we invested in with eHealth Venture, but I like them a lot. One is on a platform to help kids with learning disabilities. A third one is where we work together, which is called Evoluno, which is an app that helps people to judge on mental well-being, mental health care, and specifically over the last 2 years, usually it was at a coffee, are you doing fine? And now it is, you can indicate on an app, I feel burnt out or I don't feel good anymore, and you can be helped on that. So I think healthcare and AI is a really interesting one. And in terms of timing, I think the entire, what we talked about, Web3, from all kind of tokens to cryptons, is an interesting one because of the short time frame on which huge valuation and interesting companies will be built. And so if you look at Web 1, it took 15 years, Web 2, it took 10 years to build a reasonable company, and now it's going to take 3-4 years. Look at the top 100 most valuable companies. Yesterday somebody presented it, 74 of the top 100 companies are invented since the Web 1. That's incredible. 3/4 of the most valuable companies in the world. If this third wave has the same effect, in the next 5 years, we're going to see such impactful, long-lasting companies, and being part of that is really kind of great to be at, I think.
Yeah. We have 2 minutes left, and so I suggest that Claire, you open the panel. You're going to have to close the panel. I give you the full responsibility.
Oh, really?
What's your take of the right field to be in AI or deep tech today, timing-wise?
Well, it's very difficult because you're asking us to be like Nostradamus and see in the future, right? And I guess nobody can really do that. But if I go back to the motivation of angels of saying we want to invest, we want to build financial value, but we want to have impact. And if we look at the last 2 years that we have lived with so many disruptions, so we've talked about health, but I think, AI for impact for me is going to be a very important topic. And so, for example, fintech or access to finance is another area where we see a lot of disruption. We've seen a startup recently that just enables people in Africa to have access to credit, thought about in a different way, working with banks in a different way, handling data in a different way. That's for a whole continent. So I would say, just impact vision and international.
Congratulations. Thank you very much for this panel. I was asked to finish at this very right time, so I think we are in the timing. If you feel that your startup is in one of the various fields that we have been talking about, well, speak to these guys. They are here to help you. Thanks for your attention.
Oui, juste pour information, on va commencer avec 5 minutes de retard.
So we will be starting in 5 minutes. Just time for us to have the presentation ready to be displayed on the screen. So just 5 minutes of patience, please.
Hello. Hi. Do you have the presentation? The second one is fine. I'll start with that one. So, hi. I'm back. So I'm clearly not Kat. So normally the next presentation would be given by Kat Berlangon. So some of you know her because together with me, she's one of the new board members of EIC, so the European Innovation Council. But before that, she was for 3 or 4 years president of what is called French Tech. And French Tech is a French program where the ambition was to create, I think it was 25 unicorns over 3 or 4 years, and there are 24 now, so that's fairly okay. But she's not here, so she became ill yesterday, and she was going to give a presentation that you'll see now. So I'll give it. They only told me just before entering that finally she would not be able to make it, so it's also for me a bit of a discovery of her presentation, but I'm sure it's going to be quite okay. So there will be no question and answers, not after and not during the presentation. And all jokes I tell must be laughed with to promote my enthusiasm. Can you put the thing on? How do I click or? Okay, so EIC, so European Innovation Council, what is it? So it's a program that started 3 years ago. This is the third year running, where 10 billion is freed up from European Union to invest in what is called breakthrough deep tech IDs. So it's a budget freed up so that there's the gap that is currently existing between early stage and scaling companies to be able to fill that up. It's a fairly unique program in a way that it combines research, guidance, grants, and investment. In the past, most of you will know Horizon 2020, which was a lot of grants agreement and sometimes a certain delay. Let's say that European Commission was not always known for being really fast on decision taking. That's quite drastically changed. That's also the reason why we, as a board, it's the first time that an external board has been mandated to manage it. So it's not some high-level committee or wherever. It's a real board actually published. The goal is to be one of the larger deep tech investors in Europe. So the amount that is now currently freed up is 3 billion for direct investment. The goal is that next to the 3 billion, you have a couple of other European instances. There's an additional fund specifically on scaling that was announced 2 weeks ago by EIF, which is a scale-up fund for a bit later stage startups and a bit more tech-only oriented. And then on top of it, the goal is always to do what is named crowding in. And crowding in means that what is at this stage is really complex for a lot of startups is to quickly go from Series A or pre-seed funding to a next phase. Having EIC or a commission as one of the anchor investments helps a lot because it's secured of already one investor. The goal is each time that approximately 2 or 3 times that amount additionally is crowded in, but it can also be the commission alone. So on some phases, it can be an only investor to it. The goal is, of course, to have an ecosystem. In the previous panel, there was a lot of talk of nobody can do it alone, and it takes, I think José said, 15 years to be a quick success. Well, the ecosystem helps. The 2 ecosystems next to it, which are really interesting and good to know, is EIT and ERC. EIT is everything related to incubators. So there are 6 incubators, one on energy, one on healthcare, one on digital. There's a couple of them which really help entrepreneurs to scale their ideas. And then the second one is ERC, and ERC is European Research Council, and that's really amazing. I think if I see the number of Nobel Prize winners that are on there, it's quite amazing. It's all the top researchers in Europe that have been regrouped in order so that the research afterwards can become startups. But also what you see more and more is that research becomes part of a startup. And what do I mean with it? It is sometimes a research ID becomes an ID that becomes a company and scale up, and it takes some time. But you also have sometimes startups that start at a certain ID, and there's multiple startups doing the same thing. You could sometimes have research blending in after, and especially in the case of AI, it's possible that AI can be an advantage later on, and that even though it's not an academic or a research ID from the beginning, it becomes one later on. So that's a second area on which the Research Council is working a lot. And we have in the Flemish side, it's an organization called iMinds. It's now merged together and it's called IMEC. We talked about it before, so I was chairman for 5 years of that together with Wim, who ran it. And it's a bit the same principle. So it's there it is the 5 Flemish universities who've regrouped 1,000 researchers into an incubator, a fund, an accelerator, and it works both ways. It can be spinning out ideas, but it can also be spinning in technology in a later phase for startups. We had the work program which was approved for this year, which is 1.8 billion at the end, or 1.7 billion. So that's the work program for 22. And we had a board meeting last week in Paris. I think some of the topics will be mentioned here. 3 phases that are important. One is TRL is basically you could see it as the technology level or the technology readiness level. It's the complexity in terms of technology of any ID or research. So Pathfinder is something that comes really early. So TRL 1 to 4 means fairly basic research. Then you have 4 to 6, and you see accelerator is 6 to 9. So that's basically, you could see that as the complexity or the where you are. Pathfinder is always working with consortia. So ideally, you have 2 or 3 partners, and ideally from different countries working together. It's still an early research, and the grants are it's mainly grants, and it's up to 3 or 4 million. That's basically the amount that is invested there. In terms of transition, it can already be single entities. It's when you become a bit more mature already, and it goes up to 2.5 million. And then there's individual accelerating ID, so that's the new part for this year. It used to be limited to, I believe, 10 million, and it's now up to 50 million. And we approved now that it can go up to 25 million. So that's as an individual investment, but which is in research-driven IDs. As said here, it's mainly bottom-up. The steering is done by our board. So the board is 20 people from the different countries, and in a perfect gender balance, by the way. And then there's a lot of, we talked about, it's not only capital, but it's mentorship, it's the ecosystem, it's everything related to that. One of the things that I worked a lot on is timing, timing in terms of speed. All kind of grants and subsidies can be really helpful, but if it takes too much time, it takes a lot of the focus of a startup off the product market fit, and that has always been a bit of an issue. In this case, the timing can go really quickly. So the application and the granting goes really quickly because the budget is allocated, and there's a lot of external people now involved in doing that. So this is the board. I'm probably on there somewhere. So we help on the strategy implementation, and it's a combination of researchers, investors, entrepreneurs, as I said, gender balance and geographic balance. So we're 20 nationalities. It's also always great to have. In terms of Pathfinder, a couple of IDs. So Pathfinder is the first stage. So it's really early IDs. You see that there was 860 projects evaluated and 56 chosen on the last call. So that means in terms, what will that be, 6 or 7% in terms of approval rate. So the ID has to be good, but it's a lot of them that are quite the amount that is chosen because it's an allocation, because we approved it now for 168, have difficulties with numbers all the time, million that is contributed, and the average grant was 3 million this time. So that's, in terms of grant for research IDs, really good. And you see the number of participants, and this is constantly open evaluation. Transition is, the total allocation here was 99 million. 13 projects were chosen from the calls. There's an element later which calls, because there are 6 calls per year, and they decided on a yearly basis. In terms of EIC Accelerator, there were 5,000 applications that are submitted, so that's quite some competition because 164 companies at the end are accepted. 96 of those are, which is called blended finance, so that means that a combination is given of grants and equity investment. So that's a combination of a subsidy and an investment in your organization or company. There was only 5 that are equity only and 9 that are grant only. So that means basically all of them have this kind of blended finance, and the total funding here was 991 million. You see the ranking of projects submitted and funded. Belgium is, what is that, 11th or 12th or so. I see the UK was in that, so we're going to win a spot next year. But France is clearly the winner, Germany. And then you see a couple of other countries. One of the things that is, there's 2 additional elements which are added in terms of criteria. So each time that you have to submit it goes to the quality of the research, the technology readiness, the implementation. But there's two elements that are added. One is a number of female-led or women-oriented projects, which means that it has to be persons either being the founder or C-level of it, and the goal is there to reach 50% of the projects. And the second one is to have a maximum number of what is called widening countries. So widening countries are many of the CEE countries, but there's also widening is also Ukraine. Widening is also a lot of countries, Slovenia, if you look here, Tunisia. There's a lot of countries where there's a lot of innovation are in a different stage, and hence the submittals and the projects are often not as good in terms of quality. And so what we're doing there a lot is to help them in being better and being grant, but also equity ready in terms of projects. That means both on the investor side and on the entrepreneur side, and also on the research side. So if you submit a project, if the startup is initiated by somebody, by a woman, that's an advantage. But also if it involves widening countries, I think it's two very strong metrics that have been added. There's a talk this evening, by the way, on the bias that we have still in entrepreneurship. I think it's at the Merode, I don't know exactly, somewhere in the center of Brussels this evening. In terms of accelerator services, yeah, you can read. It's quite a lot that took place. A lot of investors, a lot of corporate involved, and I think one of the things to take away here is that they try to involve everybody in that search. So it's when you have a certain ID, one of the goals is that sometimes they said, well, in that phase of your ID, it's best to pull in this corporate or this startup or this researcher. It's as a young or as a starting entrepreneur, age doesn't matter, but as a starting entrepreneur or when you're doing something new, it's sometimes impossible to know whatever happened. Often when I see an entrepreneur said, do you have competition? No, nobody's doing it. Yeah? Usually you look a bit closer and there's 3 doing it, and you look a bit more closer and there's already 9 doing it. But as an individual, it's impossible to screen all that. But from here, there's quite a good view on which corporates are interested in it, which investors are oriented to it. And so one of the elements is, it's called matchmaking or ecosystem making, or however you want to call that. But bringing that knowledge really quickly together is something that really helps. One of the things that I also like a lot is, in the previous panel we talked a bit about US and Silicon Valley and stuff like that. And I stayed there for 3 or 4 years, mainly in LA, but a short time also in Silicon Valley. And what I noticed a lot is, how shall I call it, the funding design that is being done. So at a certain moment when you have great ideas, a lot of investors kind of team up to say, well, there's 20 of those. This is the one, and we're gonna go all in together. And the exit for the end, the end game is having an IPO or some kind of M&A deal. But people time up in a kind of a design of funding. In Europe, it's a bit less the case, which means that often the time to find your next investment takes too much, is too long. I think 15 years ago, the big point was, in Europe, we don't have enough entrepreneurs, or the ideas are not good enough. I think that part has changed now a lot. We don't have any early stage investors, that has changed. We don't have any exits anymore, that has changed. The unicorns, it's less than other regions, but it's there. I think one of the big things that are missing now is fast scaling capital. That's why you now see that most of the high-valued Belgian unicorns, they all have a lead investor being a US fund. And that is because based on US versus Europe, the valuations of companies are a lot lower. So it makes a lot of sense for US funds to invest here in Belgium. And at the end, the first goal should be that it's a successful company. But secondly, it would also be good that we keep some control or some capital in the companies that are successful here, because if the entrepreneurs stay here, there's few entrepreneurs that are succeeding that afterwards don't do anything anymore. Afterwards, they all become either investors or mentors or involved in it. And it's just that makes such a great ecosystem. After COVID, I don't think Silicon Valley as a region matters much anymore. Now it's more kind of a mindset. It is these breakthrough innovations that scale rapidly and where people can have this great ambition. And I really believe that we can do that here in Europe as well. These are some of the corporate partners. There's a lot of them you can see, but it's quite a lot of them. The very first, because I accidentally had dinner with him last Friday, it's founder of a French fund called Sofinova, and they were the first co-investment was European Innovation Council with Sofinova on a startup that has pump material design. It doesn't matter, but that was the first one a year and a half ago. In the meantime, bringing up this ecosystem of and corporate partners and larger funds, that's a really interesting element. There's 5 now. So last week there was an investment in one of the Estonian companies, but these are the 5 unicorns that come out of EIC. And then you have a lot of them that are worth the 100 million valuation. That's the so-called centaurs, and it keeps on going like that. You see the timeline here, the Horizon 2020 at the time, and before that, I think the year 2000 is kind of the first start of the program, and now we're really getting in a faster kind of evolution. These are the 3 of the main domains of impact. So if you look at the Pathfinder and Accelerator, so those are the ones where the technology complexity is not too deep yet. You see that there's 3 big areas. On the right is green. Everything that is supporting Green Deal, energy transition, and is a key element. And you see here that there's a lot of farm to fork. There's a lot of energy-related batteries and storage, of course, autonomous vehicles. So you see the number of Accelerator and Pathfinder investments written down here, so there's quite a lot. Then the 2 others, one is everything that is related to healthcare. We talked about it. There you see a couple of elements. Everything that is related to patient care and telemedicine. I think for all of us it's quite clear now that what happened over the last 2 years has also brought an enormous acceleration in everything that is tele-healthcare oriented. Most of them, I had a bit the unfortunate effect that 4 years ago my son had a virus which is called mononucleose. So before we were all working from home, I was already working 2 years from home. That was, do you have Zoom? What is Zoom? Now you can send a link a minute before. But the consequence of it is that we had to do tele-education and tele-working since 4 years. You cannot believe what a hassle it was to have a virtual meeting with people. Now it's my grandmother has an iPhone with her COVID pass and doing stuff like that. And it means that in terms of acceptance, is the impact on, for example, education and Medicare and healthcare is enormous. People that are doing rehabilitation based on virtual tracking. If you look here, everything that has to do with healthcare has a huge boost related to it, and that's for the good of it. And then the last one is related to digital and industry in total. There's a lot to do in quantum computing, of course. You see that AI, big data, machine language is one of the leading ones. And we had 2 great examples here today. And then there's a lot to do on photonics. Europe is trying to be one of the leader on that. So that gives you a bit of an overview. And for the next years, if I look at the goals, those will remain the key fields of innovation. There's one on which there's still a bit of reflection on structure. That is everything related to, let's call it Web3, because you see there that the US has a bit taken an accelerated approach. If you take the announcement of the last weeks, there were quite some of the let's call more renowned US funds that have announced. Andreessen Horowitz does a 600 million investment fund specifically on crypto assets, but also tokens related to it. And then usually it's 5 domains from NFTs to decentralized finance and some others. But there's we made an overview of it. There is 10 US funds that have now announced a specific fund for Web3 oriented services of over 500 million. In US, in Europe, we're still. I haven't seen any big ones. I don't know, José, if you've seen anything. I've seen the largest is 200 million, but nothing compared to, yeah. The last one 2 weeks ago was 2.5 billion. And so that's again a domain where we have to be a bit careful on the European side. It's like with all the platforms where at a certain moment Europe was quite the leader. 20 years ago, I remember this cover of, I think it's Fortune or The Economist, I don't know anymore, with the CEOs of Nokia and Ericsson, where they said, who is ever going to beat these guys in terms of mobile communication? It was when everybody had a Nokia or an Ericsson phone and all digital communication was on Skype, so it was 100% European, and now it's nearly zero left. We have to be careful that the Web3, which might be a new form of decentralized internet, and especially also on the infrastructure and the underlying services, that we're not too late on it. So that's why this is an interesting domain to look at. I think that's it. Yeah, here is a bit of. I'll quickly take you through it, but I'll discover part of it together with you. So that's the allocated budget for 2022. So Keith is he's the head of unit, so he basically leads this program. So this year's budget is 1.7 billion, of which 350. This allocation has to be done in this year. So it's a yearly allocation. So you can see what kind of investment will be done. 350 on Pathfinder, so that's the first 4 technology TRL levels. Then you have transition is 130 million, and then acceleration is 1.1 billion. The continuity of the main calls, which I indicated, so digital, Green Deal, and everything related to healthcare. With challenges. So challenges are basically when you have a certain call for project being done. So there's 2 things that you can do to apply to this. Either there's an open application, so you can submit your project and say, well, my project fits certain criteria, and those are the one. But then there's also every 2 months there's a specific sector or domain that is published, and then you can apply to it, and it regroups a certain number of projects to it. And the interesting part of it is that when such calls are open, people are invited to come to submit in a virtual way, but also people are positioning themselves to be a partner in the project. So when you do a submission yourself, you have to basically find other partners or other countries yourself. If it's based on a call, there is matchmaking being coordinated around a certain topic, so you can go there and meet other people and say, look, I'm looking for a corporate to have product introduction, or I'm looking for somebody in this country because I want to scale or expand in another element, another country. There's also a lot of, at the end you see EIC prizes, those are often grants related to specific domains or topics. And yesterday there was grants being announced for leading female founders. So that's one that is new. And a second one, which is now being considered, of course, is what can be done related to tech guidance for everybody who is coming out of Ukraine, because we're coming there with an incredible flow of people who have to find a new way of working and a new life. Basically, technology can be a way to guide them and to give them a future-oriented perspective. It can be people who have been entrepreneurs and you can guide them, but it can also be people, because often it's a fairly agraric region. They will have difficulties on the language, but programming is just as much a language as a linguistic one. So that could be a way to have an integration of an entire population in Europe. It's a bit early to see where we are, but I saw that in Brussels now. I think there was a 10,000 registration already. So in terms of amount of people that will be arriving, we've never seen that. So we're going to have to be open in order to find challenges after first help has been given, of course. Yeah, this is an overview of the different applications. You can see that online. If you type EIC Europe, you can find that. The first application cutoffs are 23 March. If you want to have a full program, you're going to have to hurry up. Then June, yeah, you see the different deadlines. And those are all online, and you see that's the different element related to it. In terms of challenges, there's a lot of, you see carbon dioxide and nitrogen management. So if you look at everything that is Green Deal oriented, energy storage, in terms of healthcare, there's a lot on cardiogenomics. That's a topic where there was quite some breakthrough research over the last years. DNA-based sequencing or data storage. And then in terms, I think there's a lot of investment that have already gone, but that will continue in everything that is alternative quantum computing. But you see the challenges, you can see them online. It's basically every 2 months, another one per type of element. Here you see what has been done over the last years to make it easier for people to succeed. Rebuttal, clearer timeline. So if you disagree or you want to have feedback on that, eligibility of consortia. Sometimes it was not clear who could be part of it. It also often has to do of which company is linked in what way to another one. Elements like that. There has been an acceleration in evaluation criteria. And then a lot to seal of excellence. So these are companies that did not win, but were very close. And that means that for next time you get, people know already that you have a really quality team and or technology. So this is a kind of an evolution of what has been happened. In terms of technologies that that are vital, we talked about it. It's a healthcare, quantum. One of the new ones is space, which also I've seen that there's also in Wallonia, I think, a space fund and being set up. I'm not 100% sure, but that might fit. Also on the Flemish side, you have some entrepreneurs getting into it. Jurgen Engels is, because we talked about him earlier, is doing some kind of exhibition, but also preparing startups lined up towards that. And then there's of course everything related to green, digital and energy innovation. Investment above 50 million have to be applied for specifically and can be done. So this year is the first year that up to more than 50 million can be invested. And then you have the scale-up initiative, the top 100 potential unicorns. I believe a lot in, if I look at what something that we can learn from French tech. So if you look at the European ecosystem, there's 3 countries where most of the unicorns came from, UK, Germany, France. In Germany, a lot has been done via applied research. UK has often had a really large market, but what I like a lot about what French tech has done is that they had a combined effort of research grants and investments. And instead of having calls where people could apply to, they had a procedure where they were tracking the best investors or repeat entrepreneurs, and they were going proactively towards the ones where they said, well, we think that your ID could be ready for this investment or that grant and we'll guide you to get it. So instead of having people applying to public institutions, it was the public institutions reaching out to others and saying, well, we think that your ID or your company or your phase in which you are is perfect for this call and we'll guide you in it. And I think that's what we should do as well. So that we with EIC should do as well. So that's one of the points being discussed. How can we have a proactive element so that based on deal room and pitch book info, which are basically information sites where you can find where a lot of the investors look at to track investments, but it can also be tracked to see, well, who has which investments, where is it taking too much time, where is already good recurring revenue or not, those kind of elements, and then say, well, this investment is perfect for you and we're going to help you getting it. Because at the end, that's how you're going to get the best entrepreneurs in and build a strong ecosystem. There's a lot to do on the gender and diversity index, of course, and there's all the metrics are between 30 and 50%, and it works really well, I think. Also on the board, there's a 50-50 gender balance in our team there, and it's even in terms of nationality, it's 20 different nationalities, and it brings an incredible wealth of perspective. Sometimes we see something from a certain perspective, but other regions have a totally different call. And for example, the way that the Nordics, we have one person is the former head of Startup Norway, and the other person is the chair of the board of European Research Council, and she is Finnish. And the way that they look at applied science and research is completely different. And I really like that. Also how they want to de-risk venture capital. Wim talked about the fact that they now try to de-risk it via insurance companies. It's working for some parts, but it's an interesting idea. At the end, US investor funds also are often pension funds that have been behind the first Silicon Valley ones. And one of the things that have worked a lot is having obliging in terms of purchasing, obliging the public infrastructure to buy from certain startups. Often a contract with a big institution is the same as a venture round. Already talked about this. Yeah, in terms of prizes, I mentioned the Women Innovators ones. There's one on capital of innovation, and there it's mainly to look at what is called the widening countries, and I believe that the prizes are between 50 and 250K per award. There's a lot on procuration, so that's something that a lot of countries ask, because for some startups it's nearly impossible for them to have procurement in large corporates or in public institutions. So that's often one of the scaling potential, especially if you look at healthcare or Green Deal. There's always some kind of public, or often some kind of public instance involved. Making sure that startups can get through procurement and have some elements is crucial on that. Not too relevant. This is looking at next year. So the continuity and stability and open calls. So the fact that's an important element, so that you can constantly apply to it and get feedback from that. Every 3 months there will be a cutoff for accelerator. So that means that the challenges now are every 2 to 3 months. The goal is to have there clearly a quarterly approach. Our advice is integrated, and then the last part I think is really important. So I talked about having the ecosystem with EIT and ERC. There's another ecosystem on funding. So you have 3 big organisms at European level: European Investment Fund, Bank and Council. And there's a working group on seeing how can we really have a huge impact on that. And the third one is a bit a level on having it implemented on a local scale. And local means, in Belgium, local means also, I'm from Limburg, there's probably an association in Limburg as well, but it's somewhat complex in to do that. But what we have to be careful of is that Europe remains a bit sometimes at the national level only. It doesn't work. You have to get to the regional levels and be sure that it trickles down. Voilà. That's it. 5 minutes. 0 minutes. So that gives... so today I'm Kat and Veronica, I see. But I hope it gives a bit of a view on what EIC does. I've learned to know it a bit more over the last years, but I'm now part of it, and I really think that the way that they operate is close to what an entrepreneur can help. Also, these 20 people on the board now are all some form of entrepreneur, so I can really recommend going there. And if you have any questions, my name is Bart Becks. You'll find my email online, and can send me email. Then, if I can help you, it would be with pleasure. Right. Good luck, everyone.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello, everyone. I was told that it would be a good idea for us to give the presentation in French, so we shall do that. But if you do have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask your questions in any language. We will answer regardless. My name is Jian Kim Vangas, and I'm the National Coordination Point in the Brussels capital region. And I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm very happy to also answer the call from the French Embassy and Nathaniel Ackerman. It's always a pleasure to contribute to the week of AI. And I'm here with two colleagues. So Marion Perrin, who's my direct colleague, she's the point of contact for digital industry and space in the same program, and Pascal, who is the point of contact, Pascal Massiani, who is the point of contact in France for the ERC. So we're going to try and give you an idea in a couple of minutes about the program, which is a very ambitious program. It's the 9th framework program for research and innovation. It's called Horizon Europe. It's for a green, healthy, digital and inclusive Europe. It covers a period that spans from 2021 to 2027. It was launched last year. We were a little bit late, but it follows on the heels of the 8th framework program, which was called Horizon 2020. And you might have already heard about it. So here you are. Horizon Europe, the budget is 95.5 billion euros. So it is what makes it the biggest research and innovation program in the world, at least the one with the biggest budget. So here you can see the overall structure of the program. It is based on 3 pillars. Science, so excellent science, global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, and innovative Europe. And to, the previous presentation that we just had has to do with pillar 3, so innovative Europe. The EIC is there to really encourage all forms of innovation. So in there we have the EIC, but we also have other elements, and there is a really strong wish to bolster the European landscape of innovation ecosystems. And we also have the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. As for me, since we're lucky to have Pascal with us, Pascal is going to talk mostly about the first pillar, excellent science. And so therefore I shall focus mostly on pillar 2 with Marion. Marion, who will mostly focus on the digital industry and space aspect, since if you're here, it's probably because you're interested in opportunities that can be seized in terms of funding through this program. So you can see that this structure really reflects our ambition within the EU to work further in science, on science, and to also deal with global stakes, including Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, and to reinforce the technological and industrial capacity within the EU. So there is also that horizontal activity, transversal activity, that aims at reinforcing the impacts of the European research environment as well as its attractivity, or attractiveness. So the idea is to help knowledge circulate, to help researchers go from one country to the next as well, and to promote European values in terms of gender equality, ethics, research integrity, and so on and so forth. So this is the structure of the problem. In pillar 2, as you can see, we have 6 clusters that cover all global stakes, or the 6 major stakes for the world. I hope you can read everything. The first cluster has to do with health. Second cluster has to do with culture, creativity, and inclusive society. The third cluster is about civil security for society. The fourth, that Marion will tell you about, is called digital industry and space. Climate, energy, and mobility is the fifth, and the sixth is food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and the environment. And in that second pillar, you also have the activities of the Joint Research Center. So that's mostly it. A framework program covers different instruments, different work programs as well. So just heard the the plan for the EIC for 2021-2022, and those work programs follow a strategic framework. So the first strategic framework for the program for the first 4 years from 2021 to 2024. And the idea is to really stick with the main priorities of the EU, i.e. green transition, digital transition, social issues, getting out of the COVID crisis as well, all that by 2030. And it is really through those work programs that you will find opportunities, because regularly there are calls for projects that are issued in the or through the different parts of the program with different instruments for each different date of opening and closing of the calls for proposals. And so yeah, it's you can find a lot of different opportunities in different parts of the program structure that are going to be launched throughout the next 7 years. So that's it for the program. Same as in any program, there are some rules as to who can participate. Of course, anyone and everyone can participate. Any entity, any legal entity can participate. So anyone who has a legal identity can participate in the program. In most calls for projects of the second pillar, that aims at encouraging a systemic approach and international collaboration, you need to be interdisciplinary, work with several sectors. We try to look for research and innovation in different sectors. We want to make sure that the proposals are submitted by 3 partners, at least in 3 different countries, and at least one of the partners has to be in one of the member states of the EU, or at least a country that is associated to the EU. The list of associated countries is available. I think we have like 10 associated countries and 6 countries that are about to be associated as well. And other countries may become associated with the EU in the coming years. So those are processes that are time-consuming, of course. And beyond member states and beyond associated states, any country in the world, so long as it's not under European sanctions, can participate in the program. So RIA and IA are actions, research and innovation action, and innovation actions. That's a bit of a jargon for us, but so IA is mostly about collaboration and less about research. So these are the rules for participation. To tell you who's eligible, you can see it's very open. Open on the world as well, but as to eligibility for funding, we have stricter rules. So only organizations coming from member states or associated countries are eligible for funding. And if you're not an EU country, you can only be eligible if you have if you're a low or middle income country. And then there are some very specific cases. It may be that the organizations of the US, Canada, Korea, or Japan may benefit from funds if and only if it is indicated in the working program, because the Commission believes that we need the expertise from those specific countries to meet our goal as determined in the call. So those are the rules, and I think the intention is fairly clear, and if you need any extra details, it's always good to get in touch with the points of contact in order to get more information if you need it, to decrypt also the information that you do have. These are the different types of activities that are eligible for funding. So you have to know that Horizon Europe can be a program that funds only civilian applications. We do not fund military applications, and there are some fields of research that are excluded. So if you do research in genome, stem cells, embryos, and so on and so forth, there are some ethical considerations, and therefore those are excluded from the program. It's also only civilian programs, as I said, and in Pillar 2 it's mostly innovation and research, and in coordination and support as well. And yes, so market deployment actions as well with the third pillar in the field of innovation. Then there's also training and mobility actions, TMA, that's in the first pillar. Those would be the main ones. And we also have spoken about what's at stake in terms of public tenders for innovative solutions, or public tenders, so pre-commercial market call for tenders, public tenders, and that's also part of that pillar of the program. Regarding the funding rates, you can see that most of our activities are funded 100%, which means that the program is very, very attractive, and therefore it's also very competitive. So 70%. So for innovation action, they can be funded up to 70%. And then there's a difference also depending on whether you're an organization with or without, whether you are a for-profit or a non-profit. And again, based on the working program, you may also have some specific conditions to fulfill. So I didn't want to show you this one, but it is still interesting to see the relationships. We're talking about a program that stimulates international collaboration. You have Brussels at the center, and then all the links that have been developed during the previous Horizon 2020 program. And that just gives you an idea of the scope and how much you can get. It's a very small region, Brussels, but more than 1 billion euros have been allocated over the past 7 years. It's a very competitive environment. As I said, the general success rate is about 12%, so it's not huge, I know. But it's worth it. If you do get it, you don't always succeed on your first try, and this is also why the points of contact have been implemented and supported by the European Commission. The idea being to train the points of contact and to make sure that they are in turn able to really broadcast the right information to stimulate and encourage those who might be interested and those who defend high quality projects. The projects once submitted are assessed by independent experts, and it's a process that takes about 5 months, and all projects are then assessed based on their impact, their excellence, and also the implementation quality. But mostly impact and excellence are the most important criteria for this assessment. So you really have to be the best of the best. I also wanted to give you some examples here of projects that are dedicated to AI within the framework of Horizon 2020. This is here but a small sample. If you go to the Cordis website, which is the European database that covers the data from the previous projects, you can go all the way up to the 7th framework project and have a look. Really in that search engine, you can just enter AI and find a whole array of projects. And I have only a couple here, but you can see really that you have very diverse projects. Here we have, during the week, we focused on healthcare applications for AI, and you can see here a couple of examples. We've had lots of examples, in fact, that are dedicated with projects dedicated to, for example, the fight against cancer, the fight against COVID, telemedicine in general, and also within the framework of security, climate, etc. So you can find all of those projects on that website, cordis.europe.eu. And the point of contact, so I here represent Brussels, but we do have points of contact in every country in the world, pretty much. Member states, associated countries, and third-party countries as well. And you can find all that on the European Commission portal. Here in Brussels, we cover nearly all pillars, apart from in the first program, the ERC and the Marie Slodowska-Curie action. So we're very, very happy to have Pascal with us today, because she will be able to give you more information about the first pillar. We are a team in Brussels with 9 points of contact, with 12 different functions, so different specialties as well, in all the clusters of the second pillar. And we have an NCP for EIC. So if the previous presentation struck you as very interesting, if you have ideas that you want to submit for the Pathfinder, the Accelerator, or the Transition, there is one person who's dedicated to that in Brussels, and we have several in the countries as well as in other countries, you know, people who are available to give you guidance and information to make sure that your proposal can be as successful as it possibly can be, and so that you can meet the quality criteria. There we go. So we are here to support any and all project bearer, and in Brussels we have all the different types of actors and stakeholders. You can be a researcher in a university, you can be an academic, you can be working in a private research center, you can be a public authority, local authority, regional authority, you can be a school, high school. You can be a company, a large company, a startup, or an SME. We really help everyone, and all the different parts of the program that are within our scope of activity are available from, you know, identifying opportunities onward. So if you believe that you're a good fit, do come to us with your center of interest, explain why you're innovative, explain why you have a role to play, explain what type of partnership you're looking for, what type of consortia as well. And we're really here to help you create your proposal and submit it. And yes, if you're lucky enough to be selected for funding, we'll be there to help you out during the project as well, if you ever need some help to understand the reporting rules, etc., because there are many, of course, and the cycle can go on and on until, you know, the project exploitation and the emergence of new ideas, where we can help you and support you again for yet another support cycle. So here is the Brussels team, and I'm sure that there are in the audience some people who are based here in Brussels. So you can see that for the third and the second and third pillar, we have people in charge. We have 5 NCP systems in Brussels because of the responsibilities distribution. So here are the contact points for the various NCPs. I think that Marie Timmerman is responsible for the Digital Europe program in Wallonia, and for France, these are the different contact points for the digital centers. And you have the email address of our French PCN colleagues. These are a few useful links if you'd like to look at the various calls for projects, if you'd like to know more about the next call for project or the previous ones. You can go on the portal, and there are several databases where you will be able to find former projects, so you can get ideas of what has been done. And I now give the floor to Marion.
Bonjour à tous. Donc, je suis Marion.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion Perrin. I am the contact point for Cluster 4. Industry, digital, and space are my areas of specialty. So I will be presenting to you some of the calls for projects that deal with AI. Now, a few words about Cluster 4. Cluster 4 is the part of the program that aims at ensuring industrial competitiveness and facing worldwide future challenges by strengthening technological sovereignty as well as scientific, technological, industrial capacities in key domains on which the transformation of our economy are based. So in the work program, these are called destinations, and you can see the different destinations that I will go through individually. Destination 1, climate neutral, circular, and digitized production. You can see the summary of the destination and its aims, and you can see an example of call for project topic for 2022. The deadline is just in a few weeks' time, which means that you cannot apply for this call at the moment. But the aim was just to give you an idea of the cluster ICT innovation for manufacturing SMEs, aims to support manufacturing SMEs and mid-caps in adopting the latest innovative digital technologies. Now, if you're interested in applying, you can go on the website. This is just an appealing sentence, but you can get in contact with us if you need us to guide you. Then Destination 2, increased autonomy in key strategic value chains for a resilient industry. This sentence is there to tell you more about the topic and the objectives of 2020. Again, a very close deadline. And you can read the title, Optimize Industrial Systems and Lines Through Digitalization, with some words of description. I forgot to say that Horizon Europe is divided into 2-year work programs. Currently, we are working on the program for 2021 and 2022. The Commission is working and on the verge of validating programs for 2023 and 2024, on which we have no visibility. So I'm just focusing on 2022, but we will very shortly have information about the forthcoming years. Next destination, world-leading data and computing technologies. And, well, you can read what the topic is all about, and the deadline is April 5th. So the first topic deals with cognitive cloud, and the other one with technologies and solutions for data trading. So this is the major destination of the cluster. There are many topics. For 2022, there will no longer be any call for projects for AI, except for AI data and robotics. Fifth destination on space data. This is also another major destination. The topic is not open yet. The call for projects will be opened in the forthcoming months. The deadline will be in the fall of 2022, so you still have time to apply for this large-scale Copernicus data uptake with AI and HPC. It is a project led in cooperation with Copernicus. Feel free to get in contact for more information. And then the last destination, a human-centered and ethical development of digital and industrial technologies. 2 topics. The first deadline is on November 16. It aims at developing excellence network in artificial intelligence. And then the second topic, which is quite interesting, AI for human empowerment. This is a research and innovation action with a deadline further down in the timeline. I think that 3 projects of 4 million euros will be funded. As I said, this is just for your information, and you will be able to find out more on the web page. So this is what Cluster 4 of 2022 holds for you. Now, just a few words about the other call for projects in the other clusters. Cluster 1, Health. Cluster 2, Culture, Creativity, Inclusive Society. Cluster 3, Civil Security for Society, Climate, Energy, is cluster 5. Let's start with cluster 3. There are more opportunities for AI in this cluster. You can see the objectives, the destinations. All the call for projects for AI are clustered in destination 1 and destination 4. So here the idea is to better protect the EU citizens from crime and threats. So 2 projects of 5 million euros will be funded. We have a total budget of 10 million euros. Now you can see what this project is all about by reading what's on the slide. Then cluster 1, health. In 2022, there will be this sole call for a project dedicated to cybersecurity for medical devices. Cluster 2, culture, creativity, inclusive society. The deadline is April 20th. And the subject is very interesting: artificial intelligence, big data, and democracy. More to come in the future on the same topic. Cluster 5. And I'd like to introduce you to 3 calls. Here the deadline is quite close, but there are 2 others. One whose deadline is October 27th. It deals with renewable energy. 3 million euros will be dedicated to each project. And then the last one. This is quite surprising.
On a une deadline en 2023.
And the deadline is in 2023, which means that you have a lot of time to get prepared. It has to do with the development of digital solutions for existing hydropower operation and maintenance. You can see that the budget is included between 3 and 4 million euros. Then last cluster, not much was dedicated to artificial intelligence this year. More to come in the future. And well, you can see the topic: observing and mapping biodiversity and ecosystems. So this was the overview that I wanted to give to you. As I'm also contact point for Digital Europe program, a new funding program by the European Commission to fund digital transition. So if you have questions, feel free to get in contact. And I now give the floor to Pascal.
Je ne sais pas combien de temps il me reste. Le bouton, c'est lequel? C'est celui-là. Ok, donc on fait le tout en marche arrière là, puisqu'on va remonter.
Now let's move backwards to Pillar 1, dedicated to scientific excellence and to fundamental science. I'm very happy to be here today and to represent the PFU. I think there are a few French connationals in the room. My background is in chemistry, so not in artificial intelligence, but I discovered and learned a lot this morning about artificial intelligence. So this is the 3-pillar structure of the scientific excellence pillar, and you can see that Pillar 1 has a budget of 25 billion euros. So science and science excellence is funded. There's of course not enough money, but there is money and funds dedicated to this topic. Now, what are the infrastructures in this pillar? There are 2 major blocks, ERC and Marie Curie. I've tried to show you the various infrastructures. Now, infrastructures are topic or technological communities that submit projects. They act as a network, and usually these networks are digital networks. And as you can see on the page, the idea is to develop infrastructures. This was done with Horizon 2020, and with Horizon Europe, there is a specific axis to strengthen innovation and to support European policy making. Now, as far as Marie Curie is concerned, Marie Curie is dedicated to the training of young researchers. It is about acquiring knowledge and skills. It is about promoting mobility in Europe, but also beyond Europe, to promote mobility for students. It is also about promoting cross-border cooperation. ERC is dedicated to more experienced or more seasoned researchers. So don't hesitate to apply at an early stage for this grant. This grant does not have to do with training. It has to do with research projects, and the main criteria, of course, is scientific excellence. I would say a few more words about scientific excellence later on, but it is also open to all types of disciplines. Any idea, any project is relevant. Life sciences, math, we are open to any kind of scientific projects. So these are research infrastructures. Very often communities are clustered around equipment or digital facilities, cognitive resources, libraries, collections. Virtual infrastructures are included as well. And with Horizon Europe, we will focus on the main challenges that have been identified by the European Commission, the Green Deal, Digital Europe. Now, I'm not an expert in infrastructures, but you can see here the contact point for infrastructures in France and our colleagues in Brussels that you already know, and Europe for citizens. Now, a few words about Marie Curie. Marie Curie actions are focused on young people who attend universities, and there are several profiles of grants. There are the doctoral networks, the previous ITN. These are networks of PhD students that offer cooperation opportunities on some topics. Then there are individual grants or European fellowships, as well as global fellowships if PhD students are eager to cross the European borders. Then there are also staff exchanges, and the co-fund. The co-fund offers partners the possibility to receive European money to organize PhD training or post-PhD trainings. And then there are the actions to the general public. The night of the researchers are organized on a yearly basis and are funded by European money. Now, I was talking about fundamental research projects. However, we are also open to companies and to the industry. The idea being to build bridge between the industry and the universities. Now, as you can see here, and I'm very sorry, but it may not be easy to read. However, this is the name of the Marie Curie contact point, and you can, of course, receive this presentation if you'd like to get the contact point details. So these were the award-winning projects of 2019. The first award-winning project is a co-fund project, born by PSL. PSL is a Paris university. They signed a contract with the European Commission, and they've received money to finance 20 PhD modules, training modules on artificial intelligence. Then the second award-winning project is a consortium of countries. It is a large consortium, and the aim is to mentor, to train young PhD students on artificial intelligence concerns. And then the last award-winning project dates back to the end of 2019. The report was drafted in 2020, and there is at the end of the report a list of projects, the list of projects that was used to draft the report. Now let me come to the ERC calls for project, and this is my area of specialty in a way. Now, ERC stands for European Research Council. It is quite a very peculiar organization that this council is quite autonomous in the way it manages its program. The structure was set up back in 2007 by scientists who were staunch defenders of fundamental research. Now the network broadened and grew, and it is now recognized on the international level. And here the work programs are quite repetitive now. The work programs are usually quite similar from one year to the next. So we are now working on the 2022 work program, and the program for 2023 will be ready shortly. Now, you have here a snapshot of the ERC homepage, and when navigating through the website, you will be able to find a wide array of information, as well as videos that are useful for any of you that who are potential applicants. Now, what is my own vision of ERC? I think that when it comes to Horizon Europe, you have first and foremost to understand the philosophy of the program before you apply for it, because each program has specific criteria that you need to meet, and requirements that you need to meet. And the ERC is quite special. It is a scientific project that we can label as being individual, and of course the project head is not alone, but he or she is the backbone of the project. Now, the project leader is usually a researcher who has to demonstrate that he or she is autonomous and able to lead a project. But what matters is the idea. So one needs to have a disruptive and scientific idea, a breakthrough idea at at the borders of knowledge. So the idea is to bring something new, something that has never been done before by others. So you will see that the amount of money is quite substantial. So the idea has to be disruptive, new, and then the idea of and the principle of the high risk, high gain. Now, you have to show that you are determined to advance on the project. You have to be able to sell this project to convince the stakeholders that it will be successful. Now, of course, a researcher has his or her background, his or her experience, and the ERC is there to shape the project so that within 5 years it becomes autonomous and successful. There are 5 types of grants. Now, individual projects are not truly individuals. They are what we call the individual grants, starting, consolidator, and advanced. Now, starting are dedicated to researchers who have 2 to 7 years of experience, consolidator to researcher with 8 to 12 years of experience, and then advanced is dedicated to senior researchers. And more recently, we have also a project dedicated to 4 researchers eager to lead a more ambitious project and who need to work in team. And, well, this is not something that was mentioned before. The proof of concept build in a way the bridge with the ERC and the ERC is very careful about enhancing the project's results. Now, just a few examples of AI projects. There are many ERC grants on dedicated to AI, and you can see that these are just a few examples of our ERC stories. So I think I will need to close this presentation very soon, which means that I will need to speed up a little bit. Now you can see on the right side of the page a reference to the Cordis website. On the ERC, you will not find an exhaustive description of all the projects, but these projects are listed on the Cordis website. And on the Cordis website, you can also find and access a database or a data hub with a mine of information. And from these are the AI projects carried out between 2014 and 2023, the project names, the project locations, and then on the right side of the page, the whole list of projects. So in the AI field, there is a lot going on and many funded projects. Now, very quickly about the PCN networks in France. The French PCN is organized slightly differently from the Belgian PCN, and of course, the European institutions are also supporting our national contact points. So you can see the type of activities that we do in our national contact points. And in red, you can see the contact point of Pillar 1, as well as the contact details of Isabelle de Sutter. And these are just some snapshots of a few pages, and this is the end of my presentation.
Parfaitement dans les temps.
You're right on time. So we won't have time for questions because we are supposed to move to the coffee break. However, if you'd like to have a chat with our speakers, you can do so during the coffee break, and feel free to visit the different websites that have been mentioned. I'm quite familiar with the French version of the Horizon Europe website. So I suggest that we have a break before we move to the next session, and we'll enjoy your break. Don't hesitate to have a chat with the speakers. We will then move to the pitch, the startup pitch session here, and the young researchers pitch session will be held in the canteen. So have a nice break and see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Je demande déjà.
I will ask, first of all, the pitchers from the industry session, future industry session. Could you please come up to the front of the room so that we have the first batch of speakers on the stage? Michael Bros, Marc Delbar, Virginie Militeng, Xavier Fischer, Xavier Teng can come and join us on the stage so that we gain some time. Perfect.
My name is Maryse Colson. I'm the culture manager at Uranova, and today I'm very pleased to host this session that will feature startup pitches in front of a very selective panel. It's an occasion to present the jury members. So we have Bart Bex, who's chairman of many boards and co-founder of B Central, Wim de Waal, founding partner at Miles Ahead, Xavier Huer from B Angels, who's also involved in the direction board of many startups, Alexandre Dutoit, partner at Scale Fund and board member at NacuPower, Moonbird, 456 and Caspar, Maxime Vukovic, who's investment manager at 4Ventures and entrepreneur. All right. We are very happy to welcome entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs from Europe and to give them the opportunity to shed the light on their project. The session will be split into 3 parts. Each part will focus on a specific purpose. First, we will hear about startups that specialized in industrial innovation. Second, we will talk about startups dedicated to health. And finally, we will focus on the common good. So, pitchers, you have only 3 minutes to present, and someone will reach out to you when your time is out. Let's not wait any longer, and let's start with the presentation of startups involved in industrial improvement. Who's a victim of anxiety, stress, and insomnia in this room? Well, these problems might find a solution with Moonbird, an intelligent device designed and developed by Stephanie Bros, PhD in pharmaceutical sciences. She's going to tell us how simply breathing can help us cope with stress and sleep troubles. Let's welcome this young entrepreneur who has the difficult task to hack the path this afternoon.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm the brother of Stephanie and the co-founder of Stephanie. But everything you said about no worries. Do we do this sitting down or are we standing up? You can stand up. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Michael. I am the brother of Stephanie and the co-founder of Moonbird. Well, no slides, or well, it's there. This one, yeah. And it's the green top bottom. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes, there we go. Oh no. Back. Okay, only one slide then. So yes, at Moonbird we developed and designed the Moonbird, which is a device that helps people to do breathing exercises. We saw in our environment that a lot of people are suffering from anxiety, panic attacks, sleeping problems, and so on. And we all heard that when they came back from the physician, from the psychologist, that they were told to do breathing exercises. After a couple of weeks, they said to us, well, I'm not sure whether I'm doing these breathing exercises correctly. I'm not sure what the effect is on my body. And then we started to think, how can we solve these problems? We developed and designed the Moonbird. As you can see, very small. It's a handheld device that you hold in your hand and it breathes with you. There is a sensor incorporated in the device that measures physiological signals. Through those signals, we can provide you with biofeedback, but we can also coach you. We can say you're doing these exercises correct, and we can also show what the effect is on your body physiologically. Very interesting to give these hard science metrics, things you can measure about breathing exercises. There is also an application linked to the device that acts as some sort of breathing platform for breathwork. Through that platform, we offer both the statistics and the biofeedback collected through the device, but also educational content about breathing, as well as more breathing exercises. So regularly we update the platform with new exercises, and people go to the platform to have access to these breathing exercises. On the company itself, the company was founded 2 years ago, together with Stephanie, my co-founder. We spent about 12 months investing in going from a prototype to an MVP that we commercialized after 12 months. And during the last 12 months, we spent a lot of time and effort in industrializing the device, collecting user feedback, collecting commercial feedback from the market, and translating that into a better product and something that is scalable for the future. We managed to realize about a little under 1 million euros in revenue during our first year with the hardware product. And we collected a lot of other interesting metrics, as said, such as our return on investment or return on ad spend today is about above 4. So that means that if we invest €1 in advertisement, we make 4 times top line revenue. That combined with the interesting gross margin makes for an attractive business plan. And in terms of AI, we also managed to incorporate an AI solution in our device. So the idea was to make a very organic device that resembles a bird, something that you hold in your hand that breathes with you. So there is no on or off button incorporated in the device. There is just a wake to shake principle. When you put your thumb on the sensor, it detects a thumb and it starts breathing with you. But that also means that when the device is in your let's say luggage or something, and it detects a leather wallet, it also starts. So that's why via deep learning, we managed to make a classifier to discriminate between what is a real thumb, a living object that resembles a pulse-like symbol or pulse-like signal in the sensor data versus a dead object, which is not living. And that is something that we developed in-house, a feature that is now in beta testing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie's brother. Okay, next speaker, Mark, has successfully led the global software and services businesses for the past 25 years in the financial services industry. For 7 months, he has taken the lead of Degazoo, the solution designed and built by the Belgian data company Euronova. Mark, it's your turn to take the floor and tell us more about the data engineering platform Degazoo.
Thank you, Maryse. This one. Okay, so the basic principle is no data projects, right? So that's where we started Degazoo, realizing that data scientists are spending all of their time waiting for the data to come, waiting for the data engineering tasks to happen. So the idea of Degazoo is to focus on data engineering. What is data engineering? It's everything that is between the sources of data and the consumption of data, in particular for data science. The idea of Degazoo is to simplify to the max data engineering for data scientists. It's a solution which is designed for medium and large companies and which is designed to work at scale. The idea is very simple. It is to totally virtualize the technology necessary for providing real-time data engineering. So you have underlying technology, which is streaming technology. It's all hidden. The user sees nothing. And you're able very easily to create real-time data pipelines that can feed your data science projects, that can take the results of your data science projects, feed them back, and so on in a chain of continuous value creation. So the user experience is the following. You can connect to all kinds of sources. So we have a series of connectors that can connect to all of the main types of sources. You can do that, with just configuration. Then you are working fully on a logical data layer. So no physical work. You don't have to do anything with Kafka, Flink, or Spark, or any underlying technologies. You just work on an SQL foundation. All of the orchestration of the underlying technologies is managed for you. You are empowered as a data scientist to do your own data engineering, but we're doing that with a leash. We're doing that with a governance leash, if you want. So the governance part of the company can see very clearly what's going on and who is using what. In particular, very important when you're dealing with personal data and GDPR requirements. But the data scientist is totally empowered to create its own data products for its own usage and to bring them all the way to production. So an important aspect of what we do is productization of everything. So easy to create, easy to productize, and fully govern. So the best of both worlds between the empowerment of the end users and the governance at enterprise level. We are in production with a few large-scale industrial players. In particular, we are at the heart of the European data hub of a large Japanese car manufacturer that starts with a T. And the idea is really to take this technology and bring it forward to realize all kinds of real-time data engineering scenarios and empower data science in large corporations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker comes from a company where values, data, and cups of coffee are equally important. Graduated in mathematics at the University of Namur, Virginie Marelli worked at Sherpa, ING, and Capgemini before joining DataRoots. She is an expert in AI and ML, and she's the head of research at her company, trying to fill in the gap between the research and the industry. Welcome, Virginie.
Thank you. So, thank you for the introduction. I'm Virginie. I'm head of research and innovation at DataRoots. DataRoots was founded 5 years ago with the purpose to bridge the gap between model creation and model in production, because indeed we believe that the value really comes from AI in production integrated in the company's processes. So we started with this service, AI modeling. We were actually doing MLOps before it was even a thing. And then we expanded all our services around AI, so data pipeline until the integration with companies' businesses. And also everything around data platform and architecture. So the whole package, basically. Now, we also have everything related to data strategy, because we see more and more that companies need a vision. They need to be guided into becoming data-centric. So we also do everything related to the data strategy. And now I'm going to talk a bit more about DataRoots research. It's my department at DataRoots. What we try to do there is 3 main things. First of all, we try to do continuous training. So our people, we were talking about that this morning, it's very important to keep upscaling them, to keep skilled people in this area. Second thing we also do is bridge the gap between what research and the industries need. So really trying to understand from the industry point of view and from the research, how can we bring those 2 things together. And finally, we also like to share a lot with the community, because it's not alone that we will accomplish that, but it's within a bigger AI community, internally within DataRoots, but also you can check our blogs. We are very active at the community level. In terms of partnerships, we would like to expand a bit in life science and pharma and Industry 4.0, so if you're interested.
Millie Tang is the founder of Lily, a French company specialized in project delivery, or should I say, project intelligence. This startup is the first of its kind in the whole world, as it uses natural language processing to manage large volumes of project documents and to support project managers. Millie, now is the moment to tell us more about Lily.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Millie. I'm the CEO founder of Lily AI. At Lily AI, we want to ensure that more large-scale construction projects are being delivered with less risk. Projects above 100 million euros are often late and are difficult to manage. They generate millions of euros in liability claims, and average claim in 2020 was 46 million euros. A very important untapped source of truth is the terabytes of data that is currently not used by conventional project management tools. So what our models do They analyze the project documentation against 120 concepts that causes delays and cost overrun, such as modification and negligence. The 2 use cases that are being covered by Lily, by the way, is there any slides? Oh, thank you. Okay, so those are some of the prizes that we have won. So our awarded AI solution can discover knowledge that is scattered in terabytes of documentation, and it analyzes the project documentation, as you can see, the outlook, the word, the scans, etc., for 120 concepts that causes delays and cost overruns. So the 2 use cases that are being covered by Lily is 1, the claim resolution. So we are helping our client to efficiently analyze and extract the factual arguments from the entire project documentation, helping them to recover millions of euros. The second use case is real-time weak signals tracking. Our models have been able to detect delays 6 months ahead of the official reporting. This result is really a major breakthrough for the industry, and it has helped us to come up with a marketing and commercial partnership with Oracle, the global leader in construction. So typical clients are project owners, main contractors, subcontractors, and typical users are risk, contract, and portfolio managers. The global market is estimated to 11 billion euros. And our average contract is between 20K for a single project and 60K for the subscription. On top of that, there are also the extraction token. So to summarize, Lily AI is a recognized leader in NLP for major projects. And we are the only company in the world that is able to search and to monitor risk in real time coming from the written project documentation. So happy to chat, and also an important information. We got selected for the EIC Accelerator. So if you're looking for an opportunity to co-invest with the EIC, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Xavier Fischer is Datacalab's CEO and has an impressive background. Graduated at Centre Supélec in 2016. He was a product manager and head of business development at Emotions in the United States. Now he's back in France and leads the computer vision startup Datacalab, which is the topic of the next pitch.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. So yeah, my name is Xavier Fischer, and I'm going to present you what we do at Datacalab. So we have created the MLOps platform to compress neural network. I'm going to start by one question. Do you know how much of a neural network is used while you do the inference? No one knows. The answer is that only 10% of your neural network is really useful when you infer. And the problem is that today, people train model with data, and when they deploy, they put the same model on all the devices. What we do is that we develop technology to compress neural network to be adapted to the inference condition. And by doing that, we are able to have much smaller models that are much more linked to the context. So we have developed a platform as a service where you drop your models and where we give you another model that is more compressed and that is more adapted to the conditions. So we are a research team. We have 7 researchers and 3 patents, and we are commercializing the stuff plus adding all the open sources technology of neural network compression that are out there in the market. And our goal is to be a one-stop shop to do neural network compression. Why is it so important? For 2 stuff, and I'm going to give you 2 examples. First of all, it's an enabler to IoT. All the companies that are building small chips today, they're a bit frustrated because we cannot put neural network and big backbones on those chips because chips are too small. So by compressing, you do more on less. A second one that is more easy to understand, we help you optimize your cloud costs. If you compress by 5 the size of the model, it will cost you 5 times less. Quite simple. And to give you 2 examples, we are equipped with a partner, the border and the gates at the border of France to identify people when they cross the border in the airports, etc. And we have reduced by 10 the cost of the hardware needed to do that. Second example, when you do video analytics, we are able to put 5 times more camera in the same device by compressing what we do. So basically, our model is licensed. You pay a subscription to go to the platform, and then you put license. And the goal of what we do is really to let people know what they know how to do, so to make it work, and we help them make it fast. Thank you.
last speaker of the session about future industry is Nicola. Nicola is another fellow PhD and has a track record in research and education. He still is a professor at NCA, and for 2 years now he has been the research director at Quantmetry, the state-of-the-art French AI company born in 2011. And this company already has 120 happy employees. Let's find more about this company and their vision of a fair and trustful AI.
Merci infiniment. Alors, est-ce que je peux faire en français?
Thank you so much. May I do it in French? I thought I could, and I hope I can. Perfect. So maybe I have a first slide that really presents really quickly our iNerve project. So it's integrated in Quant Lab. So Quantmetry is an IA consulting company. So the idea is to make sure that those technologies stay state of the art and find also new partners to apply AI. So the eNerve project is the one that we are interested in today, and we have been working with the Bicêtre Hospital in Paris with the neurology department, and we tried to set up a diagnosis for a small fiber neuropathy. So small fiber neuropathy is when the little nerves in your skins may disappear, and that leads to pain, insensitivity. It may even lead to amputations related to genetic disease, diabetes, or chemotherapy. The problem is that the standard to diagnose neuropathy is to do a skin biopsy at the level of the thigh or the wrist, and then you scan that biopsy, so you end up with a 3D image, which is quite complicated to analyze. And what physicians do is they count by hand or with their eye, they count the number of fibers that intersect with the membrane going from the epidermis to the dermis. And this is how the less you have, the more the disease progresses. So it takes 4 hours basically to analyze the picture. It's very tiring. And with the IA solution we have developed, we basically come between the digitization and the physician. And with deep learning, we can identify the dermis in red from the dermis, so the epidermis from the dermis, and we can determine how many of the fibers are there. And so the physician can determine the density and quantify the evolution of the disease. So where are we at the moment? We have a prototype available, which is active, which is used by physicians with whom we have developed the solution. We have the patent is pending since the beginning of the year for AI technology, and we're now looking for pharma companies that are currently developing products to fight neuropathies, or people who want to prove that their products do not have an impact on small fibers. The idea would be to use the IA to measure and determine the effect of the drug. So we want to start working in hospitals to be involved in the care process, and we also have trustworthy IA. That's another important thing that we do. We want to make sure that physicians can give us measurements of uncertainties for the predictions of the AI. We are convinced that AI is only trustworthy when the AI also gives you the information when it doesn't know, when it's not accurate enough. So we have developed tools, open source tools, because open source gives you better quality. It's more scientific because you can have a lot of people collaborate on it. And it helps you measure for all models with very modern mathematical techniques. You can really process a whole array of different models. So we are working on that via Confiance AI as well. And the idea is really to make it possible for physicians to tell us when they believe that the AI was not maybe quite as reliable as it should have been. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may get back to your chair now, and you will get feedback from the jury members at the end of the session. I will now call upon our pitches for the next session, i.e. Health. Damien Bertrand, Carlos Meca, Katharina Dalunde, Eric Sen, Philippe Kaplan, and Thomas Gouritan.
Tout le monde est là, c'est parfait. Okay, Damien is a PhD in physics and worked for 10 years at IBA as a domain expert and strategic partnerships coordinator. He is now Business Development Officer at DN Analytics and will present Hercule, a digital platform whose goal is to monitor and enhance the performance of production activities within biopharmaceutical industries.
Thank you very much. So indeed, this afternoon I have the pleasure of introducing to you DNAlytics, which is a Belgian startup proposing data science expertise specialized to the healthcare sector. So we have been founded as a service company proposing a broad range of expertise, including data engineering, data visualization, and a broad range of analytics technologies ranging from statistics up to the machine learning and deep learning technologies that we offer as a service to the healthcare ecosystem, so to the biopharmaceutical companies, medtech developers, as well as the care providers, and also the health authorities. And these recent years, we have started the development of the so-called Hercule platform, which is a toolbox dedicated for the monitoring and the enhancement of the performance in the biomanufacturing industry. So in a nutshell, Hercule is first in charge of collecting all the data that are associated to the manufacturing of a given product, starting from the raw material all along the manufacturing process, including the capture of all in-process data, up to the characterization and quality assessment of the final product. When we have brought together this big data set corresponding to the manufacturing of that product, we can propose advanced functionalities for the monitoring of the process, for example, the characterization of the process, the progress into the manufacturing work stream, the evaluation of the results, the identification of outliers during the manufacturing, and beyond the monitoring of the process, we can train machine learning models on the basis of the harvested data and produce recommendations for improving the process. Typically, we will try and improve the yield of the process, but we can improve other features like reducing the overall time of the process, improving some quality attributes, and all the recommendations that are being produced on the basis of the model are strictly qualified for the process experts to take the right decisions, whether they will try and promote the application of those recommendations into the manufacturing line because the recommendation is robust, because it's within the tolerance of the process as it has been registered towards the authorities, and so on and so forth. So we really try and help those companies being more efficient and demonstrate to them that digitalization and artificial intelligence is the source of added value for their own business. Thank you.
Our next speaker should be Carlos Meca. Okay, he's there. Carlos has an impressive track record in project management, strategy, and marketing. For the past years, he has specialized in the healthcare sector. He is now the Chief Commercial Officer at Radiomix, a biotech startup based in Liège.
I had some slides, so this is what I used to press. Green button. The green button, okay. Can you hear me okay without the mic?
You need to use the microphone for the online translation.
Okay, indeed. Okay, perfect. No worries. So, thanks also. Today I'm going to present you Radiomics in less than 3 minutes. So I'll do a fast job on it. So the question is, who is Radiomics? So Radiomics is a AI-powered research organization. We are based in Liège, and what we do is to explore the hidden information in medical imaging in order to help pharmaceutical and biotech companies in optimizing their clinical trial development. So why do we aim at changing the paradigm of cancer treatment? And so we probably know that cancer treatment started by brute force, either by cutting, irradiating, or poisoning an organ, a tumor, hoping that the patient will survive. The coming immunotherapy was a major breakthrough, but the problem in that one is that only a few patients actually respond to a given treatment. So we are actually treating a lot of patients who will most likely never respond to that treatment. So what do we believe, and what we have seen, is that each individual lesion, tumor, metastasis will is different and can and will react different to a given treatment. So if we can characterize each individual lesion and understand whether they will respond or not to a given therapy, we can optimize the best treatment for one single patient. And this is really what we can do and what we want to do. So how can actually artificial intelligence shift that approach, move that paradigm? So we know that we can collect the information that is hidden in those medical images, which are acquired routinely on a standard basis for every given diagnostic. We can quantify those structures, that disease. We can obtain all that information. And what is AI doing is allowing us to use that enormous amount of information, which is today not used, and link it to the biology. And this is really what the advantage that AI has and our technology. So it can follow over time. And most important of all, it's non-invasive. You can characterize each individual lesion, which you can never do with a physical biopsy, because you can't biopsy different lesions on a patient for practical reasons and, of course, for medical reasons. So by using AI, you can scale the number of artificial or digital biopsies that you can do on a patient. So what can we use radiomics technology for? We can, of course, build what we call segmentation tools which identify that given organ, that given lesion. But more interesting, we can start stratifying patients by characterizing the lesions that you see on that patient. You can track those lesions over time as they respond or not to a given treatment, where they change in size, shape, texture, and then you can see what happens to that lesion as they move, as they evolve. You can hopefully, and it's hard to see, you can hack imaging biomarkers, so you can characterize things that you see by a biomarker, a mutation. You can also see it on an image on an individual patient and tumor, and therefore you can use pre-screening tools to select the patients who will most likely react to a given treatment. Instead of giving the treatment to everybody, you will do only for those who actually do react to that patient, with that treatment. And finally, the holy grail is to develop an imaging-based diagnostic, companion diagnostic tool, which is really linking the treatment and the tool. So for us, what is next? Commercial collaborations, and this is our bread and butter, but also investment opportunities. We are scouting today for a round B to develop our clinical trials, going into the co-development, and of course, partnership and licensing of our technology. Some of it is not core, and we're happy to see a second life to that technology with people who really might find a use for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Katarina comes from Stockholm and will introduce ThermaiScan, a health tech company dedicated to the use of cutting-edge AI and thermal technology to tackle health issues. The first issue they want to focus on is risk assessment of breast cancer development in early stages. Katarina is co-founder of ThermaiScan, and we are very happy to welcome her on stage in Belgium.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I can stand here today, healthy, cancer-free, thanks to a screening program in Sweden. But not everyone is this lucky. 1 out of 8 women will develop breast cancer during their lifetime. There's a 15% mortality rate, and 70% of these cases are related to late detection. So something needs to be done, right? Current screening methods are expensive, inaccessible, and they struggle with finding early stages of breast cancer, especially if you have dense tissue, which is the case for most women that are young, or about 50% of women over 40. So that's a lot, right? This is why me and my team, that consists of breast cancer specialists, thermal experts, AI engineers, came together to create a novel solution using thermal technology, a portable camera that you can attach to a smartphone, and AI. So we analyze pictures and give a risk assessment. So this tool is inexpensive, it's easy to use, and it doesn't need specialists, which is also an issue with current screening methods. There's a shortage of specialists worldwide. So where are we right now? We have a ready AI pipeline, and we are There's so many things that need to be said. So we are live. We are not live, but we are partners in India and Singapore. And we are based in Stockholm, Sweden, and Armenia and Germany. We are looking for partners and smart money, actually, within, if you have a speciality within AI and medical, we're really happy to talk to you. The market is growing by 7% each year, and it's calculated to be $22 billion by 2027. So it's a huge market. And we can have real impact because many countries doesn't have screening, and even if you have screening methods, so the screening methods, it's actually the case that if you screen, you can have something called interval breast cancer. So interval breast cancer is when the cancer is found in between screenings, and these are often more aggressive. So we are a passionate team, and we really want to make a big change. So if you're interested in working with us, please reach out. I'm here today, and you'll have my contact information. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Philippe is an active entrepreneur involved in education and SME support. He's above all the founder and CEO of Caspar, which is a small, contactless, easy, effective and configurable device that prevents elder people from falling when they get out of bed. In other words, a great device to improve all people's autonomy and security.
Thank you for the introduction. You've all seen recently all the news articles about quality of life in nursing homes. Let's talk about Elizabeth. She's 86, and she was found at 5 o'clock in the morning lying on the ground next to her bed. What happened to her? How long has she been there? Why is she hurt it in the head? At the moment, nobody can answer those questions. And we want to say that it is now possible to intervene quickly when there is a fall, to know what are the circumstances of a fall, and to have also activity reports on the moves in a room. This is now possible indeed with a small device put on the ceiling, which can provide alarms in real time, and which can also provide 3D animation of the circumstances of a fall. With presence in the largest fall group in Europe and with more than 1 million hours of operation, we have now reduced the number of falls by 3. And in the case of Elizabeth, we have identified that she was trying to go to the bathroom, trying to stand up in front of the door, and she could not stand up, and she fell very hardly backwards on the corner of her bed, which was completely unnoticed by the staff. The future is that tomorrow we will have tens, hundreds of millions of hours of operation, and from there we will be able to identify trackers to see what leads to a deterioration, to a worse healthcare status for the elderly. So we will be able to prevent, to act quickly, to act faster for the elderly. And that's what we are doing every day, is to work for the improvement of the quality of life. And what we want to say is that today it is possible with a reduction of the falls, with the prevention of falls, to reduce the cost of the healthcare, to reduce the cost of the care systems. And it is now possible to improve quality of life of the elderly and at the same time reducing the cost for the authorities and for the countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas is passionate about IT and technologies and shares his passion in articles and on his YouTube channel. He specializes in chatbots and AI, supporting companies in their change initiatives and training people. Today he will introduce Assispo, born in June 2020.
Merci pour l'invitation. J'aurais refait en français si ça vous.
Thank you for the introduction. I will be speaking French, and today I would like to speak about Dr. Welfeller. He's been an oral surgeon in Paris for some 15 years, and he noted that he spent too much time following up on his patients that had been undergoing surgery. Now, following up patients is time-consuming, and these tasks do not bring any added value. And so he thought that perhaps he could work differently. And we have put in common our two expertise, surgery as far as he's concerned and artificial intelligence as far as I am concerned. And SSPO is a digital tool that collects information from the patient and does the follow-up of the patient, asks the patient about how he or she feels. Very often French people, or one of two French people, are not following up on after a one-day surgery, an inpatient surgery in hospital. Now, so we have noted a lot of problems with follow-up of patients. SSPO can give advice to patients, inform them or remind them about their medication, give them instructions about the therapy. SSPO can also send text messages and take news of the patient. And Dr. Welfeller only gets one weekly call from patients who really need to get in contact with him. We are already active in dental surgery, but we would like to expand to other medical fields, and we are eager to find university and medical partnerships to open up to new specialties, to create new content. We are not. So we do need these partners to create the medical partner. We have a satisfaction rating of 9 out of 10 because patient appreciate the follow-up contact. So we have put SSPO on the market 2 years ago, but we are still open to new partnerships and new investment proposals. Thank you. Is your name, did you choose the name because of the Star Wars android? And I now ask the Common Good session speakers to come to the fore.
Ça va? Kevin et Hella. Qui n'est pas là?
Who is not there? Maël, can you please tell me who's not there yet? No, everyone has joined us.
Was a gendarme for 17 years before falling in love with computer programmation and becoming the CEO and founder of iMovix. Laurent is now the founder and CEO of Phoenix AI, a far western Belgian company that specializes in hardware and software solutions for embedded AI applications. Let's find out more about Phoenix AI with Laurent.
I wasn't expecting the first fact, but thanks very much about it. At the end, it was 19 years, but it's okay. I didn't take my horse with me. So we're Phoenix AI. I said we are Phoenix AI. Well, we're still Phoenix AI, so, well, So we're a startup company. We're based in Wallonia, so we're based in Belgium here. We're Digital Wallonia for AI expert. I see the guys from Digital Wallonia here. So can I hear you? Yes. Nice. So we are also distributed by Tech Data. And so today we'll be talking about the necessity to bring back to the ground AI to cameras and to sensors. Human supervision is very weak. And to supervise 24/7 surveillance feed is absolutely impossible. 1 hour per day is something that is feasible by humans. The world is in need of automatic alerting system instead of 24/7 surveillance. And there are between 60 to 70% of cameras around the world that are on local networks without internet connectivity. Phoenix AI supplies a versatile end-to-end all-in-one solution with edge on-device AI and deep learning, which is completely custom-made for integrators and distributors all around the world, such as IBM, Tech Data, Securitas, etc. We bring to the world a solution which brings embedded AI to local equipment without any infrastructure cost. We are mainly active in human and vehicles bad behaviors, so illegal behaviors. We are fighting against incivilities. We are also fighting against traffic issues. We are detecting anomalies on traffic. We are detecting also anomalies in Industry 4.0. We develop a full solution, which is the hardware, the software, the AI models. And we built small standalone devices which are data feeders and vision data feeders to big data. Our solution, of course, brings AI to cameras without the need to stream the content to cloud, because we keep everything simple on a local base. And we've got, of course, distributors and also integrators all around the world. So I'm glad to leave the floor here to my friend Danny, which is one of our most distinguished integrator. And Danny will talk to you about one of our, I would say, very successful use case. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, let me tell you that first I was surprised to see Securitas Belgium among the startup list. But then I realized that when a very large and established company takes a step to the new digital way, it is worth seeing this initiative like a startup move. Danny Laurier will tell us more about how Securitas brings together people, expertise, and technologies to offer customized and efficient security solutions.
In fact, to be honestly, we're cheating a little bit by using Securitas. Laurent gets 6 minutes instead of 3. My name is Daniel Laurier. I'm working actually as a consultant in the area of smart cities, smart mobility, and also smart security within Securitas. We are using the Phoenix AI solutions in the area of illegal waste dumping, traffic control management systems, and also in graffiti. Yeah, but also in other situations where labor-intensive and complex challenges are taking place, where you really need intelligence in the video streams. Yeah, that is the main topic why we are using the solutions of for Phoenix AI. I don't know if there are any slides, and which is the right button to push.
Big button, yeah.
Big.
Big green.
No. So.
You were supposed to get a slide.
Okay. Okay. By using the solutions of Phoenix AI, we and our customers in the commercial and in the public sector get access to state-of-the-art technology, where we really need to bring intelligence in camera systems, in video streams, and that kind of stuff. In fact, what we do is, by using the Phoenix AI solutions, we bring the intelligence where the intelligence is necessary. And that means where the incident is taking place, rather than having large infrastructures where you need to compute for the intelligence. We can do it on the edge, and we really bring the intelligence where it is needed, so that we can get much faster and much, how we say it in English, efficient. Yeah, I'm looking for more words. Efficient detection of the incidents, yeah. And that is, I think, is the main advantage of the Phoenix AI solution, that we bring the intelligence in the edge. Yeah. So please, if you need more information, please contact us.
I don't know how to pronounce your name. Brit? Okay. 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 So you are a PhD computer science. After working at VoiceFox in England and Microsoft in India, you joined INRIA, first as a PhD student and then as a project holder for the startup studio of INRIA. Today, Brit will introduce Ninja, a voice anonymization startup. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, hello, my name is Brish Srivastav, and I'm the project holder of Nishta at INRIA Startup Studio in Lille. Nishta aims to provide voice anonymization solutions to contact centers, media organizations, and voice assistant manufacturers. So it leverages the groundbreaking privacy-preserving technologies that was created and validated in the Horizon Edge 2020 Comprise project. Voice data, large-scale voice data is needed to optimize the AI models that are used for speech analytics, but it contains sensitive biometric information about the speakers. This information is protected by the GDPR, which calls for anonymization measures to be adopted. The general-purpose software solutions that are currently being used by sound engineers do not provide effective anonymizations, and it distorts the speech signal in a way that prevents further processing of the signal. So, by contrast, Nishta's voice anonymization platform provably removes biometric information from the signal while keeping rest of the information intact. So it enables further processing like emotion detection, remote health monitoring, and much more. It also allows organizations to have a trusted GDPR-compliant relationship with their customers, and also to create value out of their data. So we have been talking about a lot about data, so this is much needed. The proactive adoption of this technology by businesses will improve customers' trust and loyalty in their brand. So what are we looking for? We want to provide voice anonymization solutions to contact centers with minimum disruption to their existing voice processing pipelines. Hence, we will establish key partnerships with speech analytics solutions providers, and we will integrate our solution into their pipeline so that we will increase the value of their services, first of all, and then we will also have a channel of sales and software distribution. The initial few collaborations with such companies may lead to may develop a new business use case, which will basically set a precedent for the future AI trends in the call center markets. So with that, I invite you to visit our website. You can also call it nishta.com, and you can send me an email. I will be happy to answer your questions. And soon we'll be looking for investment opportunities, so get in touch with me for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Our next speaker is Kevin El Haddad, who will present Fedon, a French startup that produces software to tap into collective intelligence and use AI to sort the suggested project. This solution will be of interest to any learning company that pushes its employees to share ideas and take responsibility. Let's discover Fedon.
Thank you. For the slide, you said the big green button, right? Here we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin. I am a co-founder and CDO of Fedon. Basically, what Fedon proposes is a solution with NLP tools, basically. And by NLP tools, what we mean is we extract information from text and we try to automatize operations for our users. More specifically, what we do more concretely, we provide first tools to explore what is in the data. For example, discover topics in an ideation session, for example, at the end of an ideation session. The second types of tools we provide are related to automate. For example, direct messages to the most appropriate service in a company, or try to estimate the urgency of a signal, of a message. The last one is automatic reporting, basically. We estimated our return on investment for our users to be around 48% when using all of our tools. What really differentiates us from what exists is, first of all, instead of providing tools that are very generic, we have sector and even task-specific applications, and we focus a lot on the flexibility of what we offer. That means that our users can use our code without our tools without any knowledge of coding, as a no-code mode, or integrate it seamlessly in their application through our APIs. And I end up by presenting the dream team, basically. We're very complementary four co-founders with a lot of experience in tech, but also we already, in general, built wealthy companies. Laurence even sold hers, previous one. We're currently in a seed round with a goal of 800,000 euros. We already secured 450 of it. We are currently looking for our second investor. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The last startup will be presented by Hela Atmani. She will present Palm, a French cutting-edge HR solution to manage talents and unleash their full potential at work. Hela has a track record in startups, scale-ups, and corporate, mainly in consulting industry. She founded Palm with Chloé Barnois, who's an expert in project management, business development, and talent matching. Both of them have merged their expertise fields to found Palm.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Hela Atmani. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Palm AI, based in France. So, hi from France, I would say. So, let's start. About 3 years ago, I was leading operational excellence team within EY, and I was managing large post-merger programs within large corporates around the world. And I realized 3 things. First one, companies can't find easily people they need for a project, for a new position or expertise internally. Managers are stuck with manual tools to identify, spot, and track competencies. And this is due to HR systems that are designed from a previous era. And at the other side, employees are switching jobs faster and faster, and they are more and more demanding regarding their career path and development. So I decided to quit EY and to bring together the best team in artificial intelligence with Mark BOSA, that you didn't mention, but he's a serial coder and serial entrepreneur in AI and SaaS software, and with Chloe as well, with product management and HR skills, in order to help companies being data-driven in order to better understand their talents and repurpose them for a better role, and in order to reduce turnover and increase retention rate and drive growth at a global scale. Today, it's critical, it's urgent for organizations to do that. 69% of organizations around the world are doing more skills building now than they ever did before COVID crisis. And automation, AI, data processing are the new drivers of this third generation of talent management softwares around the world. The market is growing very, very, very fast, mainly in the US side, and it reached $656 billion in 2021, and it will continue growing up, actually. After 3 years of R&D, we built the next generation of European talent development platform and software. Powered by AI, natural language processing, and deep learning, Palm's talent marketplace provides enterprises with a single solution for managing their talent retention, development, and reskillings, and for growing a diverse workforce at a scale. Since our commercial launch in September 2021, we are moving fast. Our monthly growth revenue is around 25%, and we will reach 1 million of ARR in September 2022. And now we are accelerating, and our ambition is to be and to become the European leader by hiring the best talents, by expanding the business across Europe, and now we are raising 1.5 million euros, and we are looking for the best partners to help us achieve this ambition. And to conclude, this is just the beginning, because we aim to become a standard leader by creating the first skills data wallet and taking the European leadership. Thank you so much, and feel free I will be happy to discuss with you.
Thank you very much. As we are running out of time, the question will be during the networking, and now we can get the feedback from our panel of jury members in another room over there, I think. Is it correct? Let's say it's correct. Yes, good. So thank you, everyone, for your attention. Thank you to our speakers, to our pitchers. Thank you to the jury members for your attention. And see you later on.
Thermal breath, the thermal camera.
Est-ce que tout fonctionne? Non, alors il y a traduction si. Ils parlent ce qu'ils veulent, mais ils vont parler anglais. Ils comprennent le français, mais ils vont parler en anglais. Ouais. T'es puni, Benoît? Tu te mets au fond? Mais on n'a pas tous les panélistes. Il est là. Vous pouvez venir, ouais. Tu sais quand tu passes? Oui, avant-dernier. Après Sabine. Il manque un panéliste. Il manque Nat. Donc déjà, bonjour à tous. Vous m'entendez tous?
Alright, so hello everyone, I hope you can hear me properly. This will be partly in English and partly in French. So you will have the possibility to follow in both languages. I think we have lost a panelist, so we are going to give them a couple of seconds to arrive.
Non. Non, on commence avec Renaud Wegel. On va le retrouver. Ouais. Maëlle est partie le chercher, il est là. Voilà.
All right, so hello everyone and welcome. I have only just arrived, so I've not seen everyone yet. And this is now our last session for For the AI Generation 2030, we're going to talk about ecosystems and the importance of having AI ecosystems. We have a panel of researchers, professors, government representatives from France and from Belgium with us today, the Wallonia, Brussels and Flemish part of Belgium. So we are going to think about how important it is to work together. I mentioned several nationalities, but I'm quite convinced that we mostly have European people here on the stage. They know how important it is to work together for artificial intelligence and to be, the necessary strike force today to make sure that European research shines through and that the impacts of artificial intelligence are We'll start with Renaud Vedel, who's at the head of National Strategy for AI in France. But before, so he used to work for the Ministry of the Interior. He now works at the Ministry for Economy and Finances, and he will present to us the French ecosystem, including the Francia hub. The floor is yours, Mr. Vedel. You can present this ecosystem, and then I will have a small question for you regarding the challenges of the Francia hub. I have a bit of a broader presentation, in fact, so I wanted to present to you the three types of ecosystems. First of all, the higher education ecosystem, the research ecosystem, as well as the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Regarding the European entrepreneurial ecosystem, we do have slides. So, in fact, so it doesn't matter. It's okay. Yeah, so that's basically a teasing for what's coming next, so. There we go. There we have it. So let's start with what we call the excellence centers or skills centers, competence centers. The Villani report said that we needed to create a stronger structure like it is done abroad. It's not very original. It's done in the US. It's done in China. Quite a lot, sadly. I don't mean sadly, I just mean China is going really, really fast. It's done in a lot of European countries. And so there was that idea to have that interdisciplinary institute for AI in a network, basically. So 4 of them received a label in 2019, including Prairie. So that is in Paris. We have the Grenoble ecosystem. We have one on the Côte d'Azur and another one in Toulouse. So those are consortia that are attached to a university of reference with engineering schools, other universities, research centers, etc. We also had, and I don't want to spoil her presentation, we have also a bigger one in Paris, and then there are 2 other centers that have emerged since then, and I think it's important to talk about them as well. The alliance between Polytechnique and La Sorbonne University, so as well as HEC. So you have 7 centers altogether, and they work on different themes. And I believe that there are many relationships that can be created with Belgian universities and Belgian researchers. So I thought it was important to have a meeting. We had a wonderful evening actually in Paris in November of 2021. And so basically, you know their names now. You can have a look on the slide and you know who they are. So the second type of ecosystem we have, I mean, of course, those centers work with research organizations in France, so INRIA, CNRS, and CEA. And then we also have some entrepreneurship pools as well, pools of companies. And that's the next slide, and that'll be the end of my presentation. That's a bit too complicated, too detailed. But these are basically ecosystems, company-based ecosystems. We have the National Association of Startups, all startups, not just AI, but they have an AI commission, and they do a mapping every year. And in the latest mapping, we have 502 French startups involved in AI in different areas of application. So you can have a look at that if you are looking for a point of contact. Then there's a Hub France IA, so they are really focused on vision tech, as well as AI-related infrastructure, data management, applications, and so on and so forth. This is an association that is really specialized in AI. They've created relationships with other European centers, such as a center whose name I've forgotten, some KI I can't remember, the many, the Croatia hub as well, and so on and so forth. So then you have the French Tech Network. It was supported by the state, subsidized by the state. The idea is to support startups, to help them become more mature as a company, to make them grow as well, and especially around AI, and in order to support public services. And then there's Numium, which is the digital subsidiary for big industrial stakeholders, and of course big industries in France also do their own do their bit by transitioning to more AI-based solutions. All of this makes sense. Of course, we have some people at the spearhead and other actors that are more about transitioning. So this is a quick presentation of the French ecosystem. Okay, so with those 5 branches, you can see, that everything is interconnected in France. Do you have any tools in place to centralize information at French level, or to have more relationship with other European countries? How do you breathe life into the ecosystem? We'd like to organize regular meetings. Same as you, we had the Paris AI Week last year. We wanted to have 2 main things. We wanted to have something in the spring with the Vivatech fair, with a lot of international talents and a lot of visibility. So this is mostly focused on application use cases and technology, so commercial. And then in the fall, there's another tech-based event with specialists and experts. And it's really, for the moment, it's really focused on the Paris AI Week. Then you also have, to answer your question, we do not yet have enough of a structure for everyone to work together. And this is why the second part of the national strategy for AI, adopted in November, has yearly credits to do that. And so we will very soon launch an AMI in order to improve the networking, the urbanization. But the idea is not to reinvent the wheel and to really work within the framework of French tech. We don't want to add a layer to a layer cake. We want to just do something new. Okay, very well. We'll move on so as to keep some time for questions later down the line. It's an easy transition for me, I guess, since I can now introduce Nathaniel Ackerman. He's the General Manager of AI4Belgium. He's in charge of AI and innovation at the public services for BOSA. Nathaniel is... initiated the Francia hub in... when he was in France, and he duplicated the model with Belgian adaptations when he came to Belgium. So Nathaniel, could you tell us a little bit about the Belgian specificities, about those types of ecosystems, and tell us a little bit about the bridges that exist already within Europe? Thank you for your question. Actually, I would say that in France, in the Francia network, we do have a connection between big companies and startups. And I think there's also a public dimension about public services that was missing. And I think France should integrate all that. I think this is really the vision. This is the goal that you need to go. You need to have an innovation ecosystem, a full ecosystem, a complete ecosystem. This is what we're trying to implement in Belgium as well. In Belgium, the policy is a bit different. We have some regions who have who have competence in terms of innovation and AI-related questions. So they will all create their own plan. And so we come in, of course, with a branding that is AI4Belgium. So it's a coalition, de facto coalition of all the stakeholders autonomously. And we're just here to support the regions and also to give, to breathe life into more international networking. When we launched Francia, which was the result of the Villani report, the idea was, we figured, in every European country, we need to have a coalition, we need to have a structure, we need to find out about our strengths and weaknesses, and from then on, we can build a European alliance for AI. Those are elements that are well known. They are part of ministerial notes in 2016, 2017, and this is being built progressively. So what we did in 2018, just FYI, is we organised as Francia with the Commission and with all researchers in AI at European level. We had a first session in January at the European Commission based on the mapping we did in France, and we said, look, we need to find out what we have, what our assets are. It's always what you need to do at the beginning, a state of play. And so we started with the JRC at European level, and we did that work also in Belgium when we launched that AI4Belgium plan. We supported and helped the regions in identifying their strengths and weaknesses, and based on that we created opportunities for meetings. We played the role of a hub. We tried to create relationships between people. We tried to look for funding, share information, and so on and so forth. So there are a certain number of things, especially with regards to international relations, and every time we give that information back to the regions because they have the competence. But from an international perspective, it's also very important to have an identified point of contact that can help you deal with the Belgian complexity. I hope I answered the question. I hope it was clear. But in any case, we are a support stakeholder. We look for funding. The funding for now come from the regions, but we, thanks through AI4Belgium, in and of itself, we can manage to generate those types of activities through partnerships, in-kind contribution, and a bottom-up approach, which I believe is key for AI ecosystems. Thank you, Nathaniel.
Okay, so I'm gonna now introduce you Hans de Konk, who is manager of the AI Experience Center at VUB, one of the universities in Belgium, and also the director of FARI, the new AI Research Center in Brussels, shared between VUB and ULB. You are also the Belgian president for the CLAIRE network. So it's a lot of ecosystems you have to manage and to gather all fields together. Can you explain a bit FARI and why it was so important to create FARI in Brussels?
Well,
you have slides.
Yeah, I have slides, and I can start my story, of course, with indeed Brussels as a starting point, which, of course, it's not as big as Paris, but it has also its importance. And if you look at the digital ecosystem, for example, you can say that 25% of the digital jobs or in the ICT industry are located in Brussels. Even 1/3 of the tech startups are coming out of Brussels. You also have a lot of big ICT companies. So there is a lot of ICT activity here. In Brussels taking place. 90% of the economy is more in the tertiary sector. So this also means that, of course, when you look at AI innovation, it will be focused to this service-oriented sector, healthcare, public administration. Of course, Brussels, of course, is also a capital of public governance and data flow, public administration, also in charge of the regions of Belgium. So there is a lot of activity already taking place. And this is also supporting, I would say, the different partners in Brussels that actually are supporting and motivating innovation in a digital ecosystem. Not only from the Brussels capital region, but we also see that on the city level initiatives on smart cities are taking place. You have a lot of private initiatives, ventures that are present. You have the place of the Tour and Taxi, for example, where a lot of digital companies are gathering. So there are a lot of stars in the system, so to speak. And what you also see now is that the stars are getting aligned. It's not yet maybe the big bear, but it is the small bear, the little bear, to actually also start to collaborate across the commune, the region, and of course also the research institutions. VUB ULB have a strong tradition in AI. both in the same year, 1983, they both established their first research labs on AI on the European mainland. So we have a long tradition in AI research, as well as also exploring and exploiting this into ventures and into startup companies. Already since 2016, the administration on innovation already has spent more than 30 million, for example, on AI projects, collaborative projects with companies and public sector administration. They thought it was now also the time to gather the competences of both the ULB, the French-speaking university, and the Dutch-speaking university, VUB, to join these forces, not only on the AI labs, but also the older multidisciplinary labs that are in play and are having the expertise in AI research applications, but also research groups in law, in social sciences. So that's why, thanks to the financing of the European Commission with the Relance Plan, we are able to establish and to start the work and have an institute that is really interfacing between the research, academic research, and industry, public administration, the whole ecosystem in Brussels. And we're really focusing on sustainable AI and urban AI, meaning that we start from Brussels. Brussels is the ecosystem, is also the starting point for the challenges, the societal challenges that we want to tackle, and we want to do that together with citizens. So the institute is really focused to also make it possible to do living lab research, have infrastructure into place, test and experience facilities, to also let citizens contribute to co-creation sessions and to be part of innovation, the innovation process. Second to FARI, also the Brussels Capital Region has put a lot of effort to bring other ecosystems and other players together to submit a European Digital Innovation Hub. I think it's also an European instrument that is really going to be important. So together with the Tech Federation of Agoria and Ceres, and BeCentral, which is really a central hub in Brussels above the central station. We're going to establish there on the same location the European Digital Innovation Hub, so that we can reach out also specifically to the SMEs to help them in the digital transition. And I think you see that now the moment is right to bring all these parties together and to create the different interfaces to speed up that digital transition that is going to be fed by AI.
Okay. Thank you. Why is it important for you, if it's important, to have an ecosystem like AI4Belgium in Belgium?
Well, I think, like Nathaniel said, there's a lot of bottom-up initiatives. I think that Nathaniel was surprised, I think, at the start of AI4Belgium, that there was so much enthusiasm. And I think that a lot of people still from 2019 are still driving the ecosystem and have also put things into motion on the political agenda in the different regions and also in network organizations, in sector federations, in specific application fields. And I think that the role of the different thematic working groups was very important. It's also very well organized that AI4Belgium has said, okay, you know, these need to be domain experts that are going to drive this. These are the people that actually have to take things into hand. It's not the job of the administration to do that. It is to facilitate and to let the people, the experts, actually be in the driving seat and connect with the people around or across the regions to do that. And by doing that across the regions, yeah, then immediately you get also the international dimension. And I think that that's shown this week, that indeed the AI4Belgium initiative immediately from the start had an international outreach because of the fact that every expert that is active in a working group brings their network into motion and into play, and I think that is shown.
Okay, thank you. It's now time for me to introduce you Sabine Demey, who has been very active during this European AI Week. Sabine is director of Flanders AI at IMEC. So the link between Fari and Flanders AI may be obvious, but for you, can you explain the ecosystem of Flanders AI in research, but even more according towards startups, for example?
Sure, thank you. Can you
have slides.
Yeah, I have slides. Okay, so yeah, it's really a pleasure that I can present the plan that exists in Flanders, supported by the Flemish government. It's a budget of about 32 million euro a year that is attributed to the 3 pillars that you see here. And I have a slide on each of them. So it's on research, on direct support of companies and organizations into the adoption of AI, and then supporting activities, as you see here, on skills, ethics and legal, and also some citizen projects. But let me go over them one by one. What I also want to illustrate, and that's what you see here with the circular arrows, we have in Flanders an ecosystem in which all these activities are taken up by a lot of partners, but in close collaboration. And that's also what the AI Flanders plan is doing, bringing these different initiatives under one umbrella. So I'm... Is it the green button? Yeah. So I'm the director of the research program, but I'm here, in fact, as an ambassador of the whole plan. But talking about the research program itself, if you want to have more information, you see the website over there. So when the project started, or the program started, 2019, well, before that, several stakeholders in Flanders were brought together, and they identified some key domains in which there would be invested in the adoption of AI, and you see them over there: health, industry, energy, but also applications for society, government and citizens. And what we see that from the needs in these domains, well, we have identified the 3 key topics you see here on which we will work, or effectively working in the research program. So it's about human-centered AI, it's trustworthy AI, explainable AI. Also the collaboration between AI systems and humans falls under it. Also very important, energy-efficient AI. We are very much concerned about the energy consumption of AI systems from the sustainability point of view, but also from the practical point of view. If you want to run AI in wearable devices, they need to be really very energy efficient. And also for the application of AI at companies, the AI systems need to be what we call productive. And one aspect, for instance, is data efficient, because it costs a lot of money to label data, to process data, and therefore we work on data efficient methods. But I will not go into too much detail on these research topics. What you see to the right is a key element of our research program is that we really start from use cases, as there are the AI-assisted operator, or detecting epilepsy, epileptic seizures, or working on improvement of windmill production and so on. And that we validate our research topics really on these use cases. And you see examples of research results that we had on energy-efficient chips, but also AI on time series. The ecosystem-wise, you see at the bottom, all Flemish universities are involved. Also, what we call the strategic research centers, which plays also an important role in connecting the academic research with the companies. Then looking into the real direct support of companies and organizations, it's the agency you see there, Flyo, it is called, who supports activities that are related to giving info and advice, coaching sessions for companies, also bringing together university colleges and companies together for knowledge building and dissemination, or funding the R&D of AI at companies, or also the implementation for SMEs is covered here. You also see there organizations such as Agoria, FOCA, who are also organizations that cover different companies, mainly in tech sector. Also important are the supporting activities. Skills are very important, and for that there's an investment also on different topics, such as VIA. It's the Flanders AI Academy, which has a doctoral school, but also education for professionals. So we're also investing a lot in professional education, but also education at schools. What you see at the top right, we have a knowledge center, data and society, looking into ethical and legal aspects. At the bottom right, you see examples of citizen projects where citizens could contribute with suggestions in several use cases, and they are being worked out now in collaborations with companies and research centers. So, also from within Flanders, we are looking into, and what you see here, adoption of AI, and it's really the European context. We're looking at it from a point of view towards a human-centered digital future, looking at the well-being of people, but of course also looking at innovation and economic growth. And yeah, we have a strong Flemish ecosystem for that, but of course we also have our international contacts and links with the other ecosystems. And yeah, of course, yeah. Also with rail, for instance, we already had quite some meetings because we have really some overlapping or complementary research, let's say.
Thank you, Sabine. So I'm not going to ask you the same questions, the importance of AI for Belgium, because it's tricky. But for you, what is missing in Flanders AI to be as competitive as you could wish? Except money.
I think we're already doing a good job in collaborating and continuing on that range. So having all the universities and research centers and companies collaborate even more. We have made huge steps due to that program, but doing that even more, end to end. So we are working on also at different technology readiness levels and having that fluent transfer. We have a good tradition also of having startups and spin-offs. We are well known for that. So that in fact works already, and then from startups to scale-ups. So yeah, I'm inclined to say we're doing already quite a good job in a lot of things. Continuing on that route and yeah, with even the same enthusiasm and continuing on that, and that will surely lead to even better results. And then continuing on our link also with other stakeholders in FARI and Trail, and then internationally that might also enforce us.
Okay, thank you very much. So I switch in French now. Donc, le prochain panéliste.
So our next panelist is Benoît Mac. He's the co-coordinator of the Trail Institute. He's a professor at the University of Louvain. Trail is an ecosystem as well as being an institute. And these are the main guidelines of Trail. Now, first of all, I'd like to thank our French colleagues for organizing this event. I had a great time listening to all the pitches, the presentations, listening to young researchers. Was very enriching. We had researchers from other countries as well, which was very positive. Now, Trail is indeed an institute which is a part of the policy-making process of Wallonia. A few years ago, Wallonia launched the Digital Wallonia program. And the Wallonia region, before launching this research program, made some surveys and connected small services startups with companies that needed AI to transform themselves. So in the initial phase, we tried to encourage startups to partner with larger companies. And then after this AI program, a more ambitious program, gathered the 5 French-speaking Belgium universities, as well as some research centers similar to IMEC that also joined Trail. So the research centers and the universities set up a Trail, and you can see how Trail operates. When reading what's on the page, we have 4 research pillars and 7 main challenges. So 4 research pillars gathering PhD students and 4 main challenges in which the Wallonia region brings its competence. So the first pillar has to do with AI and human interaction. And our strength has to do with consensus when we meet with doctors who need to make a diagnosis. Well, sometimes we talk about a learning coalition, and this is exactly what we do. Another of our strengths in Wallonia, but also in the Flanders region, is cyber security, data security. We talk about the advanced encryption standard. This is a Belgian tool that is even used in the US. So we have crypto experts, well-known crypto experts. So this is another one of our strengths. Then third strength, the hybrid modeling. Now, if we have to draw a straight line, no deep learning is necessary. Once we have the necessary knowledge about a glass furnace, for instance, if we only need to describe the process, no AI is necessary. So coupling models and AI is something of great interest to us. And then we should avoid centralized AI. We should work on edge AI, as we call them. So these are our fields of specialty, and I think that we will certainly continue the cooperation with the French colleagues through the mobility programs that we can take advantage of. And then we also work, as I said, on 7 main challenges involving companies, research centers, universities. I won't delve into the details of these 7 main challenges that are operated by the Trail factory. And the Trail factory is there to accelerate transfer of knowledge, transfer of competences to companies. We want each PhD student to spend 15% of their time working on one at least of the main challenges, and to use cutting-edge technology in their PhD work and thesis. And then let me come back to the 7 main challenges. Last summer, we picked the 7 main challenges. We asked our researchers to go to Saclay, and I saw some of the students that attended the summer session. We met with companies such as Thales. We had a very nice time in Saclay, and next summer we will meet again, but in Berlin. We're very much connected with the Berlin Health Institute, among others. So the 7 main challenges during the next summer will be addressed in Berlin, and I launch here the invitation to our French colleagues to join us along with our German colleagues. So I think that we can work on big European projects together. So as I said, we work with on learning coalition, with medical applications. Someone presented a genomic project. This is also part of some of our main challenges. And the summer university, having people working together, practicing together on their softwares and data sharing tools is something that we find very useful. Hence our proposal to organize every summer this summer university. As I said, we held it last summer in Saclay, in a nice farm located next to the Saclay University, and it was very funny seeing those Thales managers coming to our summer university in a farm. So, as I said, you're all invited to the next summer university in Berlin. Now, I do have one last question for you, Benoit, and you can keep your mic. So, yes, we talked about research links with the French colleagues, with the German colleagues next summer in Berlin. What are, in your opinion, the main hurdles or the hurdle when it comes to entering the market and starting a business for Wallonia companies? Now, what are the hurdles we have within our network? Some startups that are just getting started. Now, an American startup has easily access to 300 million citizens. Of course, it will not be that easy for a Wallonia startup, which is active on a smaller market.
On en a parlé au début d'après-midi, tout ce qui est croissance.
So, there are several stages in a growing process that a startup needs to follow. Now, we were told that what is lacking in Wallonia in terms of company growth is talent, brain, trained talents. So the main growth hurdles have to do not so much with cash, but with the recruitment of talents. And sometimes companies or startups have a hard time recruiting the right talents. So I would say perhaps that this is the main hurdle that we need to overcome. Thank you very much, Benoit. We will now give the floor to Sarah Cohen-Boulakia. She's a professor at the Saclay University in Paris. She's a member of the executive committee of Dataya. We started with France. We are going to close with France. Data relevance is something that has not been tackled in previous pitches. It didn't seem to be one of the main hurdles. However, we do know that data mining, data representation, data regulations are so many topics that Dataya are working on. Well, thank you for staying so late as we begin the session this morning quite early. Now, the Dataya Institute is an institute attached to the Saclay University and comprising a big ecosystem, partner organizations, research institutes, and of course the Évry and Versailles universities. So it is a significant structure that has been in place for a few years now, and I think that we were in a way pioneers in our fields. And given the size of our organization, we tapped into multidisciplinarity. Now, AI alone, IT experts alone, well, they can, of course, work in isolation for some time, but this is not what we wanted to promote. Engineer science, math, computer science, astrophysics, healthcare, law are disciplines for which we have panels of experts working together now. And this expertise is now part of our DNA, working together in a cross-cutting manner. So we are active in data science, but also in artificial intelligence, and these are our main trades. Then, well, we work with 1,000 researchers, and 42 labs are a part of Data.ai. And what you can see on the right side of the page is that in Paris, Saclay, we are lucky enough to rely on researchers who are acknowledged, who are used to work on software bricks that are truly necessary when it comes to artificial intelligence. Now, what are the types of exchanges that we can envisage? And, well, today is the perfect day to network. This is the perfect top-down day. And now I think that it is high time to find more bottom-up approaches to build things together, and Data.ai includes different calls for projects and funding opportunities that are available. Now, organizing scientific seminars is something that we're very familiar with. We have a communication team that helps us and that builds programs quite rapidly. And with the pandemic, we've learned to work remotely. So we are well acquainted with these virtual tools. So I think that there is no problem with that anymore. I found the previous session lovely. We are firm believers in the young and the next generations. We need to involve our PhD students. We need to encourage exchanges between PhD students. And those PhD students no longer need us. They have and they ask themselves the right questions. They have taken ownership of their field of expertise. And instead, at Data.ai, don't take it badly, instead of organizing summer universities where there are professors teaching young students, this is not something what we are keen on. We are more eager to have junior conferences and young PhD students animating a conference, and we could envisage organizing the next junior conference jointly with Belgium. We work a lot with Humboldt University in Germany, and we already exchanged with them about holding this junior conference with our Belgian colleagues. Now, of course, what works well in the bottom-up approach is the support to students' mobility. Students build the bridges between our research. Without them, without students, there is no research whatsoever, be it a PhD student or a master's student spending 3 months for a foreign student in Saclay, or for us to send our student abroad, is always very enriching. I don't see how two universities could start a project from scratch without knowing each other and just finding commonalities among them. because a project for them was launched. Now, we also have a large experience in data management and gathering seniors and juniors around that topic in a room is always very enriching. Now you can see that that Raya is located in the Île-de-France region. At the bottom of the page you can see our innovation partners, and on the right side of the page I have mentioned some of the institutes with which we have had exchange students or work on a Dataya project for job seekers that are looking for a job in our field of expertise. Now, I'm supposed to leave in just 5 minutes, but something that has not been said is access to research super calculation. JANCI is a public body. It is part of the PRAS program, and they developed services with engineers, with an easy access for startups and researchers. And I think it would be very interesting that research teams exchange more intensely. This program has helped 1,200 research projects in just 2 years' time. And I think that putting the different teams in contact will certainly be very useful. Any questions in the audience? We do have just a few minutes for some last burning questions or comments. Right, so just some concluding remarks, or one concluding remark. What is the next challenge that awaits artificial intelligence? Well, our next challenge, as I said, is we thought that in the medical sector AI would replace radiologists, but the radiologist using AI replaces the radiologist who doesn't use it. Now, the AI that uses a coalition of humans will replace the AI that does not use the human coalition. So using a pool of humans to take the best decision is our goal.
I agree with what Benoit was saying, the human-centered AI, and challenge is perhaps not the technical side, but as discussed earlier, also the human side and the skills to execute all those things.
Thank you. Hans?
Well, I think that there is the past 3-4 years, and we've seen it in the AI4Belgium, the believers, we have them on board. But maybe also to reflect to your question earlier on the SMEs,
yeah.
So there is still a large group that is not ready, has not the time, and of course COVID didn't help.
Not
and I think that specifically towards the SMEs, but also digital inclusion, there's a lot of population, and part of the population who are still afraid. So the trust aspect and the SMEs, that's I think one of the major challenges ahead.
Trustworthy AI, yeah.
J'en donnerai deux. Pousser les murs.
I think that we need to increase and have more trainings. We have a funding of 700 million euros dedicated to training modules, and then I think that we rapidly need to move towards embedded AI, where there are still international positions that are open. So I think Europe here has a chance to, to speed up their path to AI. Now, of course, cross-disciplinarity is the key word. Cross-disciplinarity is there to invent. So I would say that cross-disciplinarity is the main challenge. And then the reputation, the image of AI, the geek, the math expert, we need them. We need these profiles, but we need other profiles. We need to be more open to other backgrounds and profiles, and we need, yes, to open up. And Nathanael, for your closing remark. Now, this is the opportunity to come back to this, because we are eager to launch Utopia, a European initiative whereby universities, scientific universities work together to contribute to the positive image of AI. So the competences of the 21st centuries are the main challenges. Convincing citizens, SMEs, our students and policymakers, working with students from different fields, from the medical sector, from law faculties, etc. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening.
Merci beaucoup. Du coup,